Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku's Hope Turned into Revenge? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Yagi often felt invisible. At just 4 years old, he struggled to understand why his parents overlooked him, why his sister and former friends tormented him, and why he seemed less than human in the eyes of everyone around him. He simply didn't understand. Waiting at the quirk doctor's office was a challenging experience. Anxious and excited children filled the room, accompanied by nervous parents. When children were late in developing their quirks, they were taken to see the quirk doctor. No parent wanted to feel the anxiety of their child being born less fortunate than others or having fewer opportunities. As the quirk doctor emerged to speak, Inko felt her concerns intensifying. He asked if she wanted the good news or the bad news first. Inko's heart sank at the thought that something might be wrong with one of her beloved children. Her nerves were frayed, so she chose to hear the bad news first. The doctor delivered the news gently, explaining that Izuku would not be developing a quirk. He elaborated on the extensive research conducted since quirks began to appear, but Izuku couldn't focus on the words. He felt crushed. The doctor then shifted his attention to Izumi, stating that she had a completely different story. Inko's attention turned to her daughter, who was now the center of the conversation. The doctor explained that Izumi possessed a strong telekinesis quirk, which seemed to be a mutation rather than an inherited power. He expressed confidence that she would grow to be one of the best heroes of their time. Inko felt a surge of excitement and pride for her daughter. As she celebrated Izumi's abilities, Izuku sat quietly on a stool, feeling utterly forgotten. While his sister and mother rejoiced, he was left in despair. When they returned home, Inko excitedly shared the news about Izumi's quirk with her husband, Toshinori, who was thrilled to see the family legacy continue. They celebrated by watching a movie together while enjoying ice cream, creating a moment that felt almost perfect. Almost, because Izuku remained invisible to them, lost in his own thoughts. He wondered if he could still be a hero despite being quirkless. He believed that having a good, pure heart was what truly mattered. He would still help people, wouldn't he? As he sat alone in his room, listening to the laughter of his family downstairs, he quietly cried. He had come to accept that he was different, that he lacked the one thing he desired most, a quirk. But that wouldn't stop him from aspiring to become the world's greatest hero. The next day at school, the teacher informed the class that Izuku was quirkless and urged them to be kind to him, knowing full well that kindness was unlikely. Children often ostracized those who were different, labeling them as weird and making them feel like outcasts. The quirkless were seen as burdens, and Izuku felt the weight of that judgment. As the years passed, Izuku learned to accept and protect others, helping without expecting anything in return. He adopted the mindset of a true hero, even as those who aspired to be heroes treated him poorly for being different. It was ironic that those who wanted to protect and serve had caused him pain. Despite the isolation he faced, Izuku maintained a smile, inspired by his idol, All Might, who had once said that anyone could become a hero. However, deep down, Izuku knew that All Might hadn't been addressing the 20% of people without quirks, people like him. Even as he bore the marks of his struggles, no one ever asked if he was okay or offered help. No one seemed to care, all because he was different, all because he was quirkless. Izuku didn't understand. On his way to school, Izuku was lost in thought, reflecting on a hero fight he had witnessed. He loved everything about heroes, their battles, interviews, and patrols. The way they risked their lives to help others made his heart flutter. He wanted nothing more than to help others and become a hero. Suddenly, he was jolted from his thoughts by a sharp pain in his back. Looking up, he saw his twin sister, Izumi, and his former friend, Todoroki, standing above him. Todoroki had pushed him into a nearby locker while Izumi crouched down to where he sat, propped against the locker. As Todoroki's right hand made contact with my skin, I felt an intense sensation. His ice was so cold that it felt like it was burning. I whimpered as Izumi began lecturing me about the consequences of ignoring her, but her voice faded into the background, overshadowed by the pain in my arm. When the bell rang, My classmates walked off, leaving me sitting on the floor, biting the inside of my cheek to stifle the soft sobs threatening to escape. On days like these, I couldn't care less about classes, much to my permanent record's dismay, so I rushed to the bathroom. Once I was sure no one was around, I let the tears flow. I lost track of time as I cried, clutching my injured wrist, overwhelmed by sadness. Sad that this was my life, sad that I was always subjected to this treatment, and sad that there seemed to be nothing I could do about it. When I felt a little better, I stood up, ran my wrist under hot water, wrapped it in spare gauze I found in the emergency first aid kit on the wall, and then headed to my second PRD. Arriving late, I took my seat. It was unusual for me to walk into class as late as I did, and I felt the weight of my peers' stares, especially from Izumi. My vision swirled, and my throat tightened under the judgmental gazes that followed me as I made my way to my desk. I tried to focus on the teacher's words, but it felt like my head was underwater. I felt suffocated as if I were dying, yet I had no relief from the pain. As we discussed our futures and what we wanted to make of our lives, my discomfort intensified. Suddenly, an explosion erupted near my desk, and I was thrown backward, colliding with the wall. I looked up to see Bakugo Katsuki, Todoroki Shoto, and my sister, Izumi, looming over me, their expressions menacing. I sat helplessly against the wall, waiting and praying for anyone to step in and help me, but no one did. No one ever did anything to help me. All anyone ever did was laugh at me, which would have been ironically amusing if it weren't so disappointing. Why was it always me? Eventually, the teacher intervened, stopping the harassment from my peers and continuing the lesson, while I sat on the floor, too exhausted to move. I was too tired to bounce back and smile as if nothing were wrong, too tired to pick myself up and encourage myself with words like, "It's okay," or "You'll be okay." Why couldn't I just be okay? Shoto Todoroki observed that after he froze Izuku's arm, Izuku didn't show up to class. It was unusual for him to be late, let alone skip class. Over the years, Shoto had grown numb to the pain in his heart when he saw the fear in Izuku's eyes, the look of defeat he often wore as he navigated the halls, the sadness that flickered in his gaze as he watched the people he once considered friends hurt him. Shoto used to be horrified by it, but now he was shocked that Izumi allowed things to escalate so much. It had never been as bad as it was recently. With the UA entrance exams approaching, they were starting their final year of junior high. In just 10 months, they would be taking the entrance exam. The goal had always been to distract Izuku from UA and heroics, but nothing had changed. He seemed more determined than ever to become a hero, and Shoto doubted anything they did would change that, but they still wanted to try. Many at their school found their treatment of Izuku disgusting, though they would never stand up to them or for him. They didn't understand that what they did was not nearly as harmful as what would happen if Izuku faced a villain whose power he couldn't handle. Izuku had a good heart and would sacrifice himself in a heartbeat, but out there, that wouldn't be enough. Villains were heartless and relentless. They wouldn't stop after one person was hurt or even 10, they were monsters. Izuku didn't realize that being good inside wasn't enough in the real world. Shoto knew it wasn't right, but talking to Izuku explaining it kindly and not so kindly never worked. All he wanted was for Izuku to understand that if he couldn't stand up to one kid using their quirk at the lowest level, he wouldn't stand a chance against a real villain. Self-sacrifice is a noble quality in a hero, but it isn't always practical. About 10 minutes into their second PRD, Izuku slowly walked into class. They were discussing their futures. Shoto and his friends had all applied to UA High School, the most prestigious school in Japan. Bakugo was ranting about how they were the only 3 students good enough to become heroes until the teacher mentioned Izuku applying as well. Izumi's face drained of color, as did Shoto's. All the effort they had put into making Izuku give up on his dangerous dream felt wasted. Deep down, Shoto always knew Izuku would never step down, but he had hoped that maybe, for once, Izuku would gain some perspective and think beyond what he felt was right to what was more practical. Because what is noble isn't always useful. After the last bell rang, Izuku felt himself release a breath he hadn't even known he was holding. Finally, the time had come for me to return home and retreat to my room until tomorrow. Alone. As I packed my notebook into my bag, I felt it being yanked from my grasp. It was Bakugo. Looking up, I had just enough time to witness him destroy it. He rambled nonsensically about how I was too much of a weakling to be a hero, and insisted that I shouldn't apply to you, but the worst part was that I absorbed it all. I took in their sharp words, their harsh scoffs, their scowls, and their mocking laughter. I accepted everything and I hated it. As Bakugo left with Todoroki and Izumi, he suddenly spoke again. He suggested that if I wanted to be a hero so badly, I should take a leap off the roof. His words hit me like a tidal wave, leaving my mind numb and my throat constricted. I felt as if I were drowning, forced to abandon my dreams or succumb to despair. As they walked away, a ringing filled my ears, a constant sound that drowned out everything else. I couldn't hear their laughter or my own cries as I wept. My world felt like it was collapsing, and I was trapped beneath the surface, suffocating. I didn't even realize I had left the school until I found myself in a tunnel. His words pierced my soul, and I watched my dreams crumble under the weight of torment, neglect, and abuse. I felt lost and alone. Lost in thought, I was jolted back to reality by a feeling of suffocation that felt all too real. I then sensed the presence of something sinister, a villain. I clawed for freedom, for air, for help, but nothing worked. No matter how much time passed, no one came. I continued to struggle against the goo until I finally gave up. Toshinori Yagi had been pursuing a villain known as the Sludge Villain throughout the city for over an hour. The villain had crawled into a sewer, and Toshinori was determined to locate him. Just as he was about to make his entrance, he heard the sounds of someone in distress. Bursting to the surface, he struck the villain in the face while calling out the name of his signature move. In that moment, he noticed a figure trapped within the sludge. Quickly, he contained the villain using some litter he found in the tunnel, inwardly scoffing at the disregard for the environment in that neighborhood, and rushed toward the figure. Finally able to breathe now that the villain was captured, he turned his attention to the figure and instantly recognized his son. Despite knowing it was him by his hair and eye color, he was taken aback by his son's appearance. His face was bruised and cut, his uniform was dirted and stained, and he looked unwell. Toshinori made a mental note to discuss these observations later that evening and lightly tapped his son's face. As Izuku woke up and realized who was beside him, he began to panic. It was understandable. His room was practically a shrine to Toshinori's merchandise. He stood up and asked for an autograph, acting more flustered than Toshinori had ever seen him. It caught him off guard. Had Izuku always been this way? Toshinori was pulled from his thoughts by a question that surprised him even more than his son's behavior. Izuku asked if someone without a quirk could become a hero, expressing his doubts about being a normal kid without powers and whether he could ever hope to be like Toshinori. Toshinori froze, knowing he had little time to answer before he would have to change back. As a hero, he wanted to inspire his fans, but as a parent, he couldn't bear the thought of his quirkless son facing danger. He had just witnessed the reality of that danger moments ago. He had heard the argument that quirks don't define a hero, and some would agreed, but the truth was more complex. Those with erasure quirks still had abilities, even if they weren't flashy. They could level the playing field by neutralizing a villain's quirk, turning the fight into a battle of hand-to-hand combat. However, a quirkless hero lacked that advantage. They couldn't neutralize a villain's powers and had to rely solely on their own abilities, which often fell short against villains who had no mercy or remorse. As a parent, Toshinori couldn't allow his son to put himself in harm's way. After careful consideration, he answered honestly, "I'm sorry, but without a quirk. No, I honestly don't think you could become a hero." Izuku looked shocked at first, but then his smile returned. Toshinori was amazed at how well he was handling the news. In a supportive environment like theirs, with a sister and friends who cared for him, Izuku had a solid foundation. He truly was lucky. When Toshinori was quirkless, it had been much more taboo. Peers had snubbed and sneered at him. Some wouldn't even touch him or look at him for fear of being infected by his ailment. But worse than that was how his own family had reacted. After the way he was treated by his family, he knew he had to be different with Izuku than his family had been with him. He was relieved to see that his efforts had paid off, preventing Izuku from feeling utterly devastated by his words. Izuku expressed his gratitude for being saved, smiling as he did so. With that he left. After a quick stop at the police station to drop off his new sludge-like friend, he began flying home and spotted his precious daughter, Izumi, walking home. She appeared nervous, and he thought this was the perfect moment to share his secret with her. Landing gracefully, he spoke his catchphrase before bursting into a puff of smoke. Amidst the swirling mist, he revealed his skeleton form to her. She jumped, taking a moment to process everything before he explained the truth about his quirk. As Izuku walked home, tears streaming down his face, he struggled to make sense of his emotions. He pondered why All Might had told him he couldn't become a hero when he had always claimed that anyone could. It felt contradictory. All Might didn't know him, his life, or his motives. All he saw was a quirkless boy who, like many others his age, aspired to be a hero. Turning the corner, he suddenly heard All Might's catchphrase break the silence of his walk. He looked toward the source of the noise and saw All Might with his sister. In an instant, All Might's impressive figure was enveloped in smoke. When the smoke cleared, a frail man stood in his place, thin skin, deep-set wrinkles, and no visible muscles. He was the opposite of the hero Izuku had idolized. Izuku remained hidden behind a wall, listening to their conversation. The more he heard, the more his frustration grew. His body trembled, his chest tightened, and he felt his dreams beginning to shatter. All Might explained his quirk to Izumi, declaring it was called One for All and that he could transfer it to her. Throughout their conversation, all Izuku could think about was how he could have been the one to receive that quirk. He felt hurt and betrayed. All Might should have understood his aspirations. He had idolized him his entire life. Instead of passing on his quirk to someone with pure intentions, he chose to give it to Izumi. It felt like giving his bully a weapon to use against him. Feeling overwhelmed, Izuku ran home, desperate to stay out of sight. He sprinted so fast that it felt like his legs would give out, or his lungs would burst. Once inside, he made such a commotion that his mother finally looked at him, though she rarely did. He dashed to his room and cried, feeling the weight of betrayal. They were all liars, he thought. Hypocrites. They didn't care about the quirkless or the weak. They only cared about themselves. This society needed to be cleansed of its discrimination and abuse, and of its so-called heroes. In a fit of anger, he began destroying anything related to heroes in his room. He tore posters to shreds and wrecked action figures, tipping over All Might-themed furniture. With every passing moment, his eyes grew puffier, his cheeks more tear-stained, and his heart more broken. He was a complete mess. He just wanted to let it all out for once in his life. Then he started packing. He couldn't stay here any longer. He couldn't live like this anymore. He gathered fresh clothes, food, water, cash, and the necessities, even taking his analysis books, hoping they would be useful one day. As he opened his door, his beat-up yellow backpack slung over his shoulders, he found his family waiting outside his room. His father looked nervous, likely due to the noise he had made. With puffy, red eyes, he stepped outside. Just as he was putting on his shoes, his father asked where he was going. Izuku didn't know what to say. He stopped and looked away, tears threatening to spill. He felt so betrayed and foolish for ever believing in them, in these heroes, in this society. He opened the door and left, knowing they wouldn't understand what they had lost today, and he had no intention of letting them forget. After their chat, Izumi and their father walked home together. Discovering his hero identity and the secret of his power had been shocking on two levels. It was astounding to learn that her parents were two of the greatest heroes in the world. It also made sense that Izuku was quirkless. He had inherited that from their father. It was strange, though, because he should have understood what it meant to be quirkless. He could have given his power to Izuku, and his life could have been so different. Izuku would have made an incredible hero, but without a quirk, the path to becoming one would only bring more challenges. Regardless of his reasons for wanting to be a hero, he would likely be more of a hindrance than a help, potentially putting others in danger. What could he possibly do against a power-hungry villain with a quirk capable of launching lightning bolts or creating earthquakes? Without a quirk, he felt he couldn't become the hero he aspired to be. He believed that if he truly wanted to help people, There were better ways to do so without a quirk. Volunteering, becoming a police officer or detective, or even pursuing a career in medicine, he had the intelligence for it. There were countless ways to make a difference that didn't involve confronting villains. The distinction between being a doctor or a detective and being a hero was merely one of recognition. If his goal was simply to help others, that recognition shouldn't matter. When he opened the door, a loud crashing noise filled the air. Turned toward the kitchen, searching for his mother, who was holding a cup and staring at the ceiling with a frightened expression. The worry on her face sent a sinking feeling through him as he exchanged glances with his father. Concerned, he asked his mother what was happening. She finally acknowledged them, turning to face him and his father, and replied hastily that she wasn't sure. Izuku had just run into the house, crying, and locked himself in his room. As they glanced between each other, a muffled scream erupted from upstairs, echoing throughout the house. It sounded as if someone were in distress. They all rushed toward Izuku's room, realizing that was where the cry had originated. They could hear choked sobs and loud crashes coming from inside. His father was about to open the door when it suddenly swung open, revealing a red-eyed Izuku, looking utterly defeated, likely from something Kaken had said earlier. He had taken things too far that afternoon, and while he wished he had spoken up, it was too late now. Peering into Izuku's room, he and his parents were met with chaos. All Might posters were torn, figurines lay broken, and furniture was thrown about as if in a storm. Everything was in disarray. Izuku walked past them, his school bag slung over his shoulder, while he stood frozen, staring into the room that felt foreign in a house that was once so familiar. Had it really been that long since he had seen his friend's room? It felt like a year. Processing the strange situation, the three of them followed Izuku through the house, keeping a respectful distance. He looked so sad and vulnerable. Although he had seen Izuku cry many times before, this felt different. There was something unsettling about the way Izuku stared blankly ahead. His father called out to Izuku, asking where he was going, but Izuku didn't respond or even glance back. It was as if he hadn't heard his father at all. He seemed lost in thought, as if he had something to say but ultimately chose to leave without a word. He left, and in that moment, he realized he wished he had stopped him when he had the chance. It made no sense. Nothing did. Izuku wouldn't have reacted that way just because he hadn't received the answer he wanted earlier that day. If that were the case, it was an overreaction, trashing his room, crying, throwing a tantrum. Izuku wasn't rash, at least not in the way he had always known him. Reflecting on the day's events, one thought stood out: the bruises. They were scattered across Izuku's body, on his arms, face, and elsewhere. Some were large, others small. It didn't add up. Those bruises couldn't have formed so quickly under the circumstances. The villain hadn't had enough time to inflict such damage. In the brief moments Izuku had been unconscious, he would have only sustained red marks, not bruises that looked as if they were healing. The variety of bruises was inconsistent. Some appeared fresh while others suggested they had been there for at least a week. It was puzzling, especially since he would have noticed such severe bruising on Izuku's face. He hadn't had time to think about it earlier, but now, it was clear that something was amiss. Whether Izuku had encountered multiple villains before this incident or if something else was at play, he couldn't be sure. Before he could ask Izumi if she had any information about the bruises or Izuku's outburst, Inko's voice broke the silence, asking what had just happened. He admitted he didn't know, and Inko suggested that perhaps Izuku just needed some fresh air. He turned to Izumi, pausing to gather his thoughts. He pointed out the large bruise on Izuku's face, as well as the gashes and bruises on his forearms. He noticed Izumi tense up, shifting her weight and avoiding eye contact. Dodging the question, she quickly smiled and claimed she was hungry, prompting him to drop the topic for now. They could have a proper conversation once Izuku returned. Dinner was eaten in almost complete silence, with only occasional mentions of Izuku. It felt strange to speak about him, and he couldn't quite understand why. As his son, it shouldn't have felt so odd to say his name. They decided that once Izuku returned home, they would question him about the marks. They needed to know how they had happened, when, and if there were any more. As Izuku walked alone during the late hours, dark thoughts consumed him. He felt an overwhelming rage and anger, thoughts of hurting everyone he passed swirling in his mind. He didn't know where he was going, but memories of his past played through his mind, including the hurtful words from his old friends that day. I remembered the words my idol had said today. I recalled the feeling of loneliness, the sensation of being cast aside because I wasn't good enough, the impression of being seen as a useless, worthless person. As I walked through street after street, I released a shaky breath realizing I had arrived at my destination, the school roof. Taking out my recently damaged notebook and pencil, I began to write. However, I wasn't sure who to write to or what to express. Eventually, I poured out everything I was feeling and cried. I documented my life, detailing what had led me to this point, my breaking point, why I found myself here tonight, on this rooftop, everything. I let out a cry, needing to release all the pent-up emotion I had locked away for the past decade. Then I removed my shoes, placed the note underneath them, and walked to the edge. Carefully climbing over the fence, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. This was it. This was where I would spend my last moment. This was where my life had led me. I opened my eyes, wanting to see what destiny had left for me to gaze upon in my final moments, and felt my breath hitch. It was beautiful. The sun-kissed glow enveloped the city, painting the sky in a stunning orange hue. The pink and golden clouds resembled cotton candy more than water vapor. The tall, modern buildings of Mizudafu stood in the distance, creating an elegant contrast against the sunset. Everything was breathtaking. I felt my eyes light up as my lips curved into a genuine smile, different from my usual one. This was life at its finest, unlike the pain I had endured. This was the heavenly, beautiful side of existence. This was the side of life people woke up to experience. This was the side of life that made it worth living. Rain began to fall, wetting my face as I gazed upon the city, watching the sky grow dark and cold. It seemed fitting. On the day I was to leave this world, even the sky seemed to mourn. The bustling city of Mizudafu was silent for once. Taking in one last deep breath, I hesitated, then jumped. I felt my body falling as tears streamed down my face. I didn't want to die, but I felt trapped in a world corrupted by false heroes and ideals. I couldn't endure this any longer. I wouldn't. The wind whipped against my skin as I plummeted, the ground approaching rapidly. In that moment, I saw only one thing: darkness. Time of death, 7:29 p.m. Toshinori Yagi's perspective shifted as he waited anxiously. Minutes turned into hours, and soon he realized that Izuku still hadn't returned. 6 hours had passed since he left, which was unusual. He vaguely remembered sharing dinner with him, but he definitely recalled seeing his shoes by the doorway every night, indicating he had been home all this time. His head throbbed as he tried to push away pointless questions. All that mattered was finding his boy. It had been just under an hour since he and his wife began searching for their son, who had originally left at 6 in the evening. When searching for a child or anyone, for that matter the first 24 hours were crucial. It would have been easier to determine where he had gone or what had happened if they had started searching earlier, but there was no time to dwell on what could have been. All that mattered was the present and what he could do in that moment. He had countless questions, ranging from where Izuku could be to what might have happened to him. He was a quirkless, defenseless 14-year-old boy, out in the dark of night, all alone. Anything could have happened to him. He could have been kidnapped, attacked, lost, or worse. He shook his head violently, trying to rid his mind of those negative thoughts. He doubted that Izuku had run away, and if he had, he couldn't understand why. If anything were wrong, he would have told them his parents. They had always been there for him. As he jumped from rooftop to rooftop, he heard a woman screaming. As a hero, he felt obligated to help, so he leaped down. To his surprise, he found the situation already being handled by one of his diligent colleagues, Eraserhead. After sending the girl on her way, Eraserhead noticed Toshinori standing off to the side, seeming out of place in the realm of darkness. "Surprising. You rarely patrol at night," Eraserhead remarked. Toshinori acknowledged that he typically didn't venture out when there were fewer people to save. He had to conserve his limited time to make the most of it. Without wasting any time, he asked Eraserhead what he needed to know. Eraserhead, have you seen a boy with green hair and freckles wearing a black Aldra Junior High uniform run past here? He had a yellow backpack on, he listed urgently, trying to recall as many details as possible. Eraserhead seemed slightly taken aback by the question. Is this a missing persons case? I haven't heard of All Might helping in many missing persons cases. What's the deal? Toshinori knew he was right. He's my son. Shota Aizawa's perspective shifted as he processed Toshinori's words. He had never heard of All Might having a son. When was the last time you saw him? Aizawa asked. He left the house around 6 p.m. with a yellow backpack on. Countless thoughts raced through Aizawa's mind as he gathered information from Toshinori's frantic words. It seemed that All Might had a secret son who had run away earlier that evening. A runaway? Aizawa inquired. What? Toshinori replied defensively, causing Aizawa to raise an eyebrow. No, of course not. Why would he run away? They were a loving and accepting family, so he wouldn't have run away, right? The question lingered in the air, as if he himself sought confirmation of his words. His tone piqued my interest, drawing me in. The way he spoke about his son suggested a disconnect, as if he struggled to remember what his child looked like. The uncertainty surrounding his family situation was intriguing. Though I hadn't seen the boy, I promised to keep an eye out for him. It made sense to help find a missing child while I was already on patrol. I quickly set off in search of this child. From what I gathered, it seemed like a runaway case. I leaped from rooftop to rooftop, pondering what could have driven All Might's son to leave home. It was a troubling thought, but all I could focus on was locating this troubled child. Izumi Yagi woke up to complete silence, realizing he had never fallen asleep. Izuku hadn't returned home, nor had their parents. He got up and headed straight to the bathroom. As warm water cascaded down his back, it relaxed his muscles and mind. Guilt washed over him. He felt responsible for the situation. All this time, he believed he was protecting Izuku, but now he understood he had only made things harder for him. It took this crisis for him to realize that. When Izuku finally returned, he vowed to give him the biggest hug and apologize for everything. After turning off the tap, he dressed, his thoughts consumed by Izuku. He grabbed his bag and breakfast before stepping outside, where Kaken was waiting for him, as usual. Kaken's harsh voice broke the silence, questioning where Izuku was and mocking him for possibly sleeping in. Izumi's gaze dropped to the concrete, disturbed by Kaken's cruel tone. It felt strange to be outside, looking in at the chaos he had caused. Kaken noticed Izumi's odd expression and inquired about it. When Izumi mentioned Izuku's name, Kaken's face twisted in bitterness. He raged about what he would do to Izuku when he saw him at school, unaware of the gravity of the situation. Izumi held his tongue, unsure of what to say. Izuku had left home the previous night and hadn't returned. Tears brimmed in his eyes as Kaken continued his rant, oblivious to the fear that gripped Izumi. What if Izuku never showed up again? Upon arriving at school, they were met with the sound of sirens. Ambulances and police cars surrounded the area, and students gathered, trying to understand what was happening. Pushing through the crowd, Izumi and Kaken sought answers. They bumped into Shoto, who looked distraught and panicked. As Shoto grabbed their arms, Izumi felt a pang of concern at the sight of his tear-streaked face and pale skin. Shoto urged them not to look, claiming it was for their own good. But curiosity drove them to push past him, revealing a shocking scene, blood and a student lying in the midst of it all. Izumi's heart sank as he recognized his brother. He felt a wave of grief wash over him, choking back. Sobs that grew louder. This was his fault. If only he had acted differently, Izuku would be standing beside him instead of lying there, lifeless. The only words he could muster were ones he wished he never had to say. He realized Izuku was gone. If anyone were to read this, it would mean he was no longer there. He had finally reached his breaking point. It was astonishing how those who aspired to be heroes could torment a defenseless child. They saw him as weak, as someone who didn't measure up. He apologized for not being good enough, for not choosing to be quirkless, for not choosing to be different, for not choosing to be born. For a decade, the future heroes had abused and harassed him, while the current heroes turned a blind eye. When he cried out for help, his pleas went unheard. His life felt meaningless, as the heroes chose not to intervene simply because he lacked power. Was his life not worth the minimal effort it would have taken for someone to help him? The term hero had lost its meaning. A hero's duty is to save and protect lives, not destroy them. They should help those in need, not hurt them. He had thought heroes were meant to save lives, not take them. But he was wrong. He refused to live in a society that glorified false ideals of heroism, where people were brainwashed into believing in these fake heroes. The character felt a deep sense of despair living in a society that ignored the cries for help from those in need. They believed the world needed to awaken to the corruption that had seeped into the hearts of its heroes, recognizing the darkness that clouded their judgment. It was a plea to prevent further loss of innocent lives, especially those of children and the quirkless. With a heavy heart, the character expressed their hope that those left behind would reflect on their actions, feeling a sense of accountability for the lives lost. They wished for a moment of reckoning, where the truth could no longer be hidden. In a final farewell, the character resolved to leave this world behind, feeling that their departure was the only way to bring attention to the injustices that had long been overlooked. Izuku Yagi woke up in a dark room, the unfamiliar scent around him reminiscent of decay. Disgusted, he attempted to rise from what he assumed was a bed, only to feel a sharp pain shoot through his body. He yelped in pain, quickly returning to his previous position, biting his cheek to suppress any further sounds. Moments later, a figure rushed through the door, urging him to stay down. The situation was terrifying. Waking up in an unknown place with someone he had never met before was unsettling. Although he had never truly felt free or secure at school or in the home he had lived in, at least there he had the liberty to move about. Here he felt trapped. After a few minutes, he managed to calm himself and decided to seize the opportunity to ask some of the many questions swirling in his mind. He began to inquire about his location, what had happened, and who the figure was, but was interrupted. "Slow down, kid, I can't understand you," the figure replied. "Let's start with introductions. My name is Shigaraki Tamura." Shigaraki had greasy blue hair and skin that appeared to have been untouched by sunlight for years. Izuku took in his details, noting how his hair draped over his eyes, the scars along his eye and lip, and the rawness of his neck, likely from scratching or other struggles. The unpleasant sense surrounding him was hard to ignore. Dressed in plain black clothes, Shigaraki didn't seem much older than Izuku. However, what caught Izuku's attention most were his eyes, a deep ruby red that evoked a sense of unease. The color reminded him of ash and explosions, stirring memories of past encounters. Shoto Todoroki was consumed by thoughts of Izuku's lifeless body, tears streaming down his face. He and Izuku's closest friends had been taken to the hospital, where they awaited news. No one had been able to reach Mr. and Mrs. Yagi yet, and he dreaded facing them. They all knew Izuku was gone, but the medical team continued to try and revive him, clinging to hope despite the reality of the situation. Izumi rested her head on Shoto's shoulder, asleep. She had taken the news the hardest. Her brother had just taken his own life, a consequence of the torment he had endured from Shoto, Bakugo, and herself. The guilt weighed heavily on them, and Shoto felt selfish for only now realizing the depth of Izuku's suffering. It was true what they said, no one cares until it's too late. When the doctor emerged from the emergency room, they roused Izumi. The doctor explained that they had done everything possible, but Izuku's heart wouldn't start. The confirmation of his death was a painful reality, and Shoto was left to ponder the countless what-ifs that plagued his mind. What if he had been there for Izuku? What if he had helped him? What if he could have changed things? The doctor mentioned finding a note among Izuku's belongings. Shoto's heart raced at the thought that this might be a cruel joke, that perhaps Izuku was still alive and simply playing a prank on them. The doctor handed them the note, which bore the marks of having been partially burned, a remnant of Bakugo's actions from the previous day. As they began to read, a wave of bitterness and frustration emanated from the words. It was clear how deeply hurt Izuku had been, and he had every right to feel that way. They had made his life a living hell. Izumi struggled to hold herself together, and Shoto felt the same. They asked Dr. Okumura if they could keep the note, and he agreed, believing it belonged with Izuku's friends. The word friends stung. Deep down, they all knew they hadn't been true friends to him. The weight of guilt pressed heavily on Shoto's heart, but alongside that guilt was an indescribable feeling, something else that gnawed at him. Toshinori Yagi and his wife searched for Izuku throughout the night, but he was nowhere to be found. They checked their usual spots, but he was absent. In their rush to find him, they had left their phones at home, a decision they soon regretted. What if they missed a call about Izuku? When they finally opened the front door, they were met by Izumi and her friends, all looking distraught. Their red, puffy eyes were filled with tears, and their expressions were riddled with guilt and fear, reflecting the weight of the moment as the door clicked shut behind them. They shared the same horror in their eyes as my gaze swept over the three of them. To top it all off, Izumi looked as if she hadn't slept all night. How could she have? I reassured the three of them that we would find Izuku. In what I interpreted as shame, Izumi bowed her head, evading my gaze. The silence that filled the room was deafening. Izumi spoke abruptly, mentioning Izuku. I told her we would find him, trying to calm her. She called out to me, frustrated that I wasn't listening. She paused, staring into my eyes, and revealed the truth. They had found Izuku. Inko, filled with relief, responded positively, but Izumi closed her eyes. When she opened them, she looked away from us. They found his body at school. My heart stopped as her words echoed in my mind, feeling like a terrible dream. I asked her for confirmation, but her voice faltered. Suddenly, Izumi stood up and ran upstairs, leaving Katsuki to finish our conversation. He revealed that Izuku had taken his life the night before. They found his body on the concrete after he jumped from the roof. Looking to the two boys for confirmation, I saw Shoto and Katsuki bow their heads in guilt. This couldn't be happening. I felt my throat close, my vision blur, and my mouth dry. I heard my wife collapse to the floor, and I rushed to her side, bringing her into my arms as she sobbed, and my world crumbled around me. After a moment, I turned to look at Shoto and noticed a piece of paper in his hand. He was gripping it tightly, as if it were the only thing anchoring him. When he caught my gaze, he tensed and began to speak, revealing it was Izuku's letter. I asked who it was addressed to, but Shoto replied that he didn't specify. I hesitated, realizing I was asking to see my son's letter. Shoto tightened his grip on the paper before slowly approaching my wife and me, loosening his hold just enough for me to take it. In another part of the city, Tamura Shigaraki heard a loud cry from the room where a child was sleeping. It had been a little under a month since they had brought him there, but he vividly remembered the day he came into their possession. Kurojairi and Tamura were walking near a school when Kurojairi lectured him about being careful. However, Tamura was lost in thought until they heard a scream, one that sounded like it came from a child. They raced toward the sound, curiosity getting the better of them. They arrived just in time to see a child jumping off the roof. As a reflex, Kurojairi opened a warp gate just before the child hit the concrete. Tamura caught him in his arms, careful not to touch him directly. The child appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, with soaked green hair. As Tamura examined the child, Kurojairi suggested they leave him there. Tamura paused, considering the child's appearance, his body marked with burns, frostbite, and bruises. It seemed to be an attempted suicide. Driven by curiosity, Tamura wanted to see what kind of letter the child might have written. He instructed Kurojairi to open a warp gate to the rooftop where the child had jumped. Upon reaching the rooftop, he found a pair of shoes and a note. Reading it, he discovered the child had been abused and had admired heroes, only to realize the truth. Those we called heroes were often the real villains. This child was just like him, cast out by society for something beyond their control. It was a sad realization, as they couldn't take the child with them. He would only be a burden. Tamura searched through the child's backpack and found a few pens and a notebook filled with detailed notes on countless heroes. An idea formed in his mind. This information could be useful. They brought the child back to their base and contacted their supplier, Jiren, known for his connections in the underworld. They sent him a picture of the child and requested a look-alike, specifying that the child should be deceased. To ensure the blood spatter analysis matched, They devised a plan to sedate the lookalike and push him from the same roof. This way, the blood spray would appear natural. They needed to transport the child to their base without disturbing the blood, allowing them to make any necessary alterations. Then, they needed to place him back into the exact position he was in after the initial fall, ensuring that nothing looked out of the ordinary. DNA analysis posed a challenge, but they didn't focus much on that. It was unlikely that the NPA had a reference to compare to if they decided to take a blood sample, as the child didn't seem like a criminal and had no reason to be in the database. Additionally, it was improbable that any hospitals had a sample, considering the serious injuries on the child's body that should have been treated weeks ago. Their plan was more of a gamble or a stall, depending on whether anyone would have any identifying material that went beyond showing a picture to a relative. Jiren arrived at the bar around midnight with a child on a stretcher who resembled the one they were working with. His name was Shindo Yo, a first year at Ketsubutsu High. Hero name, Grand. Immediately, they began their work. First, they needed to erase all traces of the sedative they had used to keep the lookalike from struggling. If the atorphine showed up during the eventual autopsy, this would shift from a suicide to a potential homicide case in the eyes of the NPA. Even if they couldn't flush the entire drag out of his system, they needed to do their best. Fortunately, after a quick blood test, they discovered that the child lying unconscious in one of the spare bedrooms had blood type O, making him a suitable blood donor. They performed the blood transfusion with the boy's blood, effectively flushing out most of the sedative and leaving only trace amounts of M. With that issue resolved, they began reversing the physical alterations that set the two boys apart. To start, they dyed the boy's hair from black to green, one of their defining differences. Then they noticed his eye color. His brown eyes were initially a concern until they contacted Jiren. He introduced them to a product used in the medical field for correcting iris or pupil defects, artificial iris implants. Though not used for cosmetic purposes in the medical field, they could obtain them from the black market. It took several hours, but after their tireless work, the boys were almost identical. The only differences were the lack of freckles and height. However, height was unlikely to matter, as whoever would be identifying the child wouldn't have seen the body in real life. For the freckles, they used black henna to make them as realistic as possible. The last thing they needed was a uniform identical to the boys, which was in Kurogiri's area. They needed to change the boy anyway, so Kurogiri made slight modifications to fit Shindo's form better. With their work completed around 3 in the morning, they carefully transported Shindo's body back to the exact spot they had found him, ensuring to preserve his blood perfectly, and placed him back on the ground. They gazed at their work with pride. He was perfect. As someone ran through the halls toward the room where the child was, they slowly opened the door to see the kid trying to stand up. Although he didn't hit the ground, he had sustained damage to several of his internal organs during his fall. It seemed painful and agonizing to move, so they convinced him to calm down and stay put. After settling down, the boy began asking questions rapidly. They quickly cut him off to end his nonsensical questioning spree before introducing themselves. Then they noticed his eyes. His large, emerald green orbs wandered over their figure, flickering from place to place as he took in the details. It felt nerve-wracking and exposing, as if he could see through their skin to their soul. It was as if he could perceive their deepest thoughts and secrets, even those they hadn't known about themselves, all from the brief moments his eyes wandered. This must be from the years of jotting down notes on the heroes. They would be lying if they denied caring for this kid. Over the past few weeks, they had kept him company and gone through his notebook. The information contained in that little book could be worth a fortune if refined. It was up to date on all the latest heroes and their quirks, making it valuable. They watched his eyes as they wandered until they eventually stopped on their own and began to cloud over in resentment. As Izuku Yagi stared into the man's ruby-red eyes, he felt a wave of pain surge through his brain. He remembered everything. Those ruby-red eyes resembled the eyes he frequently stared into the eyes of Bakugo Katsuki. He remembered who he was and what had happened, what led to this moment, and what brought him here. However, he still didn't know where here was. He acknowledged, in a low growl, that he remembered everything, his words laced with intensity. The tone was foreign, and the words felt even more so, even to him. He could hardly recall speaking that way in the past. Today, he was reborn as a new person with a new mission. He sneered at the thought and laughed to himself. He remembered everything. As Tamura Shigaraki observed the child laughing in hysterics, he couldn't help but feel he had made a good decision in saving the child and bringing him there. The kid was quite the character. He grinned in an immature manner, resembling a child who had just received what they wanted after a tantrum. The boy had been laughing for minutes before abruptly stopping with a straight face, acting as if he hadn't just experienced a psychotic episode. He asked with urgency where he was and how long he had been there. Shigaraki was shocked, to say the least. The boy was acting like a completely different person than he had just moments ago, calm and collected, rather than the confused and nervous kid he had been earlier. Or the wild card laughing a few seconds ago. Though they were all crazy in this business. Izuku Yagi found himself in a precarious situation. He usually wouldn't leak the location of the League of Villains to an outsider, but he didn't plan on allowing the child to leave either. He explained that they were sitting in the main base of the League of Villains. The name, League of Villains, echoed in Izuku's mind as he considered it. The lack of creativity left his mouth dry, and the sheer absurdity of the name suggested that even the person who had thought of it was uninterested. They claimed to be a newly formed organization, still waiting for the right moment to make their grand debut. If they were indeed a new villain organization, they might be looking for recruits. However, Izuku was uncertain of their intentions or motivations, and he wondered if they would even want a quirkless child among them. He asked the man in front of him what their intentions were and what they hoped to gain as villains, his voice tinged with boredom. The man, Shigaraki, paused and grinned as he revealed their intention was to kill All Might. Upon hearing those words, Izuku felt a rush of genuine happiness. For the first time in his life, he felt he knew exactly where he was meant to be. He decided he wanted in. Katsuki Bakugo stood before a crowd of familiar faces, shaking with anxiety. He scanned the rows of people, feeling panic rise within him. As he began to speak about Izuku, his voice broke, and he felt a lump in his throat. He struggled to find the right words, feeling frozen in place. The people dressed in black were crying for Izuku, yet none of them truly knew him. They were all to blame for what had happened. Bakugo reflected on Izuku's pure heart and intentions, realizing he had no right to speak of them. He felt the weight of his guilt as he struggled to express his feelings. His eyes met those of Izumi and Todoroki, who were also speakers at the funeral, looking just as uncomfortable. They understood the truth of what had happened, even if no one else did. Izumi spoke of Izuku's tragedy, emphasizing that the world had lost someone truly caring and compassionate. Izuku had wanted to become a hero not for fame or recognition, but to help others and bring them happiness. Bakugo felt the burden of guilt heavier than ever, knowing that Izuku should never have died that day. Unable to bear the whispers and sympathetic looks, Bakugo placed his flower on the tombstone and dropped dirt onto the closed casket before walking to his mother and hugging her tightly. He silently questioned why Izuku had listened to him and why he had taken his own life. Izuku Yagi found himself in a painful situation, feeling the metallic taste of blood in his mouth. He curled into a fetal position, clutching his stomach as sharp pain coursed through him. Shigaraki had been training him in a harsh and unorthodox manner, leaving him to lie in a pool of his own blood. With all his strength, Izuku rolled over and began to hoist himself up, pushing through the agonizing pain that filled his body. He stood, determined, and mustered the courage to declare that he would not be defeated. This was more than just a fight against Shigaraki, it was a stand against everyone who had ever mocked him. In that moment, he felt he was proving himself to all those who had hurt him, including Bakugo, Izumi, Todoroki, and his parents. He believed that if he could stand his ground against Shigaraki, he could finally find peace. Shigaraki looked at him with a grin, seemingly impressed by his determination. However, there was a twisted nature behind that smile, a malice lurking in his eyes. Izuku realized that he had become tainted and broken, just like Shigaraki. Shigaraki asked if Izuku would truly stand against him, and Izuku recognized that grin all too well. It was the same smirk that Bakugo wore, a representation of villainy that had silenced him for years. Fueled by fury, Izuku glared back, standing his ground as he saw Bakugo in Shigaraki. As Shigaraki charged at him, Izuku shut his eyes in fear but instinctively grabbed Shigaraki's arm and hoisted him upwards, ready to fight back. Then, the protagonists turned on their heels and forcefully brought Shigaraki down to the ground. Shock overtook both their expressions. Recovering quickly, Shigaraki retaliated by sweeping the protagonist's legs out from under them, and the next moment was enveloped in darkness. Tamura Shigaraki had been observing the child who had awakened about a month ago. The first few weeks were dedicated to recovery, as advised by Kurojirai and the master's doctor. They always followed the doctor's guidance, given his credentials. Yagi was an incredibly frail child. He was underfed, skinny, and lacked any combat training, which extended their recruitment and training process. After coughing up blood onto the floor of their training room, Shigaraki kicked Yagi in the gut, calling him weak before leaving. He discovered that provoking Yagi was an effective way to ignite his determination. Shigaraki aimed to elicit a reaction from Yagi. He wanted him to fight back for once in his life. From the snippets of information Yagi had shared, Shigaraki learned that he had always been the target of jokes and bullying, never standing up for himself. Yagi had suffered quietly without a fight. If he was going to make a name for himself or grow into someone who wouldn't shy away from confrontation, he needed to start soon. Just before reaching the door, Shigaraki heard a shuffling noise behind him, followed by muffled words. Yagi declared with all the strength he could muster that he would defeat Shigaraki. After only 1 week of training, he had already improved his pain tolerance and adaptability. This kid was truly remarkable. Shigaraki felt excitement at the thought of Yagi finally learning to stand up for himself. Although it had taken time, this was a significant milestone. It was a moment Yagi would remember for the rest of his life, the first time he had ever stood up for himself. Shigaraki began walking back to Yagi, noticing him tense at his approach. Suddenly he dashed toward him, ready to throw a punch, keeping his thumb tucked in for safety. He knew it was risky, but it was better than causing serious harm. As his fist was about to make contact, Yagi grasped Shigaraki's arm, tightened his grip, and threw him over his head, slamming him into the ground. It was a marvelous display of newfound strength. Shigaraki's pride surfaced as he grinned up at Yagi, feeling a mix of joy and melancholy. Joy bloomed in his heart as he admired Yagi's determination and the madness in his eyes. Melancholy lingered as their game of waiting came to an end, but ultimately, joy prevailed. This was a new high, a thrilling anticipation of what would become of the boy. It warmed Shigaraki's soul to see Yagi's determination and anger transforming into something he could wield like a weapon. Moments later, Shigaraki recovered and kicked Yagi's legs out from under him, causing him to fall and lose consciousness upon hitting the cold floor. Rising from the ground, Shigaraki dusted himself off and picked up Yagi, who was still far lighter than a boy his age should be. Carrying him back to his room, he laid Yagi on his bed and pulled the covers over him. Yagi had yet to decorate his room, perhaps waiting until he truly felt like a part of the league. Once he could take Shigaraki down without complaining about lacking power or quirks, he would be introduced to the master, who would grant him a quirk. But first, Yagi needed to learn to be strong with or without a quirk. Shigaraki placed a wet cloth on Yagi's forehead and gazed down at him, peacefully resting in bed, before leaving. He would never admit it, but he saw Yagi as a little brother. They shared many similarities in their origins, issues, and pasts. The master would surely appreciate him. 3 days had passed since Shota Aizawa learned of All Might's missing son, and during that time, he had received no updates. There was complete silence, neither good nor bad news. This case was unusual. It was the first he had heard of All Might having a son, and the idea that he might have run away was even stranger. Having a pro-hero as a parent was impressive enough, but being the child of the #1 hero in the world would seem like an incredible honor. So, why would he have run away? Aizawa had been resting his eyes in the staff room, contemplating possible answers to questions no one seemed to be asking when he heard the doors open. He opened his eyes to see Namuri and Yamada talking in the doorway. They were among his closest friends, though he was reluctant to admit it. He stood up to greet them, expecting their usual banter, but was surprised to hear them discussing All Might's son instead. Curious, he approached them and asked if they had found him yet. The two looked at him as if he were an alien, prompting Aizawa to clarify that he had encountered All Might the previous night and what he had shared. Their expressions remained perplexed, and after exchanging glances, Nemuri finally spoke, revealing that All Might had not yet informed Aizawa of the situation. The boy had taken his own life just days ago, and Shota had learned of it in a way that felt harsh. His two friends were discussing the tragedy, and it was hard for him to comprehend. Although he hadn't been a fan of All Might as a hero, he thought he would have made a great father. All Might was fun, carefree, and not overly bound by rules, qualities that made for an enjoyable dad. So, hearing that the son of the number one hero had ended his life was shocking. Shota expressed his sorrow, acknowledging how awful the situation was. Through their conversation, he learned the boy's name was Yagi Izuku, a 14-year-old student at Aldra Junior High. His friends were puzzled as to why Izuku would take such a drastic step, which piqued Shota's curiosity. He decided it was time to start his research. Izuku Yagi's perspective shifted as he awoke, his head throbbing. He couldn't recall how long he had been asleep or the events leading up to this moment, but he distinctly remembered standing up for himself. For the first time, he had refused to back down and had fought back instead of letting others overpower him. He finally grasped the purpose behind Shigaraki's training. It was meant to help him grow, and he felt grateful for the lessons learned. As he pushed the thick blankets aside, he noticed bandages covering most of his body. They varied in size and color, some pristine white while others were tinged with pink. Despite the discomfort, he felt a sense of pride. This was the first time he had stood up for himself, and he was making progress. Turning his head, he spotted a glass of water and some aspirin on the nightstand. Shigaraki cared for him, and that realization warmed his heart. Shigaraki and Kurogiri were the closest thing he had to family, showing genuine concern for his well-being, both physically and mentally. After taking the aspirin and water, Izuku dressed in his usual black hoodie and sweatpants. He preferred dark colors that blended into the shadows, a necessity in a world where heroes and villains were often seen in stark contrast. It was frustrating to live in a society that viewed everything as black and white, where one had to be either good or evil. To him, villains were just good people. Once dressed, he joined Shigaraki and Kurogiri at the bar. They were deep in conversation, but Kurogiri quickly checked on him, prompting Shigaraki to acknowledge his presence. After confirming that Izuku was feeling better, Shigaraki playfully pulled him into a headlock, ruffling his hair affectionately while offering words of encouragement. Izuku had learned to accept this rough form of affection. It was just how Shigaraki cared. After a moment, Shigaraki released him, and they shared a light laugh as Izuku rubbed his head. They enjoyed dinner together, racing to see who could finish first while discussing their day. Though Izuku had little to share, having been unconscious for most of it, they still engaged in friendly banter. Afterward, they headed to the game room to play Mario Kart, indulging in the kind of normal family activities that felt comforting. To Izuku, they weren't villains. They were simply misunderstood individuals. Shigaraki was the first person in a long time to treat him like a human being, and he cherished that connection. Despite Shigaraki's competitive nature, it was enjoyable to spend time with him, and Kurogiri was equally kind. In Izuku's eyes, the so-called heroes were the true villains. They didn't deserve the accolades and admiration they received. With the League's help, he was determined to liberate society from the narrow-minded views that confined them. He aimed to free them from the lies perpetuated by those who claimed to be heroes, believing he could save them from themselves. Things changed drastically after Izuku's death. Tashinori noticed that Shoto transferred schools, Katsuki stopped visiting, and Izumi began isolating herself in her room. They all cared deeply for Izuku, and Tashinori sensed that Izumi was struggling to express her feelings around Inko. She avoided eye contact, stopped sharing meals, and rarely spoke, as if she were hiding something significant. Tashinori and Inko were also grieving Izuku's loss. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story behind why Izuku had taken such a tragic step. He couldn't have just randomly felt an urge to jump from a roof, Nor did I think it was entirely my words that could have ever been the reason for such a drastic action. I wanted to ask Izumi if she knew anything about what Izuku had done. However, every time I opened my mouth to speak, the words wouldn't come out. I felt frozen, sad, and hurt. It pained me to even think about what could have possibly led Izuku to make such a choice. Whenever I thought about what could have happened, my throat would tighten, and I felt as if I were suffocating. I wished I could have found him before it was too late. If I had been there for him, maybe I could have stopped him. I just wanted to see my son again. Izuku Yagi's perspective shifted as he sat down to eat Kurojire's homemade katsudon. His cooking was exceptional, transforming simple ingredients into something extraordinary. Kurojire had a unique way of expressing his emotions through his dishes. If he was happy, the food reflected that joy, and if he was upset, the flavors conveyed his frustration. This ability made his meals truly special. Today marked 2 months since Izuku had woken up. 2 months since he had met the people who had given him a home and a sense of family. They were his family. He sensed that they wanted to ask him about why he had jumped that day, but they respected his feelings and allowed him to settle in. It was difficult for him to think about, let alone talk about, but they deserved to know what had brought him to that rooftop on that fateful day. He was far from ready to share, but he felt he owed it to them for everything they had done for him. Throughout the night, Yagi remained quiet, eating his dinner in silence and responding with single words when asked questions. It was unusual not to hear him chatter during dinner. The atmosphere felt almost too quiet. Tamura broke the silence, noticing that Yagi seemed lost. He asked what was wrong, and Yagi hesitated, looking up for the first time that evening. Tamura could sense that Yagi was grappling with something important yet difficult to express. Instead of rushing him, Tamura decided to give him the time he needed to find the right words. Yagi finally spoke, revealing that it had been 2 months since he had joined the league and that he considered them all his family. Tamura pulled him into a hug, recognizing the boy's shyness and vulnerability. Despite being only 18 himself, he saw Yagi as a younger brother. Yagi continued, expressing that he felt they had been giving him the space to share when he was ready. He believed it was time to tell them why he had jumped. As Yagi's words echoed throughout the bar, Tamura felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. All Might had never been his favorite hero, and hearing that he was just as selfish in his personal life as he was in his heroic endeavors made Tamura feel. Heroes, in general, disgusted him. They had all turned their backs on him years ago, just as they had on Yagi Izuku. They all deserved to suffer for their actions. While much of Yagi's story about his experiences with All Might was new to Tamura, it was not surprising to learn about All Might's quirk, One for All, and its ability to be passed from user to user. Tamura had been raised to be his master's successor, so he had learned about the quirk's existence from a young age. The current situation was amusing to him. Yagi's father was All Might, and now he would be on their side. Tamura could only imagine the look on All Might's face upon discovering his son's betrayal. The thought filled him with anticipation, as he relished the idea of witnessing the heroes' reactions as they slowly pieced together the truth. It wasn't just All Might's expression that he looked forward to. Yagi's mother, another hero who had deceived and neglected to save the boy, would also be there to witness the unfolding drama. Izuku was the embodiment of a troubling revelation. Heroes were a poison sweeping across the nation. He was living proof that heroes could not be trusted with their power and influence. Izuku would serve as the evidence needed to unveil the plague that society had invited as protectors. They should have faced consequences for their despicable actions. They should have been held accountable for the destruction of buildings, streets, and futures. They should have been the ones cast out by society, not the innocent. If even the most renowned hero on Earth could go so far as to mentally scar and neglect his own son, who could say that others wouldn't follow in his footsteps? They needed to be stopped. They needed to be held accountable. While the current heroes turned a blind eye to a child in desperate need of help, the future generation of heroes took it a step further. Instead of offering support, they harassed and bullied their peer to the brink of despair. This society was sick. This 14-year-old child had endured so much trauma simply for aspiring to become a hero. His pure intentions, his genuine heart, and his noble ideals had been twisted into something unrecognizable. Another outcast, Another monster just like me. All of this was inflicted by society, by the heroes, all because he was different. The true villains were those who stood by and watched. The real villains were those who tormented a child for being weak. The real villain was society itself, and I would do everything in my power to cleanse this broken world. Alongside the League of Villains, I would strive to rid the world of corruption. I would do everything in my power to liberate those who had been brainwashed by society. I would free humanity from those they called heroes, and then I would take control. Shota Aizawa's perspective shifted as he reflected on the extensive information he had gathered about Yagi Izuku. The records painted him as a delinquent skipping class, sleeping during lessons, failing to submit numerous assignments throughout junior high. While this might explain All Might's failure to mention him, something still felt amiss. Determined to uncover the truth, Aizawa decided to visit the scene of the boy's tragic end and interview some teachers. He hoped to fill in the gaps in the story. After club activities on Thursday evening, he arrived to find only the teachers still on campus. He sought out the principal, who granted him permission to interview a teacher under the pretense of researching a suicide case, technically not a lie. As he walked through the halls from the principal's office, he found the nearest classroom and knocked, receiving a faint response. He introduced himself as Aizawa Shota, a pro-hero and teacher of U.A's Class 1A. The teacher he was addressing had golden and yellow-tinted hair combed back, accentuated by a burgundy dress coat over a red plaid sweater. "The UA High?" the teacher exclaimed, awe evident in his voice. "That's incredible! My name is Suzuki Ryo. How can I help you?" His excitement was palpable. Aizawa got straight to the point, asking if he had taught Yagi Izuku at any point in the last 3 years. He observed as the teacher's expression shifted to one of melancholy as memories surfaced. "Yes, I knew him. I was his homeroom teacher," Suzuki replied, regret lacing his voice. Aizawa noticed a desk in the middle of the classroom overflowing with flowers. It was clear that this teacher held significant insight into the boy's life, and Aizawa needed to learn more. "Would you mind sharing what you know about the student?" Aizawa inquired, sensing that there was more to the story than the official records indicated. As he awaited a response, his suspicions grew stronger. There was undoubtedly more to this child's life than met the eye, and he was determined to uncover the truth. Frustration and anger coursed through Izuku as he lay in bed, staring at the wooden ceiling. He had suppressed his emotions for far too long, but after sharing his story with Shigaraki and Kurogyari, everything had changed. He saw the world in a new light, a dim light. He breathed different air, a bittersweet air. He felt a different blood flowing through his veins, deeper than before. He was different and he was angry. He wanted to confront everyone who had ever laughed at, mocked, or embarrassed him. He wanted them to see that he was no longer the defenseless Deku they once knew. He wanted them to understand that he would still become a hero, but not the one he had always dreamed of being. He would declare from the rooftops that he, the infamous Deku, cast out by everyone, was responsible for dismantling the society that had brainwashed humanity. He wanted them to know that the boy branded as Deku would save them all from the negligence and hypocrisy of the world. He would become the true symbol of peace. Glancing at the clock, he realized he had been awake all night and quickly got to his feet. His schedule, carefully crafted by Shigaraki, allowed him 6 hours of sleep each night, but he often found himself lying awake. Every morning, Shigaraki guided him through the city's alleyways to help him memorize the layout, followed by nearly 5.5 hours of training. Then he would attend classes with Kurogyari, as he was still only 15. As he prepared for breakfast, he recalled an important event approaching next month: the UA entrance exam. It had been nearly 9 months since his death certificate had been signed, 8 months since he had met Shigaraki and Kurogyari, and 7 months since he had begun his training. Shigaraki remarked that I was an unusually fast learner, though whenever the topic arose, I could hear him muttering complaints about feeling old, despite being only a few years my senior. Nevertheless, we were making progress, and the months passed so quickly that it felt surreal to think I had been here for such a long time. Before I had managed to knock Shigaraki down a few months ago, the days seemed to drag on, even more so than when I was legally alive. However, after that day, he began training me with various methods. Instead of just throwing me into the fray, he focused on teaching me technique, which I had been lacking. Over the 7 months of his training, my knowledge of fighting and hand-to-hand combat expanded significantly. While I still couldn't match Shigaraki's skill, having trained in this lifestyle for several years longer than I had, I was definitely improving. I appreciated learning from Shigaraki. My technique and martial arts skills had many flaws, such as how I punched with my thumbs tucked in, mistakenly believing it would protect them, when in fact, that was the wrong way to punch. He also emphasized the importance of proper footing in boxing. Without Shigaraki's guidance, I would never have been able to defend myself effectively. I began my day by brushing my teeth, washing my face, and applying moisturizer and sunscreen. After getting dressed in an ivory hoodie and black jeans, I headed out to the bar for something to eat. A few minutes later, Shigaraki joined me, and we set off for our run. As Shota Aizawa continued his interrogation, his suspicions were confirmed. Mr. Suzuki acknowledged that Yagi was an exceptional student, despite what was noted in his file. He also revealed that Yagi was quirkless and had faced severe bullying as a result. Mr. Suzuki admitted to witnessing Yagi being mistreated at school but had chosen not to intervene, believing Yagi would handle it on his own. He expressed regret, stating that if he could go back, he would have stopped the harassment that his student endured under his watch, though it didn't change the fact that Yagi had suffered while he overlooked it. Aizawa requested the names of the students who bullied Yagi and proceeded to the next classroom, compiling a list of teachers to report to the Tokyo Metropolitan Government Board of Education for their negligence, which had contributed to the preventable suffering of a student. As he walked through each classroom and spoke to nearly every teacher, they all provided similar responses, describing Yagi as kind-hearted with big ambitions, despite his public record. Alongside their consistent observations about his character, they also acknowledged the abuse he faced at school. Most were aware of what was happening and who needed to be disciplined, yet none chose to take action. By the end of his interviews, Aizawa had compiled a lengthy list of names, realizing that the entire school required re-evaluation due to its unorthodox practices and negligence. He made a mental note to address that issue later, focusing instead on the 3 names that consistently emerged during his discussions: Yagi Izuku, Todoroki Shoto, and Bakugu Katsuki. After my lessons with Kurojairi, Shigaraki would train me from 4 in the afternoon until 7:30, focusing on combat techniques. Our sessions, which began at 6:30 in the morning and lasted until noon, were filled with actual teaching. During combat training, we sparred without quirk usage or weapons, relying solely on traditional hand-to-hand combat. We had only been training for 10 or 15 minutes, but I was already performing better than usual. Shigaraki charged at me, preparing to deliver an uppercut. Just before his fist connected with my jaw, I executed a roundhouse kick to his head. His body flew back towards the floor, and I braced myself for him to spring back up and counterattack. However, as I waited, it became increasingly clear that he was not getting up. He was unconscious. I approached him, awestruck, confirming that I had indeed knocked him out. A surge of excitement rushed through me as I realized the magnitude of what I had accomplished. There he lay, with a few traces of blood at his lips and a peaceful expression, solidifying the fact that I, Izuku Yagi, had knocked out Tamura Shigaraki. This was the greatest day of my life. Kneeling down, I attempted to lift Shigaraki to take him to Kurojairi, but I quickly realized I was still too weak for the task. Unsure of what to do, I decided to run to Kurojairi and leave Shigaraki behind. I sprinted as fast as I could, worried that Shigaraki might be hurt, and by the time I reached Kurojairi, I was gasping for air. I managed to get out that Shigaraki was down in the training room, but Kurojairi quickly rushed off to check on him while I collapsed, exhausted, on the floor, waiting impatiently to hear how Shigaraki was doing as I drifted off to sleep. When I awoke, I found myself in my room with a headache and no memory of how I got there. I despised waking up like this, but since I didn't recall falling asleep, I dismissed that possibility. Sitting up quickly, I noticed a glass of water and an aspirin on my nightstand. It dawned on me that I must have hit my head, so I took the medication and water before slowly standing up and spotting Yagi asleep on my couch. Seeing him so peaceful was a stark contrast to the turmoil he had faced. It was heartbreaking to think he had once tried to take his own life. his mind was troubled with thoughts of vengeance and hatred, yet he looked serene as he slept. I grabbed a comforter from my bed and draped it over him before heading to the bar, seeking Kurogiri and his endless fountain of knowledge. As I settled onto a bar stool, I asked Kurogiri what had happened. "I feel like I was hit in the head by a falling vending machine," he said, drinking more of the water he had picked up from the nightstand to soothe his gravel-like voice. Kurogiri responded with a hint of amusement, explaining that young Yagi had kicked him in the head, causing him to pass out shortly after. Young Yagi? He knocked me out? He never thought he would see the day when Yagi had knocked him unconscious. Taking a sip of his water, he recalled the day Kurogiri and he had found Yagi. The boy had been weak, awkward, and unsure how to block a punch. He had come a long way since then, and it was surprising how strong he had become in such a short time. He had not expected Yagi to be ready to meet Master so soon. Kurogiri seemed to read his mind when he asked if he would finally be taking young Yagi to meet All for One. He had always planned to introduce Yagi to Master once he could beat him in a proper fight, although there were still things he wanted to teach him beforehand. Perhaps that was just an excuse. He explained that he thought he could still teach Yagi something before the meeting. He glanced at Kurogiri, who could clearly see through his attempt at stalling but made no objections. As Izuku Yagi opened his eyes, the first thing he noticed was the wallpaper in Shigaraki's room. He had always admired it. The walls were painted a gorgeous burgundy, complemented by mahogany wood floors and shelves. Thanks to his complaints, Shigaraki had recently added several green plants to the windowless room, large Madagascar dragon trees in the corners and smaller plants on the shelves. He suspected they were fake, as Shigaraki had a knack for unintentionally destroying anything he touched. In addition to the plants, Shigaraki had invested in some nice abstract paintings and busts. In the corner of the room, Shigaraki had an extravagant gaming setup with multiple monitors, screens, and keyboards, which was, of course, his favorite part of the room. Yagi looked over to Shigaraki's bed to see if he had woken up yet, but finding it empty, he shot up to look for him, noticing the blanket that had previously been draped over him. Shigaraki truly was like an older brother, more caring than his biological family ever was. He didn't care what anyone said. Shigaraki wasn't a villain or a criminal. They were all just misunderstood. Pulling himself from his thoughts, he made his way toward the bar, knowing Kurogiri would be there, and Shigaraki was likely with him. As he suspected, Shigaraki was engaged in conversation with Kurogiri. He mentioned that he thought there was still more he could teach Yagi before the meeting with Master. Yagi, filled with curiosity, asked what else he could teach him and who Master was. Both Shigaraki and Kurogiri turned their attention to him as he approached an empty bar stool and sat down, but neither answered his questions. After a moment, Shigaraki asked how Yagi would feel about learning to handle firearms. Yagi grinned and nodded in anticipation of the fun they would have, though one question lingered in his mind. Who was Master? As the sharp sound of gunfire echoed in his ears, Yagi struggled to cover them, knowing Shigaraki would reprimand him if he failed. When Shigaraki began training him with guns, he had instructed him to wear specially made sound-canceling headphones to protect his ears. However, they had realized that he wouldn't be wearing them outside of training, so Shigaraki decided it would be better to train his ears to handle the sound of a speeding bullet as it shot from the barrel. As a result, they had encountered many challenges during his training due to his sensitive ears, but over the past month, his accuracy, consistency, and precision had improved significantly. Shigaraki also thought it would be beneficial for Yagi to learn how guns functioned. To understand their mechanisms, he wanted Yagi to learn how to disassemble and reassemble a gun. While Yagi struggled with reassembling them, he could take a gun apart in 38 seconds. It was called field stripping. Aside from his training advancements, an interesting event was approaching, the famous UA entrance exam, scheduled for February 26th, which was tomorrow. Yagi had hoped to observe the exam, partly to satisfy his curiosity about what could have been, but also to spy on the future students. Fortunately, Shigaraki had rescheduled his training for the day after, as he needed to meet someone. With excitement coursing through his veins, Yagi fired his weapon one last time, striking the target in the chest before packing up and heading to the bar for dinner. The mental strain of Shigaraki's training was intense, so it was natural for him to feel as hungry as an alley cat by dinner time. He quickly sat down on a stool and began to devour Kurojire's homemade sashimi. His cooking was so amazing that Yagi almost forgot to notice the unusual neatness of the bar. After consuming enough food to satisfy his hunger, he noticed an extra plate set on the table. He asked Kurojire why there was an extra place set, wondering if someone was joining them for dinner. Kurojire explained that they had arranged for one of their new recruits to meet them for more details about their assignment. The recruit would be posing as a student at UA High this next term. Yagi's mind raced at the thought of a member of the league posing as a UA student. The plan was brilliant. By infiltrating the school, they could gather crucial information about the hero's quirks, weaknesses, strengths, schedules, and any other vital details needed to undermine them from within. Shigaraki's voice broke through the moment, confirming the thought. The speaker turned to see him sitting nearby, a slight chuckle escaping him. Kurojire confirmed the muttering, and for a brief moment, the atmosphere was calm. That peace shattered when the doors burst open, revealing a newcomer who appeared to be around their age, entering with an energetic presence. In the surveillance room, Shota Aizawa observed All Might and Attraction seated with Principal Nizu. He leaned against the wall, keeping his distance, still grappling with the complexities of their children's challenging relationships. As he monitored the screens, his attention was drawn to three students, Bakugo Katsuki, Todoroki Shoto, and Yagi Izumi. He noted the pride on All Might and Attraction's faces as they watched their daughter. Aizawa's gaze hardened as he scrutinized the students. Despite their talents, he doubted they could ever embody the true essence of heroes. Their past behavior suggested they lacked the compassion required for selfless acts. He believed that if they couldn't genuinely care for others, they would ultimately fail in their roles as heroes. Even if they matured, their past mistakes would haunt them, and any potential career could be cut short by a simple online search. His focus shifted back to the screens as the panel of judges activated the zero-pointer robot. A crisis would reveal a person's true character, and he watched as Yagi Izumi rescued another student, earning her more points. It was clear she would be joining Class 1A. On the day of the exam, Izuku Yagi awoke with excitement, eager to see the new recruit in action. Quick shower, he found himself lost in thoughts about his sister and their past encounters. He felt a mix of emotions: resentment, fear, and a lingering sense of powerlessness. Despite his training and newfound strength, the thought of facing them again made him tremble. They had left a mark on him that he feared would never fade. After getting dressed, he joined Kurojire for breakfast, who served him a delicious meal. Izuku requested a warp gate to UA, hoping to observe the new recruit and the aspiring heroes in action. Kurojire agreed, and soon Izuku found himself atop the tallest building overlooking the exam training field. He concealed his identity with a hood and mask, aware of the potential risks of being spotted. As students began to fill the arena, he felt a surge of emotions, particularly when he spotted Izumi. Shaking off the feelings, he turned his attention to the new recruit, who was impressively dismantling the robots with ease. His skepticism faded as he watched their performance. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and a massive robot with a red zero painted on it emerged. The sheer size and threat of the situation caught him off guard, highlighting the examiner's disregard for the student's safety in such a dangerous scenario. Uncertainty clouded my thoughts as I considered the upcoming exam. It was reassuring that the test was challenging enough to ensure that only the truly strong could pass, as much as I had disliked hearing that growing up. Strength was essential for a hero, or at the very least, the resourcefulness to confront formidable villains, like the one simulated in this test. However, these were just kids, likely with minimal training. They aspired to attend UA for guidance, so throwing them into such a perilous situation felt wrong. As expected, a brunette student found herself trapped under debris, just a few hundred meters from the advancing robot, which showed no signs of slowing down. The examiners and other students merely watched, seemingly indifferent. This exemplified the incompetence of the heroes we were supposed to rely on. Just before the brunette was in danger, a familiar figure leaped into action, delivering a powerful blow that sent the robot crashing down. It was my sister. However, the aftermath was grim as I witnessed her legs and arms shatter before she began to fall. I felt a fleeting satisfaction until the girl she had saved slapped her, causing her to float momentarily before gently descending to the ground. Frustration welled within me. Today marked the beginning of a new term, and I groaned as I rolled down the hallway in my yellow sleeping bag. I had almost forgotten about All Might's daughter and her friends being in my class until I spotted them in the doorway. Clearing my throat and suppressing my disapproval, I began my usual speech and directed them to gather outside. Once outside, I explained that we would conduct a quirk assessment test to gauge their abilities. The top scorer was Bakugo Katsuki, who, during his demonstration, shouted a rather aggressive remark. He was exactly the type of student I had anticipated. I questioned how he believed that a profession aimed at saving lives suited him. Suppressing my disbelief, I continued my explanation. I overheard some students expressing excitement about the test, which pushed me to make the class more meaningful. I informed them that the student who placed last would be expelled immediately. This announcement elicited protests about fairness and timing, which only fueled my growing frustration with 3 specific students: the school board's lack of thorough background checks, and the pampered attitudes of the children I was tasked with mentoring. I challenged them, asking if they thought natural disasters or power-hungry villains were fair. I emphasized that the world was filled with unfairness and that it was a hero's duty to combat it. To succeed as professionals, they would need to push themselves to their limits. UA would present one challenge after another over the next 3 years, and they needed to show me they belonged there. With that settled and my students motivated, we began the test. I bit my tongue, having said what needed to be said but still feeling the weight of an important conversation I needed to have with 3 of them. As I observed and marked their performances, I tried to keep my personal feelings in check. Eventually, it was time to announce who would be leaving us. The lowest score belonged to Mineta Minoru. I dismissed him, noting the surprise of some students at my adherence to my word, and sent the rest away. I called Bakugo Katsuki, Todoroki Shoto, and Yagi Izumi to stay behind. With the others gone, I could finally express my thoughts. I addressed the 3 of them, who looked at me with confusion and suspicion, as if they feared I knew their secret. I made it clear that I was aware of their actions and expressed my disbelief that they had made it into the hero course. I emphasized that their lack of accountability was troubling and that I would be watching them closely. One mistake could lead to their expulsion. I reminded them that empathy for human life was essential for anyone aspiring to be a hero. The tension in the air was palpable as I spoke, and I knew this would be a challenging year ahead. Meanwhile, I had been observing the test with confidence in my daughter's abilities. She had worked hard, and although she had yet to master one for all, she possessed her own quirk to rely on. When Aizawa revealed the scores and expelled one of his students, I felt a pang of sympathy for the boy. Such tests could not fully determine who would become a good hero, as true heroism encompassed heart and courage, qualities not measured in a quirk evaluation. It was their first day, and they were there to learn how to handle and improve their quirks, something they had not experienced in a school setting before. While the evaluation was necessary for Aizawa's mentoring, I personally believed it was insufficient for deciding who would continue on their journey to becoming heroes. My thoughts were interrupted when Aizawa called my daughter's name, along with her friends, asking them to stay after class. What could he want with them on the first day? The listener carefully stayed out of sight, confused by the bits of conversation that reached their ears. The words were fragmented but alarming, mentioning repercussions for actions and a lack of empathy for human life. It was enough to capture attention and stir shock. As he walked away, the listener noticed tears rolling down their daughter's cheeks. Just as they were about to console her, she spoke through her sobs, expressing disbelief at how someone had found out about their secret. She thought they had been careful enough to keep it hidden. Katsuki, visibly distressed, gripped his hair and questioned whether they could face serious consequences if the truth came out. Shoto, pacing anxiously, snapped back, admitting he had no idea about the legal ramifications, as this was a situation he had never encountered before. In that moment, everything began to fall into place. Shoto's recent school transfer, Katsuki's absence, and Izumi's inability to meet their gaze were all connected to Izuku's tragic fate. The listeners' anger surged, fueled by the realization that their son's death was tied to their actions, and they had chosen to keep it from them. They felt a deep need to confront Izumi when she returned home. Upon arriving home, the listeners' fury and confusion boiled over, leading them to slam the door shut, shaking the house. Inko, sensing the tension, approached to ask what was wrong. The listener explained what they had overheard, and Inko's expression mirrored their own anger and confusion. Just then, Izumi walked in, greeting them as if nothing was amiss. The listener's voice, rough with anger, called out to Izumi, causing her to tense up. They had never been angry with her before. They revealed that they had overheard her conversation with Aizawa and her friends, watching as her expression fell and color drained from her face. The listener pressed her for the truth, their voice softening but still laced with frustration. Izumi finally met their gaze, tears welling in her eyes. She opened her mouth to speak but struggled to find the words. The listeners' impatience grew, and they raised their voice, demanding to know what she had done. Inko stood by, trying to process the gravity of the situation. The question of whether their daughter was involved in their son's death hung heavily in the air. This was one of the hardest moments the listener had faced, second only to reading their son's letter. Izumi finally spoke, her voice faint and filled with regret. She admitted that she never intended for things to turn out this way, confessing that she felt responsible for Izuku's absence. Overcome with emotion, she collapsed to the floor, tears flowing freely. Inko broke down, sobbing uncontrollably, while the listeners stood frozen in shock. This couldn't be real, it felt like a nightmare. The listener remained silent, staring at Izumi, who had just admitted to having some role in their son's death. Sitting beside Inko on the couch, a whirlwind of emotions surged within them. They were at a loss for how to process this revelation, unsure of how to react or what questions to ask. The only thoughts that surfaced were, "What did you do, and why?" Yet, they hesitated, unsure if they were ready to hear the answers. They glanced at Izumi, who shifted nervously, mirroring their discomfort. Despite their fear of what she might say, the listener needed to know the truth. They repeated their question quietly but firmly, urging her to speak. Izumi, looking down in shame, remained silent for a moment before finally responding. She explained that she had wanted Izuku to stop dreaming about becoming a hero. She believed that, as a quirkless individual, he would be at a disadvantage against villains who were ruthless and merciless. She expressed her fear that pursuing heroism would only lead to his demise, citing the dangers even powerful heroes faced in battle. Inko sighed, recalling a past confrontation with a villain that had left her injured. Izumi's words resonated with the listener, who realized the weight of her concerns. Even the strongest heroes could fall victim to the brutality of their world. Now imagine if quirkless Izuku were to put himself out there and challenge a villain. What would happen? It was unlikely that a villain would take pity on him for lacking a quirk. He would be defeated in seconds. She paused, reflecting on her words. All she intended was to show him that reality. She never meant for things to escalate so drastically. Curiosity led me to question her further, wondering what she truly meant. She fell silent, and her lack of response spoke volumes. The image of Izuku from the last day we saw him flashed in my mind, along with the questions I had planned to ask him when he returned home. Where did he get those bruises? It all started to make sense. Izumi was trying to demonstrate that without a quirk, he would have stood no chance. She must have been the one to cause those bruises. A wave of nausea washed over me. After a long pause, I spoke again, my voice soft yet filled with disbelief. How could she have done this? The bruises she was responsible, wasn't she? She looked away and nodded cautiously. Kaken was the one who encouraged him to jump, she explained wearily, admitting that they never thought he would actually go through with it. Inko gasped, her heart breaking at the revelation. My baby boy, she sobbed, tears brimming in her eyes. I wrapped my arms around her, trying to provide comfort while grappling with my own emotions. It didn't matter what they had thought, I insisted, my voice rising slightly. They had hurt him, and now he was gone. She looked up at me, shame evident on her face, but frustration also flickered in her expression. She argued that I couldn't possibly think she was the only one to blame. I wasn't much better than she was. At least she was admitting her part, but what about me? What about us? I replied wearily. Sure, I had bullied him, but they had neglected him. They had left him to fend for himself all this time, and now here we were, discussing responsibility. I was confused by her accusations. Neglected him? How could she think that? We had always been there for him. On his first day of junior high, we had celebrated with him. On his 10th birthday, we had thrown him a party. The memories flooded my mind, and I felt a wave of guilt wash over me. We had sat in silence for what felt like hours, staring at the fireplace, trying to recall at least one positive memory of Izuku after we learned he was quirkless. But no matter how hard I tried, nothing came to mind. All I could think about was why. I had been born quirkless too, and I had hated my life. Back then, it wasn't as uncommon to be born quirkless, but it was still just as taboo. At school, students ignored me and teachers were indifferent. I often worked on group projects alone, always the first out in dodgeball. It wasn't outright bullying, but it was enough to make me feel different and isolated. What was worse was my family. They cared too much, suffocating me with love, treating me like I was fragile, too delicate to do anything significant. Their plan for me was to stay close, never too far from their watchful eyes. They meant well, but their paranoia stifled me. I felt trapped and alone, burdened by their worries. I didn't want that kind of life for my son. When we discovered he was quirkless, I wanted to give him time to process it. That was all I had wanted when I was younger, time to myself. But somewhere along the way, some time to process turned into months, then years. I felt awful. I had done the exact opposite of what I intended. I didn't want him to feel isolated in a room full of friendly faces, yet he felt alone among strangers. I covered my mouth with one hand as tears filled my eyes, turning to Inko, who seemed to understand the weight of our actions. We had failed him. As Izuku stepped through the warp gate, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of fresh tempura. He inhaled deeply, savoring the delightful scent. Kurojire's cooking was exceptional, and he eagerly made his way to the counter to enjoy a meal that never disappointed. Kurojire had redefined deliciousness, and Izuku devoured the food without hesitation. As he looked around, he noticed the absence of his friend. It had been a while since Shigaraki had returned. He asked Kurojire if Shigaraki was back yet, to which Kurojire replied sarcastically that the young master had yet to grace them with his presence. Izuku chuckled at the comment, hoping Shigaraki would return soon. He was looking forward to their training session in Night Squad, eager to test his skills against him. Setting aside his thoughts, he continued to enjoy his tempura, engaging in a light conversation with Kurojire. However, it wasn't the same without Shigaraki's vibrant personality. Just then, Shigaraki entered, hesitantly scanning the bar until his anxious gaze landed on Izuku. The worried look on his face was unusual, raising Izuku's suspicions. "Shigaraki, are you okay?" Izuku asked, bewildered by his demeanor. Shigaraki took a moment before nodding at Kurojire, who was adjusting to the situation. Then, he approached Izuku, his tone serious. "Yagi, we've known each other for 9 months now. You've been here for almost 10, he stated, walking toward Izuku with caution. Panic surged through Izuku. Was he being kicked out? Were they abandoning him? Had he done something wrong? Kurojire quickly reassured him, insisting that wasn't the case. Shigaraki continued, acknowledging Izuku's rapid improvement in training. He had always been bright and quick-thinking, and now, due to his incredible abilities and newfound combat knowledge, he was finally ready. The warmth of the sun hit Toshinori Yagi's face as blinding beams of light shined down on him. He felt blades of grass sway against his figure, and the smell of cedar filled his nose. The rustling of vigorous winds rang through his ears. He placed flowers in the designated area and knelt before the tombstone that bore the name of a child who had died too soon, a child who had suffered too much, a child he had failed to save. His son. Toshinori could only pray that his son had forgiven him for what he had done. He cried and begged for forgiveness and mercy, although if he were Izuku faced with the same situation, he would have ignored such pleas. Toshinori and his wife had come here to apologize to their son. After the funeral, they had only visited on Izuku's birthday, The one day out of the year he had been gone, not including the funeral. It was shameful how infrequently they had come to visit their deceased son after everything that had happened. Strangely enough, the tombstone had already been cleaned, and there were fresh flowers when they arrived. Izumi had mentioned that Izuku had no friends, making it odd that someone had come here to clean up. Izumi, Inko, and Toshinori had been working on rebuilding their relationship after their recent encounter. They believed that was what Izuku would have wanted. Izumi had also been sharing stories about what Izuku was like, as they knew so little about him. It was honestly shameful that they knew nothing about their son. Although he was gone, he would forever live on in their hearts. After the day Aizawa-sensei confronted them about Izuku, Katsuki Bakugo, Izumi, and Shoto Todoroki had been extra cautious around him. They later discovered that Mr. and Mrs. Yagi had learned about their actions as well. Class 1A had a free PRD, and the others decided to conduct some get-to-know-me-better games. Katsuki found the activities lame. Izumi dragged him into one of the exercises, making him interact with the others. They asked questions like why they wanted to be heroes and other random topics. When it was his turn, he stood up and left without a word. The others responded with comments like they didn't expect much from him. Izumi pulled him back to answer, so he tried to think of something. Truthfully, he didn't know why he was there. Initially, it was to prove he was the best, to show everyone his strength. But now, after everything that had happened, he was unsure. He glanced at Izumi, and she understood that he felt lost. She filled the silence with her own vulnerability. Taking a deep breath, she began to speak. She wanted to become a hero for her brother. She explained that he had died last year, and she needed to put things right. Katsuki and Shoto were likely the only ones who understood that she wanted to help people to make up for how much she had hurt him. Despite the lack of context, everyone felt the power behind her words. Her brother had wanted to help people too, and now he would never get the chance. It had all happened so suddenly, and she never had the opportunity to tell him how much she loved him. Her voice trembled as she spoke, and tears filled her eyes. Shoto was the first to react, hugging her as she cried. She whispered faintly that she had never even had the chance to apologize. Izuku Yagi woke up abruptly, his head colliding with another. He held his head in pain and looked to his side, where an injured Shigaraki sat. He groaned in pain as Shigaraki chuckled slightly. He had overslept. It was nearly 10 in the morning, and they were supposed to meet Master soon. Panic surged through him as he rushed to get ready, scrambling through his morning routine. Barely had time to dry his hair before racing through the hallways, feeling as if he were outrunning a bullet train. Shigaraki waited impatiently for him, and they quickly hopped through a warp gate, transported to a dark room. There, in the shadows, sat a man dressed in a suit, his face obscured except for his mouth, surrounded by life preservers and 4 bags. Shigaraki nudged Izuku forward, and he walked toward the man, feeling a mix of nerves and excitement. The man introduced himself as All for One, and Izuku was struck by the revelation that he was responsible for the existence of All Might's quirk, One for All. Embarrassed, Izuku rambled on about himself, flustered by the encounter. All for One listened attentively, and Izuku felt a sense of kindness emanating from him. He shared his feelings of being wronged by the heroes, expressing the pain of being cast aside. His heart throbbed as he explained his hardships, and he spoke with a mix of anger and determination, revealing his motives and ideals. All for One turned to Shigaraki, then back at Izuku Yagi, and said something that left him in disbelief. He proposed the idea of making Yagi's ambitions a reality, offering the means to confront those who had belittled him, betrayed him, and plagued the world, those who called themselves heroes. Yagi listened in awe as All for One continued, suggesting that he could possess a quirk. Izuku felt the wind against his face as he soared through the air, adrenaline surging through his veins. It was exhilarating. He was returning home after tying up a loose end. A man, covered in blood, pleaded for mercy, promising not to speak. Izuku crouched down, brandishing a weapon, and silenced him. When he finally stood up, splattered with the remnants of the encounter, he dialed Shigaraki's number. After 2 rings, Shigaraki answered, immediately inquiring if the task was complete. Izuku, slightly annoyed, confirmed it was done, questioning why Shigaraki would even ask. After ending the call, he made his way home, taking a deep breath to relax and feeling his body begin to float. Upon entering the bar, he sat down for dinner. It had been 10 weeks since he received his quirks, and the new semester at UA High School had started 2 weeks prior. Since acquiring his abilities, Shigaraki and Kurogyari had been sending him on various missions to gain experience. While he was out handling their tasks, they remained at the bar, plotting their next move against the heroes. The teachers at UA were pro-heroes, and their defenses were formidable, leaving little room for error. Kurogyari interrupted Yagi's thoughts by placing 2 plates of food in front of him. Grateful, he began to eat, appreciating the extra food meant to sustain his energy. One of his new abilities was particularly draining. As he enjoyed his steaming hot udon, the door burst open, revealing the new recruit. Tamura Shigaraki entered through the warp gate, supporting a weary Yagi. The strain of the new abilities bestowed upon him, along with modifications to his body, had taken their toll. Shigaraki was unaware of the specifics of Yagi's quirks, only that he had 3. A twinge of jealousy crept in as he considered why Yagi received 3 quirks while he had only 1. However, he reassured himself that he would eventually inherit all for one's quirk when the time came. He was the true successor, not Yagi. Gently, Shigaraki laid Yagi on his bed, noting the bare room that only featured a black paint job and a black bed cover. He approached Kurogyari at the bar, who appeared anxious upon hearing about Yagi's multiple quirks. Shigaraki questioned why it mattered, but Kurogyari expressed concern for Yagi, worried that the newfound power could change him. Shigaraki pondered this. How different could Yagi become? Kurogyari suggested that it was difficult to say, and they would have to wait and see. Despite not being as close to Yagi as Shigaraki was, Kurogyari still cared about him. Putting aside thoughts of a changed Yagi, they decided to focus on training. Izuku awoke in his bed, feeling drained and weak. Frustrated, he stood up, pushing through the pain and fatigue. He wandered to the bar, searching for signs of life, but found none. Annoyed, he wondered where Kurogyari kept the leftovers. Approaching the fridge, he discovered it was locked, prompting an outburst of frustration. Who locks a refrigerator? He grumbled about Kurogyari's odd habits and decided to go out instead. After grabbing his hoodie, mask, and wallet, he left a note explaining his departure. The rain outside provided a perfect cover for a figure in a black hoodie. He chuckled at the thought of using the rain as an excuse and headed to a nearby Yoshinoya restaurant, a place he used to visit on his birthday. Though he often ate alone, he found joy in the experience, especially since it was affordable. Seated at a wooden table away from others, he ordered a beef bowl, savoring the familiar flavors. He devoured his meal quickly, still hungry, and ordered miso soup and white rice. While waiting, he overheard voices that once terrified him. He looked up to see Bakugo Katsuki, Todoroki Shoto, and his sister. Trying to remain unnoticed, he sank deeper into his hoodie, hoping to avoid their attention. I didn't have the self-esteem for this today. I got my food and ate it as quickly as possible. The sooner I finished and paid, the sooner I could leave. Todoroki asked if they were going to Izuku's grave after this, which made the table fall silent. I wondered why they would go to my grave as I continued to eat. Izumi then spoke about how getting into UA was Izuku's dream and how she wanted him to know that she had done it for him. I couldn't help but feel a mix of disbelief and irritation. Did she really think she had the right to say that after everything? I asked for the bill, paid, and walked out. As I glanced back, I caught Todoroki looking at me, and it felt like he could see right through me. His voice turned dry, drawing the attention of the others. I quickly turned my head away, hoping they wouldn't notice me as I exited through the glass door. Once outside, I felt their eyes on me as I passed the window. The thought of my family confronting me sent a shiver down my spine. I navigated through the crowd of people rushing to escape the rain, feeling increasingly annoyed. To avoid the chaos, I decided to take the alleyways. Shigaraki had helped me navigate these paths before, so I knew where I was going. As I ventured deeper into the alleys, I heard a piercing scream from a nearby passage. I glanced in and saw a pro hero and a man dressed in black, with knives visible on his torso and a large sword on his back. Ribbons flowed from his head and neck, and he had his sword pointed at the neck of the pro hero, who I recognized as Air Jet. The hero's desperate cries for help echoed in the alley before the man's sword struck. I watched in shock as the scene unfolded. Blood sprayed from Air Jet's neck, and the man turned his attention toward me, beginning to walk in my direction. I instinctively dodged back, narrowly avoiding him. I quickly assured him that I wouldn't tell anyone what I had seen, muttering that the hero was not worth saving. The man squinted at me and sheathed his weapon. I introduced myself as Yagi Izuku, leaning against the wall and extending my hand. He responded with a single word, Stain. I was taken aback. This was the infamous hero killer, Stain. My excitement bubbled over, but I soon realized I had left my bag behind. Frustrated, I muttered under my breath about forgetting my notebook. Stain asked what was wrong, and I explained my embarrassment at not having it for an autograph. I admired him for taking down false heroes who abused their power. As he started to walk away, I followed, eager to learn from him. I asked how he had learned to throw knives with such precision, but before I could finish, he drew his sword and held it to my neck. I grinned, explaining that I wanted to be just like him. He demanded to know my morals. I understood now. I wanted to rid the world of the so-called heroes who only sought fame and fortune. They didn't deserve the praise they received. He considered my words for a moment before agreeing to train me. My heart raced with joy at the prospect. Meanwhile, Tamura Shigaraki was worried about me. It had been a week since I had fallen unconscious, and he and Kurojiri had gone to see Master to check on me. After their meeting, Kurojiri opened a warp gate back to the base, and Shigaraki went to check on me, only to find I was missing. Panicking, he asked Kurojiri if he had seen me. Just then, I entered the base, drenched and covered in blood. Shigaraki questioned where I had been and who the man with me was. I explained that I had gone to Yoshinoya and ran into Stain. Shigaraki noted that I was acting differently, and I excitedly declared that Stain would be training me. Weeks passed, and Stain had been training me diligently. One day, while I was eating udon, a new recruit burst through the door, asking if we had decided when to attack my school. It was clear they wanted us to say no. Shigaraki responded that infiltrating the school wouldn't be easy, causing the recruit to gulp nervously before suggesting he knew when we should do it. I felt refreshed as I inhaled the dewy morning air. Mornings were my favorite for this reason, especially during Tokyo's rainy season. My role as the league's UA infiltrator was to gather information about UA High School from the inside and report back to them, preparing for the moment to strike at the hero's weakest points. Although the students lacked access to information about UA's vulnerabilities, the character felt uncertain about their usefulness to the league. They sensed they were becoming a burden, believing the league could manage without them. Motivated to contribute, they stood up from their seat and approached Mr. Aizawa's desk, hiding a mischievous grin that they were sure no one noticed. They asked Mr. Aizawa if they could use the restroom, and he gave a brief nod, allowing them to rush through the large doors. Once in the restroom, they checked every stall and the hallway before activating their invisibility quirk. All for one had recognized the importance of stealth for their role in the league and had granted them a second quirk that allowed them to turn invisible. However, they knew that in a school as vigilant as UA, this ability needed to be enhanced. Invisibility was useful, but to truly succeed in their mission, they needed more. Their quirk also enabled them to control their body temperature, allowing them to match the heat signature of any room they entered. This meant they could remain undetectable as long as they moved quietly and avoided leaving footprints. They called this quirk Dissipate. Using Dissipate to its full potential, they searched the halls for anything that could aid the league and stumbled upon a room labeled the Archive. To their surprise, it was unguarded, despite housing sensitive information about students and teachers. They felt a thrill at the thought of exploiting this knowledge. While suppressing the urge to clear their throat, they sifted through files for schedules or timetables that could reveal when the heroes would be less concentrated. Suddenly, they found a file labeled USJ and read that it referred to an off-campus training facility for natural disasters. Flipping through the file quickly, They learned it was supervised by a pro hero named 13, who operated alone. The character noted that the USJ was far enough from the school that no one would hear the commotion of heroes in training. They also observed that the facility was equipped with alarms, a reflection of UA's paranoia. However, they reasoned that any villain with an electric quirk could easily disable them. Continuing to examine the file, they discovered a timetable indicating that their class would visit the USJ with All Might and Mr. Aizawa the following week. A grin spread across their face as they realized the opportunity this presented. They quickly tucked the relevant files under their blazer and rushed to their locker, stashing the documents in a hidden compartment in their backpack, confident that even UA's scrutiny wouldn't uncover them. After securing the files, they returned to the bathroom, deactivated Dissipate, and walked back to class as if nothing had happened. They greeted their classmates with a smile and took their seat, pleased to note they had only been gone for 12 minutes and 32 seconds. In another part of the school, Izuku Yagi observed as the new recruit dashed toward them, excitement radiating from their every move. They announced they had discovered the perfect time for an attack on UA and slammed a large file down on the table, revealing the USJ training facility. As the recruit explained the facility's isolation, Shigaraki examined the file with keen interest. The recruit pointed out that All Might would be present during their class's visit. Shigaraki's expression shifted to one of delight as he formulated a plan. He proposed gathering a group of villains to attack alongside them and suggested using Kurogiri's quirk to separate Class 1A throughout the USJ, making it easier to target All Might. They had been developing monsters known as Nomu, intending to use them to eliminate the symbol of peace. The excitement in his voice evoked a scoff from the listener, who rolled their eyes at the plan. The man, sensing the disdain, turned toward them with a hint of agitation, inquiring if something was wrong. The response was flat, expressing that the plan was far from impressive. He challenged them, asking what they would do instead, his voice laced with menace. A smirk formed on their face, intrigued by the unfolding situation. In a dimly lit bar, the UA traders sat on a red leather couch, their fingers mindlessly fidgeting with the material. Their thoughts were consumed by the impending event dubbed the Fall of a Titan, the League's planned attack aimed at bringing down All Might. Despite having worked hard to make this possible, a wave of nausea washed over them. Was this truly right? Was it justice? Doubts surged through their mind, undermining their confidence. They had made friends and found a place where they felt they belonged, yet uncertainty gnawed at them. Perhaps they should warn the heroes or confess their actions to those who cared about them, allowing them to prepare for the upcoming attack and potentially prevent harm to their friends. As they continued to fidget with the couch, their leg bounced restlessly, lost in thought. They were not alone in the bar. Yagi approached, suspicion glimmering in his eyes as he observed them from behind a glass of water. There was something about him that could instill a unique kind of fear, one that was both unsettling and intriguing. Caught off guard, they stammered, standing up and preparing to leave if necessary, though they knew he was likely faster. Yagi raised an eyebrow and moved closer, reminding them that they were alone while the rest of the League was out looking for allies. His approach sent a shiver down their spine, prompting them to instinctively step back until they hit the wall. They attempted to evade him again, but he was quicker, placing his hands beside their head, effectively trapping them. He lowered his head to meet their gaze, and they couldn't help but notice how his height had changed since they first met. The rumors suggested that his body had been altered to accommodate his powers. He spoke softly, asking again what was wrong. His proximity made them acutely aware of his presence, and they felt a lump form in their throat as they looked into his bright emerald eyes. Gathering their composure, they thought that perhaps Yagi would understand their dilemma better than anyone else in the League. Taking a deep breath, they prepared to speak, but Yagi interrupted, questioning if they were having second thoughts. His intensity was palpable, and even with an understanding of his true intentions, their heart raced in response to his closeness. His face was mere inches from theirs, and they took in every detail, feeling their heartbeat echo in their ears. Taking their silence as confirmation, Yagi's expression shifted, narrowing his eyes as he prepared to speak again. In another part of the bar, Izuku Yagi reflected on the situation with a sense of malevolence. He considered his options, knowing it would be better to address the issue sooner rather than later. The thought of eliminating the problem crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it, recognizing the value of their contributions. He pondered why they would want to abandon everything they had worked for, smirking as he waited for a response. They stuttered, clearly shaken, and he couldn't help but reflect on how similar they once were. Ignoring the connection they shared, he watched as they took a shaky breath and began to speak again, expressing their newfound friendships and questioning if the heroes were truly as bad as they had believed. Their uncertainty stirred something within him, a mix of anger and frustration at the praise the heroes received. Despite the turmoil within, he knew he needed to remain composed and think through the situation before revealing his true feelings. The way one speaks or acts in front of someone with a differing opinion can influence them to either dig in their heels or consider another perspective. It was essential for them to see my side. Recomposing myself, I thought about the person in front of me. What were they like? Did they respond better to gentle words or intimidation? Inwardly smiling, I realized that anger was definitely the way to go and began to consider their reasoning for wanting to abandon the plan so rashly. They had friends now. Abruptly, I spoke, grabbing them by the collar of their shirt and lifting them off the ground. I asked them, with narrowed eyes, if they remembered what had been done to them. The UA trader's perspective shifted as they emerged from the alleyway where they had been dragged. Their voice, strained and hoarse, called out for help, desperation evident in their red eyes and tear-stained cheeks. The burns and bruises on their small body, along with their ragged clothes, confirmed their dire situation. Without hesitation, they ran into the safety of the closest hero in sight, All Might, the hero they had always idolized. Looking into his eyes felt like a breath of fresh air and a ray of sunshine. For the first time, they felt safe. With all the courage they could muster, they pleaded for him to save them, hoping he would provide the safety they so desperately needed. However, All Might's response shattered their hopes. He explained that he had to leave for his daughter's birthday, assuring them another hero would arrive soon. Despite his cheerful demeanor, his eyes remained cold and distant as he jumped away. Their world crumbled as their chance of survival slipped away. All Might, their idol, had not saved them, leaving only disappointment in his wake. As they watched him fly away, a firm grip on their shoulder caused their heart to race. A gravelly voice cut through the air, asking if they had been bothering All Might. They recognized the voice without needing to look back. It was enough to make them tense up. There was nothing they could do as the man pulled them into an alleyway, where even the summer sun could not reach. Izuku Yagi observed his friend's expression morph into one of vengeance and sorrow at the memory he had unlocked. Choked out that no one cared about them, bitterness flowing from their voice as Izuku gently set them down. He assured them he wouldn't tell Shigaraki what had happened. When Shigaraki entered the bar, he immediately noticed the new kid crying and Izuku smirking. He asked if the new kid had lost in Mario Kart, expressing empathy before sulking off to his room. Izuku chuckled at the exchange, feeling a sense of satisfaction in the malleability of the human mind. Meanwhile, Izumi Yagi was rocked back and forth by the rumbling of the bus filled with friends and peers. Kaken and Shoto were engaged in their usual argument, but Izumi didn't mind. They were too excited about the rescue training ahead. Rescue training was one of the most enjoyable aspects of being a hero, and it was how their father had made a name for himself. As the bus came to a stop, Ida and Mr. Aizawa ushered everyone off. They entered the USJ, and the awe in the foyer was palpable as they gazed at the incredible facility. 13, the space hero and one of Uraraka's idols, greeted the class with enthusiasm. However, Izumi felt a tinge of melancholy, reminded of how Izuku would have lit up in the same situation. 13 began unveiling the USJ to the class, describing the 6 different zones: the flood zone, the mountain zone, the conflagration zone, the landslide zone, the ruin zone, and the downpour zone. Each had unique scenarios designed for that specific area, like the shipwreck in the flood zone and the fire in the conflagration zone. Despite the excitement, Izumi couldn't shake the feeling that someone was missing among the teachers, specifically, their father. Mr. Aizawa seemed to notice as well, turning to 13 to inquire about his whereabouts. She held up 3 fingers and explained that he was resting in the teacher's lounge. To an ordinary student, the 3 fingers wouldn't have meant anything, but to someone like him, it was clear what was happening, prompting a sigh of frustration. He muttered under his breath, feeling disappointed that his dad had wasted his power helping others instead of training with him. As he pondered his disappointment, a sudden jolt of electricity surged through the lighting system, plunging the room into darkness. Izuku Yagi stepped through the portal, instantly engulfed in blinding light. Even with a hoodie and a black surgical mask, he had to squint. The brightness in the bar was overwhelming compared to the USJ. Once his eyes adjusted, he quickly scanned the area, realizing that the schematics didn't do this place justice. He made a mental map and noticed his old friends were visibly shaken. Today, they would experience a fraction of what he had felt throughout his life. They, along with their classmates, would face the consequences of their actions. They would feel the wrath of a damaged soul and reap what they had sown. His gaze shifted to Shigaraki, who was scratching his neck and mumbling incoherent words. Izuku could make out a few loose phrases, where symbol wanted all might. He pieced the words together in his mind and reached a conclusion: his father was not there. Izumi Yagi was taken aback by the sight of the villains. Their teacher's warning shattered the awe and amazement that had filled their faces. The reality of real villains being present was shocking. How had they gotten in? As she scanned the villains, her eyes landed on a familiar figure in a black hoodie and mask. He had been at the Yoshinoya restaurant with Shoto and Kaken 10 weeks ago. She recalled Shoto pointing him out for some reason. His eyes looked hauntingly familiar, and she felt a chill as she recognized the pure malice behind them. When their eyes met, she felt small, as if the fury within him was more than she could comprehend. He stared at Kaken, Shoto, and her for what felt like an eternity before shifting his gaze to the man beside him. The purple mist they had used to create chaos at the USJ began to take form and spoke. "The only real heroes I see are Erasure Head and 13, it said. According to the schedule we retrieved from UA, All Might should be here as well." Aizawa and 13 shared the same confused expressions as the rest of the group, though 13's reaction was hidden beneath her suit. Aizawa quietly questioned how the villains had obtained such an important document as a class schedule. Izumi listened as her peers and the pro-heroes devised a plan for their safety. Yet, as Aizawa began to issue instructions, he walked toward the villains. His quirk allowed him to nullify another's abilities, but only one at a time and for a limited duration. This was why he excelled in one-on-one combat, particularly surprise attacks. She felt a surge of concern for him, despite his clear disdain for her. He was her teacher, after all, and it was natural to worry for his safety. She voiced her concern, reminding him that he couldn't take on so many opponents alone, even if he could nullify their quirks. His fighting style was suited for stealth and individual confrontations, not group battles. He dismissed her worries, retorting that one couldn't be a pro with only one trick. She watched in awe as he charged toward the villains, swiftly taking down 3 of them. A blue-skinned man with 6 arms shouted at Aizawa, claiming cancellation wouldn't work on him. Aizawa replied that a villain like him was only dangerous if he could reach him. He dodged a punch and countered with a roundhouse kick, finishing by slamming the blue-skinned man to the ground with his scarf. Izumi stood there, captivated. Had she been viewing heroism from the wrong perspective? Watching her teacher, she felt tears welling in her eyes, wondering if Izuku could have become a hero with the right training and technique, perhaps even an underground hero specializing in stealth attacks like Aizawa. She realized she had always thought a quirk was necessary to help others, but maybe that wasn't the case. Just then, Ida snapped her out of her thoughts, urging her to focus. Quickly wiping her eyes, she joined her classmates as they ran toward the exit. As they neared the door, the purple mist that had transported the villains appeared before them. "It's a pleasure to meet you. We are the League of Villains. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello." The mist paused. "Besides, isn't this a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath? I believe he was supposed to be here today, yet I see no sign of. There must have been some change in plans we could not have foreseen. Well, in the end, I suppose it does not matter. He spoke with malice and frost upon mentioning my father. 13 raised her hand, preparing to capture the being shrouded in mist, when suddenly, 3 of my classmates sprang into action. A large explosion erupted from my explosive friend's hand, while a structure of ice formed from the right hand of my dual-colored friend. As the smoke and ash cleared, Kaken, Kirishima, and Shoto stood defiantly below the villain. The villain's voice was spiteful yet calm as he acknowledged their efforts, warning them to be more careful, lest someone get hurt. His tone seemed particularly directed at Kaken, Shoto, and me. While 13 shouted at the 3 reckless boys blocking her path, the purple villain expanded ominously, muttering to himself about implementing the next phase of the boys' plan. As I watched my friends and me enveloped in the purple fog, worry gnawed at me. What was going to happen to us? Yuga Aoyama felt himself fall from the purple portal, bruising himself in the process. Yelping in pain, he shut his eyes. The voices of surrounding villains filled his ears. In fear, he opened his eyes and looked around, spotting at least 15 villains looming over him. All he could see were cliffs and rocks. He realized he must be in the mountainous area. Quickly scanning the mountain range, he noticed an opening between the villains. Gathering a small amount of courage, he hastily rose from the ground and ran toward the unblocked pathway. Running for his life, he made it to a path leading upward. He didn't think about where he was going. He simply ran. The villains chased closely behind him as he ascended the mountain. His heart raced and his lungs burned. With each passing moment, his speed decreased. He was alone, with villains on his tail, and they were gaining on him. He ran until there was nowhere left to go. Stopping just before the edge of the cliff, he turned to face the villains. They halted just in front of him, preparing to use their quirks. In a moment of impulse, he stepped backward, trying to escape. His heart stopped when he felt nothing but air beneath his foot. Time seemed to slow as he fell backward off the cliff. The villains looked at his falling figure, and he could see the look of accomplishment on their faces. As he plummeted, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. He was falling to his death with no chance of survival. Thrashing through the air, he thought repeatedly, "I don't want to die." His arms flailed as he tried to grasp the mountain's side, but it was all in vain. He felt regret for his parents as darkness engulfed his vision, accompanied by a sickening sound. A ringing filled his ears as he took his final breaths. As the warp mist cleared, 13 watched the remaining students shake with fear. The students still present were Uraraka Achiko, Kaminari Denki, Sato Rikido, Jiro Kyoko, and Yayoro Zumomo. She didn't have much to work with. The 6 kids who hadn't been transported across the USJ had impressive quirks, but she wasn't sure how to utilize their strengths against such a formidable villain. She shouted for everyone to get back, attempting to keep the children out of danger. The kids ran behind her as she powered up her quirk. The purple mist emanating from the villain was quickly captured by a black hole. As her quirk essayed in the villain, he chuckled darkly before opening a warp gate in front of himself and behind her. She felt her suit tearing apart, along with the pain in her back. Gasps from the young aspiring heroes filled her ears as she fell to the ground, sorrow lacing her words as she acknowledged, "He got me." Uraraka watched 13 fall with fright. Gathering all her courage and willpower, she charged at the villain. Panicking due to her rash action, she scanned the villain for a body she could make float. Then she spotted it a metal neck brace. As she made contact with the metal surrounding the villain's neck, he began to float. She called out to Denki, urging him to electrify the villain. He hesitated, worried that he might hurt everyone else if he used his quirk. Momo, acting on impulse, created a giant blanket of insulation that was about 10 centimeters thick. As she ran to get underneath the shield, she began to feel sick. Kaminari approached the villain and started shocking him from the ground. After the villain appeared to lose consciousness, she released him and felt unwell. Momo removed the blanket, allowing Sato and Jiro the opportunity to attack the villain. Though the villain was unconscious, they decided to stay close as a precaution. Realizing they were the only ones who could alert the pros, they began discussing their options. 13 was in critical condition, while Kaminari was in his yay mode. Uraraka was currently feeling unwell, and Momo was wearing a miniskirt. The obvious candidates for the run would have been Jiro or Sato. After assessing both their abilities, they discovered that Jiro was surprisingly the fastest among them, leading to a quick decision for Jiro to bolt to the main building. Uraraka hoped the rest of their classmates were okay. As the purple mist cleared, Ida felt his body falling through the air. Preparing to land, he looked down and saw water. He realized he must be in the flood zone. The water soon surrounded him, filling his engines. Hearing a voice from his left, he noticed a villain swimming toward him. Quickly, he swam to the surface. Gasping for air, he spotted a boat with at least 15 villains stationed in the water, racing toward him. I swam and dodged every villain that approached me, slowly making my way toward the boat. Once I reached it, I began to climb the side. Upon hoisting myself onto the deck, I noticed one of my classmates already there. I recognized him as Koda, who was cowering against the boat and seemed to be talking to himself. Relief washed over me as I realized I wasn't alone. Safety in numbers, right? As I approached my timid classmate, I heard a quiet sigh of frustration. Koda acknowledged my presence, reminding me that he was there too. I bowed my head apologetically, expressing my remorse for not noticing him sooner. She then apologized for her outburst. We all realized we needed a plan to escape this unfortunate situation before the villains, still lurking in the water, attacked. Crouching down, we began brainstorming and analyzing our current predicament. Hagakure pointed out the challenge we faced. Quirks seemed ill-suited for the flood zone. While Koda and Hagakure panicked, I contemplated our powers. It felt too coincidental that our quirks were mismatched for this environment, almost as if someone had prior knowledge of them. Hagakure had a strong quirk, but any movement she made would be evident in the water, rendering her invisibility virtually useless. Koda's ability to communicate with animals was impressive, but there were no animals in the USJ's flood zone, leaving him without real power in these conditions. As for me, while I could run extremely fast due to my quirk, engine, it didn't translate to swimming. I swam like any normal person would, putting all of us at a disadvantage against the villains in the water. Looking at the villains, I noticed they all seemed to possess water-related quirks. The first villain who attacked me had fish-like features and gills, clearly in their element. Most of the villains appeared to be adults, ranging from their early 20s to late 40s, with more experience than us. I broke the silence, noting that none of our quirks seemed useful in this environment. Even if we found a way to use them, the villains had far more experience and abilities suited for water. I muttered that whoever planned this coordinated attack must have an exceptionally high intelligence, loud enough for my classmates to hear. Hagakure, filled with determination, insisted we couldn't just do nothing. She expressed concern about how long it would take for the professionals to arrive, urging us to act quickly before the villains attacked. I glanced at my classmates, who were visibly shaken. I knew I had to save them. It was my duty as an aspiring hero and their class representative. I walked to the side of the boat to observe the villains in the water. They seemed to be giving us time to accept our fate. Looking back at my classmates, I shared that I had an idea, but my words were interrupted as a massive hand made of water clawed at the boat, signaling that time was running out. Meanwhile, Mashireo Ojiro was in a different part of the flood zone. He witnessed Tokoyami's quirk, Dark Shadow, grow to the size of a dragon and thrash around, creating chaos. They were fighting villains almost immediately after arriving. Earlier, Ojiro had been attacked from behind by a villain but quickly countered with a strong tail whip and a roundhouse kick. After knocking the villain down, he decided to run, hoping to regroup with any classmates who might have been transported to the downpour zone with him. Although he loved his quirk's mutation, he felt uneasy about facing so many villains with only 2 weeks of training. As a black belt in karate, he understood the importance of numbers. While navigating the rainy, gray city and dodging villains, he found a couple of his classmates already engaged in battle and joined in to help. Kirishima was hardening his body and attacking an opponent with a strength quirk. Just then, another villain approached from behind, attempting to strike him with what appeared to be a metal bat. Fortunately, Kirishima heard the footsteps and dodged just in time, causing the villain to accidentally hit his comrade instead. Ojiro watched as Kirishima called out the villain for being unmanly before landing a punch squarely on the jaw. Nearby, Tokoyami seemed to be struggling with himself, despite his quirk being perfectly suited for the situation. Dark Shadow could cover their blind spots and assist in the fight, but he appeared to be battling his own doubts. I tore my eyes from Tokoyami and looked at my other classmate. Shoji was engaged in a fierce battle with a villain whose quirk resembled that of Vlad King. The villain managed to cut Shoji's arm, and a stream of his blood began to transform into a sword. With that blood-made sword, he severed one of Shoji's dupli arm extensions. A loud, chilling scream erupted nearby. I turned my head to see Tokoyami struggling against Dark Shadow. In a moment of panic, he called out for Dark Shadow to calm down. Almost immediately, Dark Shadow unleashed a powerful attack, taking down every villain within the area. Kirishima, Shoji, and I felt a wave of relief and were about to congratulate Tokoyami when, out of nowhere, Kirishima was thrown across the street, crashing into a wall. Shoji and I rushed to his side. Crouching down, I checked his pulse. He was alive but unconscious, likely due to the impact with the building. I worried about a possible concussion but quickly realized that there was still one more villain to defeat, and it had to be a strong one. Tokoyami's distress was evident as he called out for Dark Shadow again. I glanced to my right and saw Dark Shadow thrashing about, seemingly targeting Shoji. With no villains around, it became clear that Dark Shadow had been the one to attack Kirishima, explaining Tokoyami's earlier anxiety. I looked at Kirishima, then Shoji, then Tokoyami, and devised a plan. With Shoji injured and Kirishima unconscious, I was the only one left to take action. My goal was to lead Dark Shadow and Tokoyami away from the area. Outside, I might find help from my classmates or, if possible, the pros. From Tenya Ida's perspective, with Hagakure and Koda on my back, I jumped from the boat, shifting into high gear. I realized that the only way to navigate this situation was to run along the only platforms available, the villains' heads. It sounded barbaric, but it was my only option. I aimed my foot to land on the head of an unsuspecting villain. As my foot made contact, the villain began to sink. I leaped before he completely submerged and quickly jumped from villain to villain, desperately maintaining my momentum while dodging the constant quirks being fired at me and adjusting to the villain's movements. We hastily cleared the flood zone and decided to check on Mr. Aizawa in the center. As we approached the fight, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about how easily we had escaped. While our positioning seemed strategic, perhaps I was overthinking it. The villains we faced appeared to be low-level thugs. Maybe this was all a diversion, a trap to separate us and mask a larger motive. My mind raced with possibilities until we reached the center of the USJ. There, we found Mr. Aizawa swiftly defeating villains. Given how easily he was taking them down, it seemed these were merely low-level thugs trying to make a name for themselves. We had nothing to worry about. As I scanned the area, I noticed a man dressed in black who seemed to be doing little more than writing. In a notebook, he observed the fight between Mr. Aizawa and the villains, jotting down notes. Each time Mr. Aizawa's hair stopped floating, the man would write something down. Perhaps I was right. This was all a diversion to gather information on the pros and students, using the thugs as expendable pawns to test our abilities. Hagakure exclaimed in awe at Mr. Aizawa's prowess, drawing the attention of the masked note-taker. He looked toward us, locking eyes with me for a moment before returning to his writing, glancing at us intermittently. Was he taking notes on Hagakure, Koda, and me? Suddenly, a giant creature appeared, attacking Mr. Aizawa. It pinned him to the ground, holding his arm behind his back. In the struggle, it slammed Mr. Aizawa's head to the ground, causing blood to spill from his face. A purple mist began to form behind the man taking notes. He approached a pale-skinned man with blue hair and spoke in a low, monotone voice, expressing concern about a problem they faced. The blue-haired man responded with annoyance, revealing that he had been bested by the children at the entrance and feared they might alert the pros. The masked man exploded with frustration, declaring that his plan was supposed to go perfectly and that there was no reason they should have gotten past him. The blue-haired man added that it was game over and expressed disappointment at not being able to confront All Might. The masked man suggested they should at least break the hero's pride before leaving. Before anyone could react, the blue-haired man was suddenly in front of Koda. His hand made contact with Koda's face, and in an instant, Koda's body turned to ash. From Kyokajiro's perspective, I felt my lungs burning as I ran faster than I ever had in my life. The USJ was far from the main building, and I had a long run ahead of me. Anxiety coursed through me, my legs felt like they might give out, but I knew that stopping could mean danger for my classmates. Thoughts of my classmates filled my mind, their reasons for wanting to become heroes, the jokes we shared, the funny training mishaps. Momo, Izumi, Uraraka, Tsu, Denki, Mina, each of them meant so much to me. We were like a family. Tears welled in my eyes as I imagined life without them. Even though it had only been 2 weeks since we met, the bond we shared had formed almost instantly. Even Bakugo held a special place in my heart. Wiping my eyes, I suddenly collided with someone. Standing before me was All Might, in all his glory, wearing a white t-shirt and green cargo pants. He took one look at her and realized something must have gone wrong. Concern filled his voice as he asked if she was okay. She struggled to catch her breath, gasping out that the USJ was under attack and that villains were involved. Without wasting a moment, he sped off toward the USJ, leaving her with a mile still to run to the main building. With the number one hero rushing to the scene, she felt a sense of peace and confidence wash over her. After regaining her breath, she pushed herself through the last stretch, praying for her classmates' safety. Shoto Todoroki observed the chaos around him. They had just landed in the landslide zone, and Bakugo was already in a frenzy. With a swift motion, he froze 14 of the 15 villains he was supposed to defeat, who were acting like children denied a treat. Glancing at his childhood friends, he noted Bakugo shouting at the villains, which was giving him a headache. Meanwhile, Izumi was levitating her villains high above the ground, trying to extract information from them, while Bakugo seemed more inclined to take them down with brute force. Shoto's voice was cold as he demanded to know the villains' intentions. They remained silent, and one villain lunged at him with a metal spear. He dodged gracefully, capturing the spear and freezing the attacker in the process. These villains believed they could defeat the symbol of peace, but he saw them for what they were: low-level thugs, expendable pawns. Only a few among them posed a real threat. He spoke again, his tone laced with anger, warning them of the consequences of their inaction. He made it clear that he wished to avoid unnecessary cruelty, but only if they revealed their plans to defeat All Might. In another part of the USJ, Ashido Mina found herself ambushed alongside Zero. He quickly secured her with tape as they landed safely, but soon they were surrounded by villains. Though there were only 10 of them, fear gripped her as they prepared to fight. Taking charge, she suggested they split up, and Zero agreed with a smirk. She unleashed her acid on one of the villains, trying to minimize harm despite the circumstances. After knocking out 3 villains, she glanced at Zero, who was still engaged with his last opponent. Suddenly, she noticed a conscious villain escaping. Before she could warn Zero, the villain used his quirk to incapacitate him. In a surge of panic, she stood protectively over Zero and unleashed a concentrated burst of acid at the charging villain. The blast sent a wave of her acid in all directions, incapacitating the surrounding villains. As the chaos unfolded, she felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Despite her intentions to be a hero, she had caused suffering. Holding her unconscious classmate, she sobbed for a moment before picking him up and running from the ruins zone, determined to find help. Zero stirred and regained consciousness, prompting her to ask about his condition, but he quickly fell unconscious again. Worry surged within her as she ran faster, the entrance coming into view. Tsu Azui emerged from a purple portal, landing in a covered area of the U.S. Fire and smoke filled the air, indicating she had arrived in the conflagration zone. Surrounded by villains in gas masks and fireproof suits, she realized they were prepared for her quirk. As they lunged at her, she leaped away, struggling to evade their attacks amidst the chaos of fire and gas. Lightheadedness began to set in, likely from the carbon monoxide in the air. I searched for a place to jump, but noticed 2 villains with fire quirks spreading flames throughout the area. It dawned on me that they were trapping me in. Desperately, I scanned my surroundings for a safe landing spot, but there was nothing. No place to climb, No place to jump, no way to escape. The villains were closing in, and I was surrounded once again, but this time, I had no way out. They unleashed torrents of fire in my direction, and I felt the heat sear my skin. The pain was overwhelming, consuming all my senses. The acrid smell of smoke filled the air, and I could hear the mocking laughter of the villains. I was in agony, yet I tried to assess the situation. I was burning. My nerves felt like they were frying as my lungs struggled against the heat. The flames were intense, and I could feel myself weakening. As I lay on the ground, I stared at the villains, their faces twisted with triumph behind their masks. Time seemed to slow, my vision blurred as I watched them revel in my suffering. Some danced around the flames while others pointed and laughed. I took my final breaths, feeling the heat envelop me, and thought one last time about my friends. I hoped they made it out alive. Toshinori Yagi entered the USJ, announcing his presence with a loud declaration. He believed his words would reassure the 19 students of Class 1A, but he was mistaken. The screams of his students filled the air, and he opened his eyes to a scene of chaos. The USJ lay in ruins. 13 was unconscious and severely injured on the ground. Mina was panting, struggling to carry an unconscious Zero, whose face was marked with burns and soot. In the central plaza, Aizawa was pinned beneath a monstrous creature resembling a bird. Off to the side he saw a pale, blue-haired man holding Koda's face, and in an instant, Koda turned to ash. Horror gripped Toshinori as he rushed toward the scene. He arrived too late. The students and villains acknowledged his presence. A man in black with a mask locked eyes with him, his glowing emerald gaze cutting through the chaos. He spoke with a chilling tone, "You're too late, All Might." The man's voice was sharp and cold, and as he laughed maniacally, Toshinori felt a wave of anger wash over him. The villain's eyes squinted in amusement, a stark contrast to the tragedy unfolding. Toshinori maintained a calm expression, trying to comfort the traumatized child who had witnessed such madness. But the emerald-eyed man's laughter faded, replaced by a cold glare filled with resentment. Their eyes locked, and Toshinori could see the anger building within him. The villain shouted, "You sociopathic hypocrite." His tone was filled with rage, and the shift in his demeanor was unsettling. Toshinori glanced at the shocked student and grimaced, thoughts racing through his mind. There were still 18 innocent lives in danger. Setting aside his shock, he charged at the man, who seemed to derive pleasure from seeing Toshinori's resolve falter. Just as he approached, the monstrous bird that had been attacking Aizawa blocked his path. Toshinori raised his arm, ready to strike with all his power. But as his fist connected with the creature, he felt his strength dissipate. A raspy voice from the side interrupted him, explaining that the creature, named Nomu, had been genetically modified to withstand his power. His ability is shock absorption, the blue-haired man added, as Nomu seized Toshinori's arm. Izuku Yagi watched with a smirk as the hero stood before him, stunned. Nomu struck Toshinori just below his rib, and Izuku felt a sense of justice wash over him. This was just the beginning of his revenge. He envisioned the satisfaction of dismantling every bone in their bodies. He longed to reveal himself, to show that the child they all dismissed was alive and capable of correcting their misconceptions. But he hesitated. As tempting as it was to see their shocked faces, he decided to wait. After all, revenge is best served cold. Toshinori felt his shirt sag as it soaked with blood. The creature knew precisely where to strike. He broke free from Nomu's grasp and retaliated, landing punches to the creature's face and body. With a final blow, he knocked Nomu forward, positioning himself behind the monster. Remembering the villain's words, he seized the creature's waist. "Shock absorption, huh? Thanks for the tip." All I had to do was wear him down, then it would be on to the next opponent. Despite the pain in my side from the creature's initial attack, I focused on my strategy. I leaned backward, preparing to slam the creature into the ground when a purple portal suddenly opened behind me. A cold voice spoke, acknowledging the efforts of Kurogyari, the one who had opened the portal. I strained to see the masked man, his face obscured by mist that matched the portal. The monster's fingers dug painfully into my flesh, and I grimaced as I struggled to pry them loose. I asserted that if this was their best, they had chosen the wrong place to attack and urged them to give up. My voice remained steady, a tactic to buy myself time. Kurogyari, with light blue hair, calmly remarked that he usually preferred not to have blood inside his warp gates but would make an exception for a hero like me. He explained that since I was too fast for the human eye, the Nomu had to restrain me. As the creature pulled me deeper into the portal, he threatened to close the gate once I was halfway through. I glanced to my left and noticed a figure with green eyes laughing, holding a notebook and writing in it every few seconds. Behind the villains, I spotted young Ida, frozen in shock at the sight of his classmate's peril. Kurogyari expressed his enjoyment at the thought of tearing me apart, his tone revealing a personal vendetta. As I felt myself being pulled further into the portal, a loud scream of rage broke through the tension. Dark shadow emerged, causing the grip on me to loosen just enough for me to escape. Katsuki shouted at Kurogyari, launching an explosion toward him. As the smoke cleared, I saw Katsuki holding a piece of metal against the villain's neck, calmly warning him not to move. The Nomu lunged at me, but before I could react, a sheet of ice trapped it in place. To my left, I noticed dark shadow shrinking in the distance, while to my right, my daughter and her friends, Shoto and Katsuki, were ready to strike. I regained my composure and urged them to help young Tokoyami, young Ojiro, and young Ida escape. After some persuasion, they agreed. As soon as Katsuki released Kurogyari, the misty villain warped away, standing behind two other villains who were observing the scene. I declared that it was time to finish this once and for all, feeling a surge of confidence. Izuku Yagi observed that All Might was oblivious to one of his students in distress. He watched as Bakugo, Todoroki, and his sister rushed to assist their classmates. They helped the now calm Tokoyami, the frazzled Ojiro, and the shocked Ida. However, they seemed to have overlooked Hagakure, who was too stunned by the situation to speak. Izuku scoffed at his father's audacity to call himself the #1 hero while leaving a traumatized child behind. Turning his attention back to the battle, he watched as Nomu and All Might exchanged rapid punches, barely keeping track of the action. All Might shouted his iconic phrase before delivering a final punch that sent the Nomu flying through the roof of the U. Izuku noted that there were many changes to be made regarding the Nomu's design. All Might charged toward Shigaraki, still enraged about his student. Just as All Might prepared to strike, Izuku stepped in front of Shigaraki, effortlessly catching All Might's fist. He spoke in a sickly sweet tone, urging All Might not to be too hasty, a bittersweet smile on his face. Toshinori Yagi felt the rage emanating from the man before him, despite his calm demeanor. He struggled to free his fist from the man's grip, realizing it was stronger than the Nomu's. This villain seemed physically formidable, with visible muscles and a height around 5'9". It was evident that he was as strong as the Nomu, if not more, presenting a significant challenge. Abruptly, the man spoke, drawing Toshinori's attention. He mentioned Izumi, Toshinori's daughter, and her friends, causing Toshinori to feel a shock at how this villain knew about her. The man continued, detailing the identities of the students around him, describing Katsuki's quirk and family background. He then turned his gaze to Izumi, revealing her identity as the daughter of Yagi Toshinori and Yagi Inko, his eyes glowing with a menacing intensity. Not falling unheard to the children watching attentively from a few hundred feet away, the villain's voice was menacing and slow as he stated, "Sister of Yagi Izu, status, deceased. Quirks, psychokinesis enhancement, and one for all." The protagonist felt a surge of pain as the villain forcefully deflated their arm. He released his grip only to deliver a powerful blow just under the left rib, where an injury lingered. The impact sent them crashing into a wall, smoke filling the air as their muscular form began to fade. Surprise and shock overtook the faces of the daughter's friends as the smoke cleared. It was no wonder they were astonished. All Might, their idol, was the father of their childhood friend. As blood trickled from their mouth, the villain approached, a light matching the color of his eyes emanating from his hands as a large, green whip of electricity formed. He lifted the whip, preparing to strike, when suddenly, a bullet whizzed past his head. Turning toward the entrance, the villains saw Snipe, the marksman hero, standing in the distance. Snipe continued to fire perfectly accurate shots, which the green-eyed villain deftly dodged. As the villain retreated, Kurogiri opened a warp gate. Just before stepping through, he glanced back, leaving a chilling remark about the situation being, to be continued. Toshinori Yagi slowly opened his eyes, adjusting to the bright light that filled the room. He lay in a stark white space, the sound of a constant beeping ringing in his ears. As he attempted to sit up, a gasp escaped him as pain surged through his abdomen and back, forcing him to lie back down. "Dad!" a woman shouted, rushing to his side. As his vision cleared, he recognized the young woman with long, golden blonde hair and electric blue eyes. She had flushed cheeks atop a pale face, her red eyes glistening with tears. She looked unwell. "Izumi?" he asked, concern lacing his voice. His daughter looked at him with tear-filled eyes before leaning down to embrace his frail form. Her voice overflowed with emotion as she reassured him, "You're okay." Her tone conveyed 1,000 unspoken words. He returned her embrace, filling the room with warmth and comfort. After a moment, he began to ask her questions. What happened?" he managed, his voice hoarse. Handing him a glass of water, she explained the events that had transpired. Shock and remorse washed over his face as he listened. The USJ was meant to be a fun, educational experience, but it had turned into a nightmare. The list of injured students was extensive, and the casualties were even more tragic. 3 students had lost their lives, and 6 others had sustained serious injuries. The young heroes had endured immense pain. It had been 2 weeks since the USJ incident, and he had remained unconscious the entire time. The students had been given time off from school to cope with the trauma of the event. Young Ida and young Toru had suffered significant mental distress from witnessing the death of their classmate. They had refrained from speaking for days, and when they finally reacted, they had become uncontrollable, requiring sedation to prevent further harm. In addition to young Koda's death, the professionals found young Aoyama's body in the mountain zone. His body had been tragically impaled, and the scene was horrific. The initials LOV had been carved into his forehead, suggesting a sinister connection to the group that had attacked them. Days later, a pool of foul-smelling liquid was discovered in the conflagration zone. Initially thought to be oil, further investigation revealed it to be something far more sinister. Forensic scientists identified a genetic match to one of the missing students, young Azui, leading to suspicions of foul play. Aizawa had been admitted to intensive care with severe injuries to his face, leaving a scar below his right eye. He had remained hospitalized since the incident. Alongside him, 13 had also been in the hospital, recovering from significant blood loss due to injuries sustained during the attack. She was slowly recovering, thanks to Recovery Girl, although she had been in a comatose state since her arrival at the ER. Young Kirishima had endured serious head trauma, impacting a wall during the attack. After a full-body scan, doctors found torn nerve tissue in his brain. He woke up shortly after being admitted, and while the doctors assured that he would recover fully, they warned of potential changes to his personality due to the concussion. Young Siro had also been rushed to the ER with high-voltage electrical burns and unresponsiveness. A full-body scan revealed mild damage to some organs and tissue. He woke several times during his hospital stay but experienced seizures, causing him to lose consciousness again. Doctors predicted a quick recovery, though he would likely bear a scar along his back. After a few days, he was released from the hospital. Treatments for physical therapy were assigned due to the intensity of the villain's electricity. Young Shoji's duplicate arm had been injured, and he was taken into urgent care. He explained that it was solely a duplicate and he could regrow it, so he was discharged a day after being admitted to the hospital. Then there was me. My respiratory injury had reopened, and I was rushed into surgery. The doctors did as much as they could, but I fell into a deep coma, according to my sobbing daughter. They weren't sure if I would ever wake up but managed to keep the information from the news. I had been on a medical ventilator due to my difficulty breathing until about a day ago. The doctors estimated that my time as a hero would have to be limited to a maximum of 2 hours and 30 minutes a day, if at all. Dr. Takahashi recommended I retire early to prevent further damage to my almost fatal injury, but I countered, insisting that if I left, the world would have no symbol. I needed to continue my hero work, at least until my successor became the new symbol. Ashido Mina was overwhelmed with guilt. She felt she had caused harm, and the weight of her actions bore down on her. Tears streamed down her face as she reflected on what had happened. The memories of the battle haunted her, and she felt a deep sense of sorrow. Earlier, she had asked the doctor about the condition of the villains. She was worried they had permanent damage. Villains were citizens too, they were just like everyone else. No matter what they did, it didn't give heroes the right to hurt them more than necessary. Although they had to protect themselves, it didn't mean they should have done anything other than subdue and capture them. Her mind raced back to the events of the other day. She remembered the cries of pain as the villains suffered from the acid she had used. Her emotions had gotten the better of her, and she had lost control, causing the acid to be much more concentrated than intended. The memory of the damage lingered in her mind, and she could still sense the lingering odor of the acid. The doctor looked at her with confusion before he spoke. He asked why she wanted to know about the villains. She felt puzzled. She thought heroes would naturally inquire about the condition of those they had fought against. The doctor sighed and explained that all the villains had been taken to Fuchu prison and treated for their injuries. Some made full recoveries, while others suffered intense burns that would leave scars. Tragically, 2 of the villains had sustained fatal injuries and didn't survive the journey to the infirmary. Mina felt her heart drop as the doctor explained the situation. He noted that while 20% of the villains didn't survive, she had saved her friend, Mr. Zero, from more severe injuries. He congratulated her for saving a life, but the weight of her actions lingered heavily on her. As she walked through the hallways of UA High, she felt the weight of the students' gazes upon her. Whispers filled the air, labeling her as the girl who had taken lives. She felt like an outsider, ostracized and alone. This feeling was new to her. She had always been outgoing and happy, but now she was burdened by the consequences of her actions. When she entered the classroom, silence enveloped her. The usual lively atmosphere was replaced by a cold, lifeless stillness. Her classmates bore expressions of grief, their eyes red and heavy with sorrow. Desks were adorned with flowers and notes in memory of their fallen friends. Izuku Yagi, meanwhile, reveled in the aftermath of the attack. He laughed at the thought of the chaos they had caused, feeling a sense of victory despite his father's survival. He celebrated in his room, feeling the rush of adrenaline as he reflected on the students and teachers at UA. As he prepared to wash away the remnants of the battle, he felt a mix of emotions. The metallic scent of blood lingered, a reminder of his failed goal. He stepped into the shower, watching the crimson liquid swirl away, feeling the adrenaline slowly fade. The cold air wrapped around him as he finished, leaving him with a sense of both accomplishment and emptiness. The refreshing chill of the air enveloped me after my shower, invigorating and crisp, especially at this late hour. Dressed in a loose black shirt and sweatpants, I stepped out of my room and made my way to the bar. I exchanged a few words with Shigaraki-san when the door suddenly swung open. In the doorway, silhouetted against the night sky, stood my master. Stain-sensei had arrived, and I felt a surge of excitement as I approached him, eager to know what was happening. He instructed me to prepare, as we were both heading to Hosu City. Katsuki Bakugo arrived at school early that day. The atmosphere was heavy with silence as he walked with his classmates, each lost in their thoughts. It had been 2 weeks since he last saw Izumi and Todoroki, 2 weeks since the USJ incident, and 2 weeks since he discovered the shocking truth about All Might, his idol, revealing that he was actually Yagi Toshinori. Conflicted emotions swirled within him. His respect for Mr. Yagi had deepened, but his admiration for All Might had diminished. The realization that the #1 hero had neglected his own son for a decade weighed heavily on him. Bakugo grappled with the notion that neglect could be a form of abuse. The symbol of peace, the hero he had looked up to, had failed in his duty as a father. If this truth ever came to light, All Might's reputation would be shattered. Over the past 2 weeks, Bakugo struggled to process his feelings, but all he could feel was anger. He reflected on how All Might had failed Izuku, and it struck him that he had done the same. He had hurt Izuku more than anyone else over the years, pushing him to take risks without considering the consequences. A parent should care for their child, especially a hero. With the realization that Mr. Yagi was all might, it became clear that Auntie Inko was also complicit in Izuku's suffering. The two heroes had both caused pain to Izuku, and Bakugo felt no better than them. As he observed his classmates, he noticed Pinky entering the classroom, visibly shaken. Her skin appeared flushed, and her eyes were puffy, a clear indication of the toll the USJ attack had taken on her. The incident had affected everyone deeply, and Bakugo couldn't help but notice the changes in his peers. Shitty Hair, whom he barely knew, had transformed from an outgoing and friendly person to someone emotionally distant. Bakugo had taken it upon himself to research the long-term effects of concussions, discovering that they could alter a person's brain function. Shitty Hair had been particularly unlucky, suffering significant damage from the incident and requiring observation in the hospital. The school had initially hesitated to allow Kirishima to continue his hero studies due to his need for assistance and frequent lapses in consciousness. Doctors had explained that his condition might be temporary, but the uncertainty lingered. As for Soy Sauce Face, he bore a scar along his back and relied on a cane, yet he remained the most relaxed about the situation, trying to uplift others despite the tragedy. Bakugo's thoughts were interrupted by Mr. Aizawa's presence in the classroom. Wrapped in bandages, he addressed the class, taking a moment to honor those who had lost their lives. The atmosphere was somber, but Aizawa soon shifted the focus to the upcoming UA Sports Festival, an event everyone had eagerly anticipated. Most students perked up at the mention of the festival, momentarily forgetting their grief. The room, once filled with despair, began to buzz with excitement again. Bakugo felt a flicker of hope as he saw his classmates' faces light up. However, some students remained apprehensive, questioning the safety of holding the festival after such a traumatic event. Mr. Aizawa explained that the school aimed to demonstrate resilience and strength to the public, even though many felt anything but okay. Friends were still hurt, and some were gone forever. Despite their shared concerns, no one voiced their doubts. They all chose to listen to Mr. Aizawa, absorbing the new timetable and the teacher's instructions in silence. During lunch, the students gravitated toward their usual groups. Bakugo sat with 10 of his classmates, including Todoroki, Izumi, Pinky, Shitty Hair, Flat Face, Dunce Face, Round Face, Sonic, and Earphones. Most of them sat in silence, while Flat Face, Izumi, and Dunce Face attempted to spark conversations, but their efforts fell flat as the weight of recent events lingered. Sonic and Invisible were particularly affected, and Bakugo understood why. They had witnessed firsthand how one of their classmates was tragically lost. It would take time for either of them to begin healing. The memory of Izuku's still form lingered in their minds, the scene haunting them in the quiet moments of the night. The pain etched on his face and the overwhelming sorrow of that day replayed in their thoughts as if it had happened only yesterday. Sonic needed time to mourn, to come to terms with the fact that there was nothing he could have done. As he finished his meal, he decided to head to his next class early, not wanting anyone to see the vulnerability that surfaced when he thought of Izuku. Izuku Yagi focused intently as he threw his knife with precision, the blade striking the alleyway wall before clattering to the ground. A satisfied smirk appeared on his face as he turned to face his master, who regarded him with an expressionless demeanor. In a rare moment of praise, his master acknowledged the progress Izuku had made. His voice carried a hint of pride as he noted how much Izuku's skills with blades had improved under his guidance. After 12 weeks of training, Izuku felt a surge of confidence in his abilities. They had arrived in Hosu City 2.5 weeks prior. Stain had completed his tasks in Mizudafu and brought Izuku along to witness his skills in action and gain real-world experience. Although Stain had plans to confront Ingenium, he had yet to devise a strategy. Taking a break from training, Stain began plotting while Izuku, feeling restless, turned on the news. Scrolling through channels, he discovered that UA's sports festival was the main event being broadcast. Curious to see the quirks of the young heroes, he increased the volume. While he was familiar with his sister's classmates, he had not seen many of their abilities in person. The sports festival had just begun, and he had not missed anything significant. The camera focused on a student delivering a speech, and Izuku's heart sank as he recognized the familiar red eyes that had haunted him for so long. Those eyes belonged to Bakugo, his former tormentor. As Bakugo began to speak, Izuku braced himself for the usual arrogance. However, he was caught off guard when Bakugo's demeanor shifted. He looked down, shame evident on his face, and began to express his intentions. He spoke of wanting to win, not just for himself but for his classmates. Izuku's heart raced with anger as he listened, feeling the weight of Bakugo's words. The audacity of Bakugo to refer to him as a friend ignited a fire within Izuku. Bakugo continued, speaking of Izuku's dreams and desires, claiming that all Izuku wanted was to see others happy. Each word felt like a betrayal, a mockery of the bond they had never shared. As Bakugo lamented Izuku's untimely end, Izuku's fury boiled over. In a moment of rage, he shouted, drawing the attention of his master, who looked at him in shock. Tears streamed down Izuku's face as he struggled with the conflicting emotions of anger and sorrow. Bakugo had no right to speak of him, to use his name to elicit sympathy from others. As Bakugo concluded his speech, expressing a wish for Izuku to be there, Izuku's anger intensified. How could he exploit Izuku's memory for his own gain? The injustice of it all made his blood boil. He turned off his phone, laughter escaping him, a twisted mix of anger and amusement. The thought of Bakugo's words and actions filled him with determination. A voice interrupted his thoughts, a man in his late 20s to early 30s asking if everything was all right. Izuku turned to see his master, Stain, standing behind him. With a grin, Izuku acknowledged the man his master had been seeking. He had plans to address Bakugo, and he vowed that their paths would cross again. The hero standing before him was none other than the target of Stain's mission. The man's eyes widened in shock as he recognized Stain, and he instinctively took a defensive stance, warning Izuku to stay away from the monster behind him. Izuku winced at the label, feeling the weight of the man's judgment. The tone was accusatory, as if he were scolding Izuku for standing beside the one who sought to challenge the false heroes of their society. I reopened my eyes and looked at the man in his silver hero costume with annoyance. Did this pretender not hear a word I just said? I was already in a foul mood and his actions only added to my irritation. First, he ignored me, then he disrespected my master. I stood up from my comfortable spot and turned my head to face Stain. I looked at him expectantly, and he nodded. Following his cue, I positioned myself behind the puzzled hero. As I stood there, he glared at my master and began to speak with determination. He declared that he would put a stop to whatever my master intended for me. His voice was filled with self-righteousness as he shouted those words. He activated his engines, preparing to charge at my master, who stood unwavering, waiting for what was to come. The hero sprinted forward, but suddenly his eyes widened in shock. A steady flow of crimson spilled from his mouth as his body froze. His engines sputtered, and his legs stopped moving. He collapsed to the ground, taking in his last breath and uttering a single name. Kaizome Akaguro observed the scene. The child in front of him rose to his feet and glanced back, a glimmer of madness in his eyes, signaling an idea. Kaizome understood quickly, recalling the instructions given to the false hero standing before them. He smirked internally and nodded discreetly at his pupil, curious about what scheme was unfolding. The hero continued to shout about stopping my master, and Kaizome cringed at his revolting words. He knew the tragic past of his pupil, the violence and negligence inflicted by heroes that had worsened his already unfortunate circumstances. Now, with a villain involved, the heroes could exploit this child for profit. The reward for capturing the hero killer would be substantial, but saving a defenseless child from him? That was a different story. The hero activated his quirk and charged at Kaizome, who remained calm. He had complete faith in his pupil's abilities. Just as expected, one of the students throwing knives appeared, piercing the hero's neck. Kaizome watched as the man, rushing toward him, suddenly lost all vitality. Blood flowed from the wound as the hero fell, and he muttered a single name as he departed from this world. As the hero took his last breath, Kaizome glared at his pupil. He could have dealt with the stain on society more effectively than his young apprentice. The child walked toward the fallen hero, retrieving the throwing knife from the corpse and murmuring an almost inaudible phrase, wishing for the hero's sacrifice to benefit the new world. Meanwhile, Shoto Todoroki prepared for his match against his classmate, Yagi Izumi. As the crowd cheered, the match began, and he immediately unleashed a burst of ice. Izumi dodged gracefully, activating her quirk, One for All, to counter with a powerful blast. After school resumed, Mr. Yagi had revealed to Shoto and Bakugo that he was, in fact, All Might. He explained his quirk, One for All, which could be passed on to others. Shoto was shocked to learn that All Might, Izumi's father, had a quirk he could have given to Izuku. Anger welled within him. He had always looked up to All Might, believing he was different from the others. But he realized that all heroes were driven by power and fame, often at the expense of others. His thoughts were interrupted by a wave of power striking him in the stomach. Quickly recovering, he created a wall of ice behind him for protection. He needed to stay focused. Glaring at Izumi, who smirked from a distance, he reminded himself that he had come too far to lose now. This was the final match of the sports festival, and the winner would claim victory. Bakugo sulked in a corner after his recent defeat against Izumi. Shoto was determined to win. He sent a sheet of ice to coat the floor and created a path of ice in the air. As he soared through the air, he launched giant icicles toward Izumi. She used her psychokinesis to deflect them, the crowd cheering as the ice shattered around her. Circling her, he fired another beam of ice, reminiscent of his first round. Izumi used her father's power to counter it, but in the process, she injured her finger. Shoto winced as he noticed the small amount of blood that appeared. The sight reminded him of a memory from his past. He recalled walking through the hallways of his middle school, proud of his reputation as one of the most powerful students. He spotted Izumi and her brother, Izuku, and overheard her harsh words directed at him. Curious, he approached to find out what was happening. Izumi was berating her brother, calling him a waste of skin and oxygen. Being the good person I am, I helped her get his attention. I heard the lockers slam as his focus shifted from whatever he was thinking about to Izumi and me. His fear-stricken eyes locked onto mine as tears began to gather in his vibrant emerald orbs. Crouching down, I placed my right arm over his skin. His skin started to turn a vibrant red before it faded to a muted purple as his arm succumbed to a mild case of frostbite. I remembered what the purple reminded me of the mild cases of frostbite I had inflicted upon Izuku when he was still alive. Izumi raised her fingers to unleash her power again, but I couldn't react. My ice wouldn't activate. My body wouldn't move. I was frozen. I was broken. All I could see was Izuku. His beautiful green eyes, his fluffy broccoli hair, his adorable freckles, his smile. The fear in his eyes when I passed him in the halls. The pain in his soul when I hurt him. I couldn't use my ice. I tried to send a blast toward Izumi, but nothing happened. All I could imagine was the look on Izuku's innocent face when I used my ice to hurt him. When I used my ice to end his life. I looked to my left side, desperately trying to summon my fire. I had sworn to myself that I would never use my fire in battle. Not after what my father had done. After witnessing the fear in my mother's eyes as he used his power to hurt both of us. I was no better than my father. I had vowed never to use my fire because he used his to harm others. Yet I had used my ice for precisely that. I was no better than that monster. I looked around, and everything seemed to slow. The wave of power was about to knock me out of the arena. The cheers and screams of joy from the crowd felt distant. Panic rose in my mind as I came to a realization. I couldn't use my quirks. I closed my eyes as an intense pain surged through my body, only able to say one final phrase before I faded into darkness. I was sorry, Izuku. Izuku Yagi's perspective shifted as he and Stain had just finished disposing of a body. Stain had initially wanted to leave it as usual, but then he realized this was Izuku's kill. It encouraged Izuku to take credit for it, so Izuku may have taken those words a bit too literally. Stain assisted him in transporting the body and finding the necessary tools. It was truly an educational experience. After preparing the body for discovery, Izuku returned to the hideout where he and Stain were staying. It wasn't as nice as the bar, and the bar wasn't nice at all. He sat down on a couch and turned on the television. Was the sports festival still going on? He had been greatly annoyed by his friend's words, so he had no real interest in watching the event. However, it was the only thing airing, so he had no choice. He watched as his sister battled Todoroki in the finals. They seemed very determined, but then Todoroki stopped, looking as if he were in a trance. Izumi unleashed a wave of power toward Todoroki. Wow, that must be one for all. Izuku watched as Izumi knocked Todoroki backward, out of the arena. He was on the verge of losing consciousness when his mouth moved. To anyone else, it would have seemed like a breath of air, but with the muffled sound that accompanied it, Izuku understood. He was apologizing. Izuku processed his words. He wasn't feeling the anger he had felt with Bakugu's words. This was different. Bakugu hadn't apologized. He had just assumed all was well and used Izuku's death to evoke sympathy from the crowd. Todoroki didn't call him his friend, nor did he announce on live television that he wanted to win in Izuku's name. He said he was sorry. Izuku was taken aback by those words. Was he mishearing him, or did he just apologize? He still held a deep hatred for him, but an idea began to form a really malicious one at that. After Todoroki lost consciousness, the announcers proclaimed Izumi the winner of the sports festival. Izuku felt anger rise within him. That which didn't deserve first place. The announcers stated that once Todoroki regained consciousness, they would award all the young heroes. Instead of cutting to a commercial break or airing something more enjoyable, they allowed the contestants to participate in minigames. So boring. Finally, after around 30 minutes of nothing, they began to bring out the finalists. Of course, the top 3 placers had to be his past tormentors, Bakugu Katsuki, then Todoroki Shoto, and last but certainly not least, his sister, Izumi. They presented a restrained Bakugu with his 3rd place award, then a rattled Todoroki with his 2nd place medal. Finally, for gold, a voice boomed from above, and a cloud of dust formed. As the dust settled, all might and attraction appeared his parents. Izuku ground his teeth as he watched them wave at the now roaring crowd. It was giving him a headache. His biased parents spoke with pride about how much Izumi deserved her award and that she worked hard for it. It was disturbing. His parents praised Izumi for being born with a talent. Was that all they cared about? They didn't seem to care about his accomplishments or her attitude. All they cared about were quirks. He composed himself and continued to watch. All Might handed Izumi the microphone and asked if she wanted to give a speech. She nodded slowly. Taking the microphone in her shaking hands, she took a deep breath. She wanted to dedicate this award to her brother. Izuku grumbled to himself, having already seen this before. If you're listening, I'm sorry I wasn't there when you needed me. My only regret in life is that I failed to save you. I hope you know that you'll always be my best friend, even through death. Izuku felt anger rise within him. They were never friends to begin with, he thought angrily as he glared at the screen, acting as if she could hear him. Naomasa Tsukachi's perspective shifted as he pulled up behind a bar in Hosu City. The dispatcher had received a tip from a frantic emergency call about a mysterious and disturbing briefcase. It didn't seem too serious, but since he was in the area on an investigation, he was sent to check it out. He planted his feet on the alcohol-stained concrete, crinkling his nose at the vile fumes that polluted the air. As he scanned the area for the briefcase, he thought about how disgusting and beneath him this situation felt. To his left, an open case caught his eye. This must be it. Cautiously, he approached the case, wondering what could be so disturbing. As he neared the partially open bag, he strained to make out some of the contents. He crouched down and donned a pair of gloves, knowing this could potentially be a crime scene. He couldn't contaminate the evidence. Fully opening the briefcase, he was met with an even more foul-smelling odor. Inside were squishy, black garbage bags of various sizes. They appeared extremely compressed, yet they fit without expanding from their placements. He reached for one of the bags and opened it, feeling a wave of horror wash over him. Shota Aizawa was filled with rage, the sheer anger rising within him from the blatant lies that a certain child was spewing made his blood boil. He had never encountered someone as arrogant as this child. What kind of person would take a life and use that truth as a means of sympathy? Yagi Izumi was that kind of person. If her brother were truly listening, he was certain he would be just as disgusted. Observing Yagi's parents during her speech, he noticed their faces pale at the mention of her brother, yet they seemed proud of her words. Did they not know what she had done? Suddenly, he was jolted from his thoughts by the prolonged yell of his co-worker. Hisashi's distinctive style of elongating vowels was unmistakable. As he calmed down and recognized his friend in the room, he considered returning to bed. But then he noticed something alarming. Wait, how did he get into my house? Hisashi looked at him with his usual unbothered expression and explained that he had left the bedroom window unlocked. Aizawa was baffled, insisting he didn't have a bedroom window. Hisashi confirmed otherwise, and Aizawa glanced at the wall to find a giant hole. He muttered about pressing charges for the damage, but the sound of muffled sniffles and crying children drew his attention. Rising from the comfort of his bed, he opened the door to reveal around 7 of his children. They rushed into his room, circling him as Hisashi watched in shock. Aizawa glared at Hisashi, who was astonished by the sight. The friend remarked on how one man could own so many cats, to which Aizawa replied that one could never have too many. He walked to his closet, grabbed his usual black outfit and capture weapon, and turned to his dazed friend, asking if he planned to fix the wall. Hisashi simply replied no. Aizawa scoffed at his childish antics and left the room, leaving a portion of his beloved cats in Hisashi's care. As he prepared for the day, he mentally steeled himself for the lecture he had planned for Yagi. He was beyond aggravated at her speech the other day. Tsukachi couldn't believe his eyes as he gazed upon the contents of the bags. Each bag contained similar items. Quickly, he grabbed his radio to call dispatch back in Mizudafu, as well as his detective friends in the Hosu district. The dispatcher asked him frantically about the situation in Hosu and what was in the briefcase. Tsukachi urgently requested a team to come over as fast as possible. The dispatcher pressed for details, and Tsukachi hesitated before stating that the contents of the bag resembled dismembered human remains. Just voicing that thought made him feel sick. He struggled to suppress the urge to vomit. What kind of person could dismember another human and stuff them into a briefcase? He took another look at the case, noting the organization of the contents. This wasn't a mindless act, it was strategic and thought out. It all seemed too perfect. This was a statement, a warning, a calculated act by someone who knew exactly what they were doing. It was the work of a deranged individual orchestrating a chilling message. Izumi Yagi was packing her bags in the classroom, preparing to head home. She was shocked that Mr. Aizawa hadn't expressed his anger towards her yet. Just as she thought this, he appeared before her, his voice menacing and his expression even more so. He looked as if he were ready to unleash his fury but was holding back. She tensed and gulped as he spoke. They needed to have a discussion. Nodding, she looked down in shame, aware of what was coming. With some classmates still present, he led her into the hallway, leaning against the wall and glaring at her. They stood in silence, staring at each other for what felt like an eternity. His silence was torturous, and her mind raced with thoughts of what he might say. Was she being expelled? Was he going to yell at her? Was she going to jail? His sharp words cut through her thoughts as he stated that he didn't like her. He continued, saying she didn't belong at UA. A wave of hurt washed over her. Then he added that she had an extraordinary and powerful quirk, but it was a waste of potential. Confusion and frustration filled her as she processed his words. Where is this going? The teacher looked directly at the student, his expression serious. He had conducted his own research before their meeting, gathering information from the student's past teacher, who had provided access to security footage showing the student and their friends bullying their so-called best friend. The student's eyes widened as they absorbed the gravity of the situation. It was clear that the teacher knew the extent of the torment inflicted on Izuku. The teacher's voice grew more intense as he recounted the verbal abuse and humiliation that had been directed at Izuku, emphasizing the pain caused by the bullying. The teacher continued, expressing his anger over the student's actions, which had led to tragic consequences. The student felt a lump form in their throat, struggling to breathe as the weight of the accusations pressed down on them. They were overwhelmed with emotion, realizing the depth of their wrongdoing. The teacher pointed out the lies the student had told their classmates, fabricating a story about Izuku's death to avoid facing the truth. The student felt a wave of shame wash over them, as if they were suffocating under the burden of their guilt. In a moment of desperation, the student cried out, unable to contain their emotions any longer. They collapsed to the floor, tears streaming down their face as they confronted the reality of their actions. The teacher's words echoed in their mind, a harsh reminder of the pain they had caused. As the teacher walked away, the student felt utterly alone. They turned to see Mina, a familiar face, approaching with concern. Mina's voice trembled as she asked if the accusations were true. The student's silence spoke volumes, and Mina's expression shifted from concern to horror as she realized the truth. Mina backed away, her voice filled with disbelief as she confronted the student about their actions. The accusation stung, and the student felt a surge of defensiveness. They retaliated, pointing out Mina's own past actions, claiming that she was no better than they were. Mina's reaction was visceral, her mind reeling from the confrontation. Overwhelmed by emotions, she turned and fled down the hallway, desperate to escape the weight of the accusations. The student watched her go, feeling a mix of guilt and anger. In the city, Mina ran through the streets, trying to escape the memories that haunted her. The darkness of the night enveloped her as she sought refuge in an alleyway, where she collapsed in tears. The words of her friend echoed in her mind, and she felt the weight of being labeled a murderer. As she sat in despair, a figure emerged from the shadows. The man, looking disheveled and rough, startled her. She recognized him as a villain from a past incident and instinctively prepared to flee. But before she could escape, he grabbed her, pulling her deeper into the darkness. He claimed he only wanted to talk, but the tension in the air was palpable. The encounter raised questions about her fate and the choices that had led her to this moment. Meanwhile, Tamura Shigaraki observed the scene, his grip firm on the student he had captured. He had no intention of killing her unless absolutely necessary. The sight of a UA student, vulnerable and frightened, stirred something within him. He began to question how she had found their hideout, intrigued by her presence in their world. Understanding what had been attempted, he walked towards the back counter. The child looked at me with wide eyes, filled with anxiety. I remained silent as my comrade turned to face us, holding a sharpened kitchen knife. The child began to cry out in fear as Kurojairi approached her, his presence commanding yet calm. After a few moments, Kurojairi stood before her, offering a glass filled with water and freshly cut lemons. He cleared his throat and spoke gently to the frightened child, explaining that lemon water helps detoxify the liver and improve its functioning. He mentioned that Shigaraki had noticed her voice sounded strained. As Kurojairi handed the glass to the child, I released my grip from her neck. She glanced back at me in surprise before cautiously accepting the water. Hesitant to drink, I reassured her from my seat nearby, stating that it wasn't poisoned, though my tone came out raspy and annoyed, which was not my intention. With a look of concealed fear, she whispered her thanks and took a sip. I struggled with the decision to keep my hand on her neck. She could easily escape and alert the heroes to our location, or she could retaliate against us right then and there. I pushed those thoughts aside, reminding myself of Kurojairi's incredible reflexes. If anything were to happen, he would certainly be alert. I then asked her what a UA student was doing in a back alley crying in the middle of the night. She sniffled and explained that she had gotten lost. It made sense, something must have happened at school, causing her to run away and break down in the alley. The Hero Society often overlooked the well-being of children, and this situation could prove useful. Curious, I pressed further, asking why she had been crying. She stiffened and looked down, and I recalled my experiences with Yagi, knowing not to pry into sensitive topics. I decided to let it go and turned to Kurojairi, striking up a conversation as if the child were not present. I remarked on how it was a shame the kid wasn't there, as he would surely break the ice. The child perked up at my words but remained silent. Kurogyari responded, questioning whether the kid had given us a date for his return, trying to avoid revealing too much information. We chatted about video games and other random topics, earning a few curious glances from the pink-skinned girl beside me. Eventually, Kurogyari turned on the TV, flipping through channels until we landed on a rerun of the sports festival. The program was nearing its end, showcasing a speech from a blonde-haired girl who was lying about her friendship with Izuku. I scoffed at her words, feeling a surge of anger. Suddenly, I remembered the child was still in the room and quickly glanced at her. She glared at the screen, her expression mirroring my own frustration. She then voiced her agreement, expressing her disdain for the girl on TV, who was perceived as great by everyone else but was, in her eyes, nothing more than a liar and a bully. In another room, Naomasa Tsukachi paced anxiously, waiting with the NPA's forensic scientist, Kato Akihiko. They had been waiting for the results of a DNA extraction process, which was taking longer than expected. Tsukachi felt uneasy ever since opening the briefcase containing disturbing evidence. Kato began evaluating the case, noting that the separation lines appeared strategically measured, suggesting that the killer wanted the bagged corpse to be found a statement and a warning. As Tsukachi pondered these thoughts, a clicking sound filled the room, indicating that the sample was ready. Meanwhile, Ashido Mina reflected on her past, sharing her feelings with the two villains beside her. She had once considered a girl her best friend, but that trust had been shattered when she discovered the truth about the girl's brother's death. Mina felt a connection with the villains, sensing they understood her pain. She recounted how she confronted her friend, who accused her of being just as bad, labeling her a murderer. Overwhelmed with emotion, Mina began to sob, revealing the weight of her guilt and the reasons she had run away. As fast as possible, without looking back, the weight of guilt pressed heavily on the young one's shoulders. They felt as if they could never face her or anyone else again. Tears streamed down their face, releasing emotions that had been bottled up for far too long. It was a relief, almost like a burden had been lifted. A comforting hand patted their back, and they turned to see a blue-haired man watching them with empathy. He encouraged them to let it all out, and his sincerity was evident. Perhaps the child he had mentioned earlier had experienced similar struggles. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through the moment as the door swung open. The young one turned, eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of a classmate standing in the doorway, confusion etched on their face as they took in the tear-stained visage. Feeling overwhelmed, the young ones stammered, barely able to articulate their thoughts. They quickly decided they needed to leave and bolted out of the bar, ignoring the discussions of the villains behind them. How could their classmate be involved with such a notorious group? The world felt overwhelmingly corrupt, and they struggled to comprehend it all. After what felt like an eternity of running, they finally reached home. Ignoring their parents' concerned glances, they rushed to their room and locked themselves in the bathroom, retrieving hidden blades. In a desperate attempt to escape the darkness surrounding them, they pressed the blades against their skin, feeling the sting as they cut deeper. The sound of their parents' voices broke through the haze, pulling them back to reality. The thought of losing them was unbearable. They fought against the pain, forcing themselves to respond as cheerfully as possible, assuring their parents they were fine. But inside, they felt the weight of their sorrow and the need to confess their regrets. Meanwhile, Naomasa Tsukachi had been waiting for 3 days for the results of a DNA analysis. In the lab, his colleague Kato arrived with the findings. The victim had been a man named Ida Tensei, known as Ingenium, someone Tsukachi had once assisted. The news of his brutal murder shocked him deeply. Kato explained that 2 different sets of fingerprints had been found on the victim and the briefcase, leading them to a partial match. The realization hit Tsukachi hard. Their prime suspect was the infamous hero killer, Stain. In another place, Shota Aizawa stood in front of a classroom filled with anxious children. The presence of flowers on a desk signaled something was wrong, and the students' questions only deepened his sense of dread. He struggled to maintain his composure as he delivered the heartbreaking news that Mina would no longer be joining them. His mind drifted back to the previous night when he had patrolled the area and stumbled upon a chaotic scene at Mina's home. The flashing lights and sirens filled the air as first responders worked diligently. Upon recognizing Mina's parents, he rushed to offer help, only to be met with their distraught expressions. After hearing their frantic questions, Aizawa entered the house, his heart racing with concern for his student. As he stepped into the bathroom, he was met with a horrifying sight that would haunt him forever. The metallic scent of blood filled the air, and the scene was one of utter devastation. Paramedics crowded the already cramped room, and in the middle lay my student. Ashido was covered in dried blood, her eyes wide with dried tears still present. Her body appeared dull and lifeless, a faint smile plastered upon her face. The first responders had lifted her onto the stretcher and began to carry her away. She was gone. Taking a closer look at her, I noticed her arms, the source of the blood. They seemed crushed and mangled, as if someone had violently attacked her. Had she done this to herself? I stood frozen, grappling with the thought of why Ashido would choose to end her life. Every possibility led to the same conclusion. The hardships my students had faced over the past month all traced back to the assault that had occurred weeks ago. Every death, every injury, both mental and physical, was a result of the group of villains who had attacked us. They were responsible for this. I vowed to avenge my fallen students. And a flashback. The teacher's voice broke the silence, delivering the devastating news that Ashido had taken her own life. Izumi Yagi reflected on her recent confrontation with Mina, feeling the weight of guilt settle over her. This was her fault. This was the second time this had happened. Gripping her hair, she recalled her memories with Mina. Overwhelmed by pressure, she abruptly stood and asked to leave for the restroom, desperate to escape the suffocating atmosphere. Slamming the bathroom door open, she collapsed as soon as she was sure no one was around. It felt as if she was being suffocated, her lungs collapsing as she cried. She felt trapped, clawing at her neck in a futile attempt to free herself from the sensation. Everyone she spoke to seemed to suffer. Was there something wrong with her? A voice echoed from behind her, mocking her pain. She looked around, but there was no one there. The laughter continued, deepening her confusion and fear. Who was there? The voice taunted her, suggesting that everyone she touched seemed to suffer. It spoke of her inability to keep her thoughts to herself, dismissing her feelings of remorse. Sorry meant nothing if she did not make amends. Sorry would not bring back those lost. The voice continued, reminding her of the lives lost, the pain she had caused. She shouted for it to stop, but the voice only grew louder, drowning her in her own tears. The voice was right. Sorry was just a word people used when they made mistakes. It wouldn't fix anything. It wouldn't bring Mina and Izuku back. Tenya Ito was in shock. He had been coping better since the recent tragedies, but now another peer had lost their life. He couldn't believe Mina would be the one to take her own life. She always seemed so strong and full of life. Sitting with his usual lunch group, he struggled to comprehend the situation when his phone rang. Seeing his mother's name, he answered immediately, knowing it must be important. "Tenya, it's your brother." His heart dropped as his mother's voice trembled, filled with sorrow. "He was found dead a few days ago." He stiffened, tears welling in his eyes. Disregarding the recent death, the school announced that they would continue with the academic schedule. The teacher asked if anyone had heard about the U.A internships. Tenya and his peers stared in disbelief. How could the school expect them to move on so quickly? During the explanation of the internships, Tenya's mind was focused on one goal: to avenge his brother. He was now running through the back alleys of Hosu City, having arrived for his internship just days ago. While interning with Manuel, he had secretly been locating Stain, the infamous hero killer. Before applying for the internship, he had researched Stain's patterns, trying to understand his motives and learn everything he could to aid his goal: to avenge his brother. He had discovered that Stain typically killed at least 4 people in every city he visited. In Hosu City, his brother had been the first victim, meaning Stain should still be nearby. The connection was clear: he preferred to strike in less populated areas. That was why I was sprinting through the alleyways instead of the streets. There were plenty of alleys, and without knowing how often he committed his crimes, I was at a severe disadvantage. He could be targeting someone across town while I navigated these narrow paths. As I ran, my mind raced with every possible scenario that could go wrong. I was so lost in my thoughts that I almost missed the sound of a sword being drawn to my left. Turning my head, I saw the man I had been searching for, the hero killer, Stain. I made an abrupt turn toward him, charging full speed, preparing to kick him. I moved silently, but my suit made noise as the metal clashed together, alerting the notorious hero killer to my presence. He redirected his sword to face me, and before I could react, it collided with my mask. Though it didn't pierce the armor, my mask flew off in the process. He looked down at me, a child in a suit, and told me to leave, claiming this was no place for someone my age. I took in his appearance, confirming that this was indeed Stain. He wore flowing red and beige scarves, his torso adorned with a layer of knives, and he held a long sword. His long black hair was kept out of his face by a blood-red headband and a beige mask. But it was his eyes, vibrant, luminescent red eyes, that pierced through me. In a different mindset, I would have been paralyzed with fear, but I was consumed by anger, driven by a desire for vengeance. My expression twisted as I stared into the eyes of my brother's killer. Just as I was about to speak, his sword rose toward my unmasked face. He remarked that my eyes were filled with vengeance and warned me to be careful with my words, suggesting that even someone my age could become his target. His cold, monstrous eyes gleamed with a hint of mercy. I felt rage boiling within me as I tried to articulate my thoughts. Suddenly, a childish laugh echoed through the air, creating an eerie atmosphere. Both Stain and I turned to locate the source of the unsettling sound. There stood a man in a black hoodie and matching mask, his eyes glowing a bright, venomous green. This was the man in black, the note-taker, one of the villains from that day, the day 3 of my friends were murdered during the USJ incident. Memories flooded my mind, freezing me in place as I recalled Koda's body turning to ash before my eyes and the pain the incident had caused my friends. I remembered the faces of my peers as they learned of each death following the villain attack. The hero killer's voice broke through my trance as he addressed the man, asking him to be quiet for 20 seconds. The man snickered in response, calling him Master. I was taken aback. How could a child stand by and watch as another child was harmed? How could he join a group of villains? How could he be so twisted? As the hero killer's attention shifted back to me, I continued my declaration. I was the brother of an incredible hero he had killed, the best older brother anyone could hope for. I had come to stop him because my brother could no longer do so. He would remember my name for as long as he lived. I was Ingenium, and I would defeat him. That was my promise. The hero killer responded with a chilling acceptance of my challenge, telling me to die. Meanwhile, Izumi Yagi was on a bus bound for Shibuya when a giant creature-like monster burst through the wall. It resembled the creature from the USJ attack but was a sickly teal color. It was a Nomu. The creature wreaked havoc on the train, injuring a pro-hero who had been tailing it. Gran Torino shouted for everyone to stay back as he charged at the Nomu, trying to redirect it away from the innocent. Explosions erupted around the city, and smoke filled the air. Ignoring Gran Torino's orders, Izumi leaped from the train, determined to help. This was Hosu City, where Ida had been interning. Maybe she could find him, and together they could fight. Using 5% of One for All to boost her speed, she felt a surge of pride for finally controlling her newfound power. She ran toward the heart of the action, searching for Ida or the pro-hero he had been working with. Suddenly, a voice called out, warning her to get out of the way. Looking up, she saw one of the heroes she had been searching for, standing protectively in front of her against the Nomu. The pro-hero Ida had been interning with was Manuel. His light blue and white hero suit glowed in the orange light of the fire. He appeared irritated by my presence. I quickly gathered my thoughts to ask my question. Manuel looked in my direction as he fought the Nomu with his water quirk, then paused to think for a moment. He admitted he hadn't seen Ida since the first explosion and expressed his worry about what might have happened to him. His sincerity made me reflect on Ida's recent behavior in class, especially after taking cover in a safe area of the city. Ida had been acting strangely lately, possibly due to the hero killer's actions against his brother. I recalled seeing on the news that the hero killer had killed Ida's brother in Hosu City, the very city where Ida had chosen to intern. It struck me that Ida might be pursuing the hero killer right now, which seemed completely reckless yet plausible. Regardless, Ida was my friend, and I was determined to find him. I pondered where he could be. From Tenya Ida's perspective, he activated his engines and prepared to kick the hero killer once more, but the villain proved to be stronger than he had anticipated. The hero killer leaped over Ida's head as his legs swung through empty air, and Ida felt the impact of a spike-covered shoe against his shoulder. The hero killer coldly remarked on Ida's connection to his brother, Ingenium. As he landed on Ida's back, his face was obscured in darkness, more terrifying than anything Ida had ever witnessed. The hero killer taunted him, claiming he was just as weak as his brother. With a swift motion, the villain aimed his sword at Ida, piercing his shoulder. Ida felt a surge of pain as the blade struck him, and he could sense the blood escaping his body. The hero killer's voice dripped with malice as he declared that they were not heroes, but mere fakes. Ida strained to meet the gaze of a boy in black who was watching with a mocking expression, seemingly enjoying the scene unfolding before him. Ida's voice resonated with vengeance as he declared that his brother had been an incredible person who had saved many lives and that the hero killer had no right to take that away. The boy in black laughed harder, while the hero killer's sword pressed deeper into Ida. In a moment of clarity, Ida realized that the true murderer of his brother was not the hero killer, but the boy in black. The revelation struck him hard. It was evident that the hero killer's methods did not align with the gruesome act that had been committed. Tears began to form in Ida's eyes as he glared at the boy, vowing that he would not forgive him and would seek revenge. The boy pointed out a man propped against a wall, revealing him to be the pro-hero native, who appeared to be bleeding out. Ida's focus had been so consumed by his rage that he had overlooked the hero in need of help. The hero killer taunted Ida, suggesting he was blinded by his desire for revenge and had forgotten about the true hero in danger. He then ominously stated that Ida would die that night, liking his sword in a menacing manner. Ida felt a wave of paralysis wash over him, realizing he was unable to move. As the hero killer prepared to deliver the final blow, Ida's thoughts raced. He understood that the boy in black was the true threat, and he would escape without facing justice for his actions against Ida's family. Despair washed over him as he pleaded for a different outcome. Meanwhile, from Izumi Yagi's perspective, he had been searching through alleyways, convinced the hero killer would be hiding among the chaos of the city. He was determined to find Ida, though doubts crept in about whether Ida was truly in danger or seeking the hero killer himself. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice echoing through an alleyway, and he recognized it belonged to Ida. Seeing his friend face down with a sword poised above him sent a chill down Izumi's spine. Without hesitation, he leaped forward, delivering a powerful right hook that knocked the hero killer back. Standing protectively in front of his injured friend, Izumi prepared to confront the hero killer. As the villain began to rise, another figure caught Izumi's attention. The boy in black, with his messy hair hidden beneath a hoodie and a surgical mask covering most of his face, glared at Izumi with vibrant, emerald eyes that shone in the moonlight. The anger in his expression was all too familiar. This was the very person who had put Izumi's father into a comatose state. This was the man who had revealed my father's identity to my friends. This was the man who had been involved in the deaths of 3 of my friends. This was the masked man. The man in black scoffed at the remark before looking away. He glanced towards the moon, making his beautifully entrancing eyes shine brighter. The man in black? Interesting name. His voice was sweeter than nectar as he spoke. I don't like it. Call me Agony. His honey-sweet voice was both menacing and calming to listen to. It reminded me of something, but I couldn't quite remember what. Was it someone I knew? The hero killer rose to his feet, liking his sword, which bore a droplet of blood my blood. He must have cut me when I punched him. I felt my body stiffen as I struggled to move. Somehow, I was frozen where I stood. I tried to move, but nothing worked. My legs wouldn't budge, my arms wouldn't flail, and my nose wouldn't twitch. You're not powerful enough. It's not that you predicted my movements, you just left my field of vision and maneuvered to get a clear shot, but I saw through your plan. He spoke with a menacing tone, though it wasn't as frightening as Agony's voice. "I'll take care of you after I finish with this child." What? He was going to kill me too? I shouldn't have gotten involved. I should have just stayed on the train. I strained my neck and eyes to see Agony looking angry with Stain as he expressed his frustration. I couldn't decide who his anger was directed towards, nor could I understand why he said those words. I wanted to kill her. "Fine. Do as you wish," the hero killer replied with a sigh. "What? Oh no. I didn't want to die yet." I stared at the man stalking towards me in terror. Despite his mask, I could tell by looking into his eyes that he wore a grin, a sickeningly sweet one at that. He took off his gloves, and a vibrant green light, matching his eyes, began to emit from them. Then, forming from the green light, were two twin whips made of electricity. Under different circumstances, I would have thought they were majestic. The way the two whips flowed gracefully through the air was unrivaled. The perfectly in-sync electric currents, attached to his hands, were elegant, even more so than Shoto's ice. Agony was getting dangerously close with his whips, obviously struggling to contain his laughter. I quickly snapped out of my self-induced trance and screamed as he was about to strike me. Then I saw it. Shoto Todoroki's perspective shifted as he heard an ear-piercing scream just as he was about to turn the corner into the alleyway Izumi had sent him to. She was usually not one to send cryptic messages, and being his childhood friend, he felt obliged to ensure everything was okay. He ran into the alley just before a giant, green electric current was about to strike his friend. Still finding it difficult to use his ice, he broke through his mental block and sent a beam of ice towards the man holding the whips. The ice was heading straight towards the man, and it should have hit him in the stomach. Shoto watched in shock as the pillar of ice he shot went straight through the man. The man stopped what he was doing and stared at him. What? How did he phase through that? Shoto thought the man's quirk was those electric whips. He stared back at the man in shock before noticing an airborne knife headed right towards him. He swiftly dodged, realizing who had thrown it. It was the hero killer, hunched over one of his friends. He glanced at the two men, both trying to harm his classmates, and they glared back. He wondered why his two classmates weren't countering their attackers. They were both heroes in training, so this shouldn't faze them as much as it currently was. "Shoto, help us. They are going to kill Ida and me." Izumi yelled at him without actually looking at him. "Yeah, I kind of assumed that, Captain Obvious," he thought back, confidence rising in his voice. He had to keep a leveled head, and maybe he could activate his ice again. Taking a deep breath, he stomped his right foot down, creating a level of ice. The ice lifted his two friends and the pro hero who had already been there off the ground. He internally grinned as his ice finally started to work again. It had been days since he had been able to use his quirk, but finally, it was starting to cooperate. The level of ice he built was on a slant, so his friends and the hero slid downwards to meet him. Now that they were safe and he could use his quirk, this should be much easier. "Shoto, you can't let that guy get your blood. I think he controls his enemy's actions by swallowing it. That's how he got us." Glancing behind him, he noticed Izumi's features. Although she was paralyzed, he could tell by the shaking in her voice that she was scared. After Izumi had uttered those words, another knife flew right past him, cutting his left cheek. "You have good friends, Ingenium," the hero killer's voice echoed through the alleyway as he jumped into the air, preparing to strike Shoto with his knife. Shoto created a small stalagmite of ice from the floor to block the attack. Looking up, he noticed the sword in the air. He must have thrown it at the same time as the knife. He dodged the attack while the hero killer tried to lick the blood that was slowly flowing from the gash on his cheek. As an impulse, he used the flames on his left side to knock him back. He had used his left side in battle. His eyes widened as he realized what he had done, and he quickly extinguished his flames. The hero killer landed and caught his sword before slicing right through Shoto's ice, cutting the stalagmite in half. Shoto quickly sent another blast of ice towards the hero killer, successfully knocking him back once more. Glancing towards the man who had been attempting to harm his childhood friend, Shoto's face contorted in confusion. The man wasn't doing anything, he was just watching attentively. What was this man doing? "Why are you doing this?" he thought, abruptly torn from his thoughts by the voice of his classmate, still paralyzed on the floor. His fight is with me. I inherited my brother's name. I'm the one who should stop him. Agony was his name. The realization hit as he glanced at the figure before him, the man from the USJ incident. This was the one who had revealed All Might's secret. He must go by the name Agony. Snapping back to the present, he began to speak, noting the transformation of Ingenium. It was strange. As those words left his lips, he pressed his hand to the floor, summoning a massive wall of ice. Pillars shot out in all directions as the hero killer evaded them, while Agony became transparent. He observed with interest as the pillars passed right through him, the man simply staring back. The Ingenium he remembered never wore that expression. He paused, captivated by the striking green eyes of the man in the hood. You have a dark side. I suppose my family isn't the only one with secrets. The wall of ice he had created shattered under the hero killer's blade. The villain taunted him, pointing out that he had blocked his own view against a faster opponent. Come get me then, he challenged. You're good, kid. Unlike him, the hero killer remarked, aiming his sword at the pro-hero beside him. Just before landing, Izumi sprang into action, landing a punch squarely on his face. Grabbing his arm, she slammed him against the wall. Izumi, he called out. I'm not sure why, but I can move now, she replied. So he has a time limit, he pondered aloud. No, Native interjected. That kid should have been the last one freed. I still can't move. Izumi, dodge, he shouted, sending a path of ice toward the hero killer. Why had Izumi been freed first? Perhaps the hero killer's quirk varies based on blood type, he speculated. If that's the case, I'm type B, Native responded. I'm A, he added. So you figured it out? Bravo, the hero killer taunted. Izumi stood, ready to fight alongside him, but suddenly he felt a tightness in his chest, struggling to breathe. He was filled with anger. So much anger that it manifested as laughter. This was the second time those monsters had ruined his life, dragging him down to the depths of despair. They had taken something precious from him once again. In a flashback, he recalled Izumi and Todoroki rising to confront him and his master. He activated one of his quirks, Ghost, rendering himself invisible. Moving undetected, he seized both of their necks. The satisfaction of watching them gasp for air was overwhelming. Their faces twisted in confusion and fear, igniting a thrill within him. When he made himself visible, their eyes widened with terror. This must have been how he appeared all those years ago. It felt empowering to see them cower in fear, as he finally tasted revenge. He contemplated revealing his identity but decided against it. It wasn't the right moment. He wanted them all to witness his power when they were at their lowest, suffering as he had. He wanted them to feel the weight of despair, the desire to give up, to end their own pain. He relished the sounds of their struggles as they fought for breath, their faces paling as oxygen dwindled. Realizing they might perish if he didn't let go, he released them, needing them to endure suffering for far longer than a mere moment. Gasping for air, they clutched their throats on the concrete. Todoroki looked up at him, fear evident in his eyes. As he gasped for oxygen, a realization struck him. Todoroki was the most impressionable of them all. A smirk crept across his face as he considered how to exploit this to his advantage, to break him beyond repair. Todoroki gazed up at the man looming over him, who appeared to revel in their distress. He felt as though the man could see right through him. He sprang to his feet, ready to strike, but the villain vanished. Glancing at Izumi, he noticed she had fainted, likely from lack of air. He was on his own, at least until Ida and Native regained their strength. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his back, sending him crashing to the ground. Agony leaned down, gripping the back of his neck, whispering in his ear, "Yagi Izuku." His body stiffened at the sound of that husky voice. Thoughts raced through his mind as the man continued, questioning his aspirations of becoming a hero after everything he had done. "You're just like your father, Todoroki." With those words, Agony released him and approached the hero killer. He remained frozen in place, the truth hitting him hard. He had always known he was like his father, but hearing it from someone else made it painfully real. Along with inheriting his quirk, he also bore the weight of his father's flawed character. "I'm tired. May I return to the hideout?" he strained to ask, glancing back at the man. Stain nodded, assuring him he would only be a moment. Agony whispered something to the hero killer before turning back toward Todoroki. He mentioned how lovely it was to see him again, leaving Todoroki confused about what he meant. Was he referring to the USJ incident? Then, in an unexpected move, the hero killer removed his mask. Todoroki's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the freckle-covered face of the man he thought he had killed. How could this be possible? He had seen the body laid cold in a casket. He mumbled Izuku's name quietly, almost certain that the hero killer heard him. Seeing the shock on Todoroki's face, the hero killer turned and began to walk away, leaving Todoroki, Izumi, Ida, and Native alone with him. All Todoroki could see was red as the hero killer departed. He felt an overwhelming need to reach out to Izuku, to talk to him, to apologize. He craved answers, clarification, and forgiveness. He longed for Izuku's presence and his smile. The only obstacle standing between him and Izuku was the hero killer blocking his path. Todoroki had to get to Izuku. He needed to express how sorry he was. From Izuku Yagi's perspective, he whispered to Stain, instructing him not to harm the blonde girl or the Canadian flag, wanting them alive for a little while longer. He was careful not to let anyone else hear his words, knowing that if they discovered his plan, they would thwart his goals, which would only frustrate him. As he glanced at his sister to confirm she was unconscious, he spoke again, relishing the moment. After ensuring that the others were paralyzed and facing away, he removed his mask. Though he had changed significantly since their last encounter, he hoped Todoroki would recognize him from his face alone, without needing to remove his hood. Todoroki stared back at him, eyes wide. The mask hung from one ear, revealing his freckles and emerald eyes. Izuku could see the recognition flicker in Todoroki's gaze when he muttered his name under his breath. This was a crucial step toward making his dreams a reality, aligning his ideals with a common goal. As he walked away, the painful expression on Todoroki's face lingered in his mind, bringing a smile to his lips. The way Todoroki's eyes shook, his lips trembled, and his body wobbled as he sat was captivating. Izuku trusted Master to complete his mission swiftly, ensuring that the two individuals he wanted for himself remained unharmed. Arriving at the base, he felt a sense of amusement from the terror on the faces of his two tormentors. He wondered how much fun Stain was having without him, but he knew this was the path he needed to take to reach Todoroki Shoto's mind. The journey would be worth it once he achieved his goals. He woke up in a cold sweat, a familiar occurrence. Holding his head in pain, he reflected on his dream, which was always a memory of the past. He couldn't recall a single moment of true happiness in his life. Since he was 4 years old, there had not been a day, night, birthday, or holiday when he wore a genuine smile. His dream was of his 10th birthday. Being a twin, his parents often forgot that it was also his birthday. They only remembered his sister's special day. He had sat in his room, watching his favorite All Might video as he often did. During his sister's 5th birthday party, he had learned to avoid the festivities, knowing he would either be ignored or bullied. He didn't want to feel miserable on his own birthday, but it seemed the universe had other plans. After finishing the video, he lay on the floor and cried, trying to stay strong and find hope, but there was none. Deep down, he understood that he was not strong, that he was hopeless and weak, a waste of a person. He felt as if he could barely hold on, as if a train was barreling toward him. As he silently cried, a sudden noise broke through his thoughts. He realized he had forgotten to lock his door. Closing his eyes, he braced himself for whatever would happen next, tears streaming down his face. He knew he couldn't outrun them or fight back. He felt too weak to try. That day marked the moment he had truly given up. Although he hadn't been completely broken, he had lost faith in everything. He clung to a small thread of hope that something might change. He waited for a long time, but nothing happened. When he opened his eyes, he saw his sister and her friends staring at him. They stood there, observing his small figure, his hair a mess, eyes red and puffy, and cheeks stained with tears. He lay on the floor, feeling utterly defeated. He spoke, his voice hoarse and broken, asking if they weren't going to do anything to him. As he continued to lie there, crying silently, they simply stared. Bakugo was the first to approach him, kicking him in the stomach as the others snapped out of their trance. No one said anything. He didn't say anything either. He felt more pain mentally than physically, exhausted by it all. Eventually, they left him there, tears continuing to flow as he lay on the floor. Reliving memories like that made him feel as if he had never truly escaped. It made Izuku feel as if he were still in pain, as if he were slowly dying. He hoped that when he finally got his revenge, it would all stop. When he showed everyone what it was like, he believed he would be freed from his mental prison, from his problems, and from those memories. He rose from his bed and went to see if Stain had returned while he was asleep. He had waited for him until 1 in the morning, but Stain never came back. Izuku wasn't nervous. He knew Stain was strong and could take care of himself. He looked around their temporary hideout, but Stain wasn't there. Not in the kitchen, not in his room, and not in the main room. He wasn't there. Izuku reassured himself that Stain was fine, probably just getting an early start. Making himself a bowl of cereal and toasting some bread, he turned on the television. But then he realized Stain was truly gone. Izuku's thoughts shifted to Kurogyri. He needed a warp gate back to Mizudafu. When he contacted Kurogyri, he was informed that he could meet him and Stain in an hour, but Izuku insisted on a warp gate immediately, stating that Stain would not be joining him. Kurogyri asked for his coordinates, and Izuku provided them. As the purple mist began to grow in front of him, he stepped forward. Memories flooded back, overwhelming him with the scent of blood and the sound of a high-pitched ringing. He thought about what might have happened if he hadn't left. Stain would still be here. He was determined to enact his revenge on those who had ended his master's life. He wanted to find an opportunity to make them pay in the slowest, most painful way possible. Escaping the metallic smell, he entered the bar, which reeked of alcohol and regret. Waiting for him were Shigaraki and Kurogyri, who seemed excited to see him back. Izuku felt a sense of happiness wash over him. They were his family. He nodded at them before heading to his room. He was exhausted and needed to think about his options. His master had just died, and it was the fault of the 3 people who had turned him into the person he had become. No, he wasn't a monster. He was the person he had always been. As he sat in his room, he noticed warm liquid dripping down his arms. Looking closer, he saw his nails had dug deep into his skin, covered in the crimson liquid he remembered so well. The metallic scent filled his nostrils again. They were the monsters. Shigaraki opened the door and stepped in, concern etched on his face as he looked at Izuku. He mentioned that he had checked the news and expressed his willingness to talk if Izuku needed someone. He thought of Izuku as a little brother, trying to reach out to him during this difficult time. Izuku appreciated Shigaraki's effort and smiled at him. He realized that perhaps Shigaraki could empathize with his pain, having lost someone important as well. Thanking Shigaraki, he offered to call him Tamura, which made Shigaraki smile before he turned to leave. However, he paused and mentioned that their master wanted to speak to Izuku. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Shoto Todoroki sat in the Yagi's living room with Bakugo, Izumi, and Mr. and Mrs. Yagi. It had been a few days since his encounter with the hero killer, and he needed to share what he had experienced. As he struggled to find the right words, Bakugo urged him to speak up. When he finally mentioned Izuku's name, the room fell silent, tension thick in the air. Shoto felt tears welling in his eyes as he tried to explain that he had seen Izuku a few days ago. The disbelief in their reactions was palpable. They thought he was joking. He insisted that he had seen Izuku alive, thriving even, and that Izumi had been there too. When he mentioned the name of the villain they had fought, agony, confusion spread across the room. Only he and a few others were aware of the villain's bizarre name. Shoto knew he had to convince them that Izuku was still out there, alive and fighting. They hadn't really fought him. Instead, they felt completely overwhelmed during his presence. Mr. Yagi interrupted the thoughts with a question, asking if they had only faced the hero killer. Shoto confirmed that there was indeed another villain involved, pausing for a moment before mentioning the villain's striking green eyes that resembled Izuku's. She noted that many people had green eyes. Frustrated, one of them insisted that the villain had removed his mask after she fainted, revealing Izuku's freckles, his eyes, and even a glimpse of his fluffy green hair. Bakugo's voice boomed through the house, dismissing the claim with disbelief, insisting that it was impossible since Izuku had an open casket funeral. He urged them to let it go. In the dimly lit room, Izuku felt a familiar unease. Darkness always made him feel isolated, as if he were falling into an endless void, forgotten by everyone who had once known him. The shadows reminded him of his past filled with misery and despair, a stark contrast to the light he had found in villainy. It was ironic that he felt more alive now, despite being dead in a sense. He had heard of Stain's death and expressed his gratitude to All for One for the condolences. However, he suspected there was more to the meeting than just discussing his master's passing. All for One typically communicated through Tamura, so this felt significant. A knock on the door pulled him from his thoughts. He looked up to see a man in sunglasses standing in the doorway, flanked by two others. The man wore a tailored purple suit that fit him perfectly, his semi-transparent sunglasses shielding his eyes. His dark gray hair and lightly wrinkled face hinted at his middle age. Beside him stood a blonde girl dressed in a beige cardigan over a navy blue school uniform, her matching miniskirt swaying as she moved. Her ash-blonde hair was styled in messy twin buns, and she wore a playful grin as she surveyed the bar, appearing to be around Izuku's age. The third person was a dark-haired man in a deep blue jacket and a low-cut V-neck t-shirt. His spiky black hair framed his striking electric blue eyes. Izuku noticed the scars that marred the man's skin, tracing from his collarbone to his lips and beneath his eyes, a stark reminder of past battles. As the man's gaze finally met Izuku's, he quickly looked away, seeking reassurance from Shigaraki and Kurojairi about the newcomers. Jiren, the man in the suit, commented on the League of Villains being the talk of the town and hinted at something significant on the horizon. Kurojairi's voice echoed through the base, breaking the tension as he welcomed Jiren. The atmosphere shifted as Jiren remarked on Izuku's appearance, noting that he looked much worse in person compared to photographs. The blonde girl excitedly recognized the weird hand guy and expressed her desire to join the league, claiming she wanted to follow in Stain's footsteps. Tamura's annoyed voice cut through the conversation, questioning why they should care about the newcomers. Jiren explained that they wanted to join the organization that had once served the hero killer. Despite Tamura's reluctance, Kurojairi urged them to listen, emphasizing Jiren's reputation in the underworld. Jiren introduced the girl as Toga, who had been linked to a series of mysterious deaths. She eagerly expressed her desire to join the league, wanting to make her mark on the world. Jiren then mentioned the other man, who had yet to commit any notable crimes but had embraced Stain's ideology. Tamura dismissed their intentions, doubting their commitment to Stain's mission. Jiren defended Toga's introduction, prompting the man to reveal his name as Dabi. As tensions rose, Izuku intervened, introducing himself to defuse the situation, asserting that the League genuinely cared about continuing Stain's legacy. After all, the girl thought, her master and she had always shared the same mindset. Her eyes widened as she processed the implications of her words. Stain was her master, her teacher, and she was his student. The heroes, all might, attraction, and endeavor, were nothing but false idols in her eyes. She envisioned a world free of their influence, imagining the satisfaction of their defeat. The thought of their cries filled her with a dark sense of purpose. She paused, contemplating the depths of her ambition. She believed that the blue-eyed man could assist her in achieving her goals. They clearly shared the same ideals and aspirations. To rid the world of the heroes, the so-called virus, and to carry on the legacy of her master was her mission. The man regarded her with a bored expression, but then his lips curled into a sinister grin. He agreed to join her cause. The door swung open, revealing the traitor, who appeared worn out and sweaty. Their voice was more energetic than usual as they announced the arrival of new recruits. The girl nodded wearily at the enthusiastic UA student, pointing toward the newcomers, Toga, Himiko, and Dabi. Toga recognized her and exclaimed with surprise, questioning what a hero in training was doing in a villain group. Ever since that night she had seen the girl covered in blood after a mission, Toga had been drawn to her like a persistent shadow. The girl explained that she was working undercover, gathering information for the League, much like a spy. Toga found it fascinating, and as they exchanged introductions, the girl contemplated her many goals. She needed to focus on one and find a way to intertwine them all. While her most recent ambition, inspired by her conversation with All for One, lingered in her mind, she realized that her immediate priority should be her plan for Todoroki. Her friend, Yagi, approached her, interrupting her thoughts. They informed her about the Hero Corps students attending a training camp over summer break, a remote location where they would be off the grid. An idea sparked in her mind as she listened, and she asked where the training camp was located. Yagi admitted uncertainty but promised to find out. She urged them to investigate further, explaining that this could be an opportunity to enact Phase 2 of her plan. In the most crowded place in the city, Shoto Todoroki found himself enveloped in silence. Despite the bustling noise around him, he could hear nothing but the sound of his own shoes meeting the concrete. He felt as if he were losing his mind. It wasn't Izuku standing before him, it was just someone who looked and sounded like him. It was merely a trick of his mind, a reflection of someone trapped in the past. Shoto knew he would never truly forgive himself, nor would he ever move on. Izuku hadn't forgiven him neither in his letter nor in person, and now he was gone. Without Izuku's forgiveness, Shoto felt he could never forgive himself. His mind clung to the hope that Izuku was still there, allowing him the chance to apologize. It felt selfish, really. He wanted to apologize not just for Izuku's sake, but to ease his own guilty conscience. He longed for self-forgiveness, and though he wanted to help Izuku, it was mostly about saving himself. He felt like the worst of them all. He turned sharply as a familiar voice reached his ears, and his eyes widened at the sight. There stood Izuku, wearing his white all-might shirt, fists clenched, red shoes firmly planted on the ground. He was trying to protect another child from Bakugo, Izumi, and Shoto himself. But it wasn't real. It was just his mind playing tricks. He watched helplessly as Izumi, and he hurt Izuku, witnessing the pain in his eyes and the cries that went unheard by the adults passing by. Disgust filled him as tears threatened to spill. He couldn't believe he had been part of something so cruel as a child, regardless of his intentions. The adults could see and hear, yet they chose to ignore it. Unable to bear it any longer, he ran. He dashed through street after street, but those memories followed him relentlessly. Every park, every alleyway, every building brought back memories of Izuku, from their childhood to their teenage years. He couldn't escape his past. A deep voice interrupted his thoughts, pulling him from his panic. It was familiar yet unsettling, like a whisper from a forgotten lullaby. Turning to face the source, he saw a man he recognized. Agony. "What brings you to this part of town, Todoroki?" Agony asked, his eyes glinting with mischief as he leaned against a wall in a shadowy alleyway. Shoto felt a surge of determination. He needed answers, needed closure, and he wouldn't find it by running away. As he stepped closer, Agony's smirk widened, and he retreated deeper into the darkness of the alley. Shoto realized he had ventured far from the street, and the isolation made him uneasy. There was no one around to intervene if things took a turn for the worse. The silence between them grew heavy as they walked deeper into the shadows. Suddenly, Shoto was moved against the wall, a sharp pain jolting through his back. He yelped, closing his eyes in shock. Agony loomed above him, and as Shoto scrambled to his feet, he braced himself for a confrontation. Meanwhile, Izuku Yagi was focused on his presentation about the upcoming training camp in the forest. His finger traced the map as he spoke about the growth of the League of Villains since his arrival, noting the presence of a new, younger member. His current group consisted of Dabi, Toga, and occasionally Mustard, while Twice and Mr. Compress often paired up. Magnetism and Spinner had become close friends, while Moonfish and Muscular kept to themselves. Izuku felt a particular disdain for Muscular but found Moonfish somewhat tolerable. He explained the plan to his group, detailing how they would enter the forest and the roles each member would play. Dabi was to set the forest ablaze, while Mustard would envelop the area in toxic gas, targeting anyone who made it through. Izuku aimed to corner the students, isolating them for capture while ensuring the rest would not pose a threat. With that, he left, knowing that some students might be more susceptible to their cause than others. By some students, they meant Todoroki Shoto. The narrator was aware of his father's actions towards him and his siblings from when they were younger. Although Todoroki hadn't spoken directly to the narrator, they had overheard one of his conversations with Izumi. He sounded so broken as he spoke, his voice cracking occasionally, and it was clear he had been crying. The narrator felt terrible for him, empathizing with his home life. Perhaps they shared a similar experience, or maybe it was just the feelings of a 7-year-old boy who longed for a friend. As the narrator listened to Todoroki from a room over, they wanted to hug him but decided against it, fearing he would react negatively to their concern. Stepping out of the bar, wearing a hood and mask to get some fresh air, the narrator felt a sense of mental torture despite being physically free. The memories of past torments still haunted them, making them feel as if they would never truly escape. In another perspective, Shoto Todoroki found himself pinned, feeling the amusement in his captor's voice as he struggled. Opening his eyes, he met the intense gaze of Izuku, whose eyes were filled with a mix of emotions that could intimidate anyone. Todoroki's voice trembled as he expressed disbelief, questioning if it was really Izuku. Guilt and remorse were evident in his tone, and he felt exposed under Izuku's scrutiny. Izuku's voice, though husky, confirmed his identity, and Todoroki was struck by the realization that this was the same person who had nearly taken his life just a week ago. The memories of their past, including the tragedy that had befallen their classmates, flooded his mind. Confusion and fear gripped him as he struggled to find the right words, torn between wanting to apologize and seeking answers. As Izuku's expression shifted from pain to anger, Todoroki felt the weight of his guilt intensify. He stammered an apology, feeling the pressure of Izuku's grip on his wrists tighten. The fear of what might happen next paralyzed him, but when the grip loosened and he fell to the ground, he looked up at Izuku in terror. The change in Izuku's demeanor was startling. His voice was less harsh, and his eyes held a softness that contrasted with the anger from moments before. Despite this shift, Izuku's words cut deep. He reminded Todoroki of the torment he had endured, the memories that still haunted him. The weight of those past actions loomed large, and Todoroki felt the desperation rise within him. He pleaded to make things right, to erase the pain he had caused, but Izuku's response was clear. The past could not simply be forgotten. As Izuku walked away, a sense of relief washed over Todoroki. He realized that Izuku was alive, truly alive. A promise formed in his heart, he vowed to make things right no matter the cost. Meanwhile, Izumi Yagi observed Shoto closely. She noticed his increasing jumpiness and paranoia, a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor. Arriving at the training camp, she could see that even the slightest sounds sent him into a panic, and she couldn't shake the feeling that something was deeply troubling him. He froze a squirrel while it was collecting acorns today. A squirrel? It felt like this was connected to something he had mentioned a few weeks ago. Could Izuku really be alive? Shaking my head, I quickly dismissed that thought. No way. If he were truly alive, he would have come home by now. In his letter, he seemed angry, but I was sure he still loved Mom, Dad, and me. He couldn't hold a grudge against us forever, right? Shoto had claimed that Izuku was the villain from Hosu City, which was impossible. Izuku didn't have a quirk, and he wasn't a villain. He was definitely not taller than Shoto. Shoto still refused to accept that Izuku was gone, and I was a little worried about him. He seemed to be losing his grip on reality, and he was one of my best friends. I approached him, hoping to calm his nerves. Tapping him on the shoulder, I began to speak. The sudden conversation startled him, and he looked like a cat encountering something unexpected. He seemed to relax as he took in my features, a small smile appearing on his face. He apologized, laughing a little, which only added to my confusion. What was going on with him? He explained that he was just a bit jumpy when Mandalay's voice interrupted us, announcing that it was time for the super awesome test of courage. Cheers erupted from my classmates as Mandalay reminded us of the reward promised for our hard work. We had all been pushing ourselves to improve our quirks, and the PP Cats had promised a special treat at the end of the day, motivating us even more. As Mr. Aizawa led the protesting remedial students away to their classes, the PP Cats began to explain the activity. Class B would start as the scare airs. Once they were in place, Class A would leave in pairs every 3 minutes, aiming to collect tags with our names on them at the far end of the route. Tokoyami's serious tone caught my attention as he mentioned revelry in the dark. What did that mean? Pixie Bob continued, explaining that the scare airs weren't allowed to make physical contact with the pairs and should use their quirks to frighten the others. Tiger added, with his intense demeanor, that the winners would be the creative students who could scare the most people. As I contemplated a good idea to scare my peers, Ida began one of his lengthy rants about academics, which I found quite annoying. Pixie Bob then announced that everyone should draw lots to see who their partner would be. I grabbed a number and noticed that Kaken and Shoto were teamed up together, both looking less than pleased. Their tension had been palpable ever since Shoto had mentioned Izuku's name. The atmosphere was tense, especially when it came to Izuku. He had been suppressing his emotions about the situation, but whenever someone brought up Izuku, it felt like chaos was about to erupt. Shoto, on the other hand, had been acting strangely. He often glared at Kaken from across the training camp, the dining hall, and practically everywhere else. It seemed that his recent behavior was also tied to Izuku. Kaken was the one who had urged Shoto's brother to take a leap, so it made sense that Shoto would direct his anger toward him rather than me, even though Kaken wasn't exactly innocent in all of this. Along with Kaken and Shoto's team, there were Tokoyami and Shoji, Toru and Jiro, Momo and Uraraka, and finally Ojiro and Ida. A confused expression crossed my face as I looked around. It didn't make any sense. Recalling the situation, I realized that those were the teams, and I was left alone. Momo, sulking in the corner, tried to console me, but I still felt out of place. The Vanguard Action Squad had already gathered at the designated area. I wasn't supposed to join them, but my curiosity was too strong. The thought of the startled reactions from the heroes in training as we disrupted their peace was enticing. I decided to tag along with the elite team of villains, searching for the perfect spot to observe the chaos. After flying around for what felt like an eternity, I finally spotted a mountain. It was ideal high enough to remain hidden while still allowing me to hear and see everything that unfolded. Unfortunately, my plans were thwarted. Standing exactly where I wanted to be was Muscular, my least favorite member of the league. It seemed he had chosen this cliffside to wander. I ignored his presence and landed on the peak of the mountain, about 30 feet above him. My disdain for Muscular wasn't just a matter of personal preference, it stemmed from his motives. He thrived on chaos and destruction, driven solely by a desire to instill fear and pain. While I too found a thrill in the terror of my victims, I had other goals that went beyond mere violence. Muscular viewed this lifestyle as a game, seeking only enjoyment without any desire to change the world, for better or worse. He didn't target those who posed as false heroes, he simply killed for the thrill of it. Perhaps my hatred for him was more personal than I cared to admit. He reminded me too much of the 3 individuals who had shattered my life, particularly Bakugo Katsuki and Todoroki Shoto. He reminded me of Yagi Izumi, someone who enjoyed tormenting those he wished to eliminate before actually doing so. Just like those 3. As I looked up, I freed myself from my thoughts, taking in the delightful smell of smoke that began to fill the air. They had started already. A low laugh, filled with malice and excitement, escaped my lips as I watched the forest catch fire. The once peaceful surroundings were now engulfed in blue flames, the calming sounds of crickets and laughter replaced by screams of fear and terror. Taking a breath of the smoke-filled air, I smiled slightly. Todoroki's words echoed in my mind, "I'll do anything." Did he really mean anything? He possessed a remarkable quirk, which made him valuable to us. That was one of the main reasons we were here to obtain Todoroki. Even if he didn't want to join the league, I could still make him suffer. However, I was sure it wouldn't take much to completely shatter his sanity. Suddenly, a feminine voice broke through my scheming thoughts. It didn't sound like the usual voice I heard in my head. I held my head and shut my eyes tightly, pulling at my hair as the voice continued. It urged me to hurry back to camp, expressing concern about my constant wandering. This must be the work of one of those pitiful heroes. The voice abruptly stopped as Muscular's voice cut in. I peered down the edge of the mountain and noticed him towering over a child, an innocent child. Muscular commented on the child's hat, and I ground my teeth as I watched the exchange. The child wore a black t-shirt and beige cargo shorts, his black hair covered by a red hat with golden horns. If I had to guess, he looked around 5 or 7 years old. He couldn't seriously intend to hurt that child, could he? The child appeared paralyzed with fear, mirroring my own feelings when I stood before Bakugo, Todoroki, and Izumi. Muscular suggested a trade for the child's mask, and the child screamed as Muscular lunged at him, raising his fist. I felt my anger grow as I realized he did plan to harm the child. Muscular's mask dropped to the ground, and the child gasped, fear evident in his eyes. I could see the terror reflected in his expression as he stared at my accomplice. When the child uttered the words, "Papa," "Mama," my eyes widened. He bore a striking resemblance to the water hose heroes. Muscular was the villain who had taken their lives. This child was their son. I watched as Muscular jumped, fist extended, aiming for the child. In a moment of rage, I felt my body move toward them. The child's eyes shut in fear, and I realized what I was doing. I was attempting to save a life instead of taking one. Then, I heard an explosion beside me. Stop! And then, silence. After the explosion, there was nothing. The loudness of the blast was replaced by an eerie quiet, with only the wind breaking the stillness as we stared at each other. I was just as shocked as Muscular. I was a villain who had just risked everything to save the son of a pro. I could have easily let Muscular pass through me and harm the child, but I didn't. I didn't know why I stepped in to save him. Perhaps it was the expression on the child's face as he gazed upon the man who would harm him. Maybe it was an old habit of rushing in to protect others. Or perhaps it was an ulterior motive I hadn't yet realized. Muscular stared at me in shock as I glared at him coldly. The explosion he had caused by punching the ground could have easily killed the child trembling in my arms. This lunatic had intended to harm a 5-year-old. Muscular broke the silence, questioning my actions. I retorted, demanding to know what he had been about to do, pointing out that the child was obviously innocent and terrified. He looked at me as if I were crazy, which, to be fair, I was. The child continued to shake in my arms. Muscular insisted he meant to target the hero students, not innocent bystanders. As we exchanged heated words, the child opened his eyes, taking in my figure. I had chosen not to wear my mask, having no intention of being spotted or intervening. Well, who cares? I don't have to listen to anything you say, Muscular replied, speaking with pride as if he believed I would be powerless against him. I released the child and walked toward Muscular, softly yet sternly suggesting that this child could be of use to our cause in the future. I made sure the child couldn't hear my thoughts. The thing about Dabi, Toga, and the rest was that they all knew me. Muscular was our newest recruit and didn't yet understand what I was capable of or care. He didn't care to learn my strengths, weaknesses, abilities, and most importantly, he never learned to fear me. Dabi and Toga understood what I was capable of, so they listened to my words as if they were law. Muscular, on the other hand, never cared to understand that I was more than what met the eye. My form was built and tall. However, compared to Muscular, I felt like a toothpick. I assumed that because of my brains and skills in analysis, he thought my quirk would have some sort of link to that, so he underestimated my capabilities. That was a big mistake. The first thing one should do when facing a superior opponent is learn their weaknesses. He raised his fist, preparing to strike me with a powerful punch, likely hoping to take me down. I watched with boredom as his fist approached my chest. Idiot. From Shoto Todoroki's perspective, fear gripped me as Mandalay's words echoed in my mind. There were villains here? This must be the to be continued that Izuku had promised me. Bakugo and I walked cautiously as we made our way to the camp. As we walked, we began to hear unsettling noises. It sounded as if someone were slurping a bowl of spaghetti and tomato sauce. Either that or I was just hungry. We approached a man hunched over something. His figure obscured most of whatever he was looking at, but his words explained his actions. He spoke of beautiful human flesh. I listened in fear, realizing that the slurping sound was coming from him, and judging by his words, he was definitely not eating spaghetti. The man turned to face us, and we could finally see what he had been hunched over an arm. From Izuku Yagi's perspective, boredom washed over me as I felt Muscular's fist land in my hand. Clasping it tightly, I stared into the eyes of my opponent. Unlike him, I understood my opponent's weaknesses and strengths. I knew his fighting style, the techniques he preferred, and how his quirk would both enhance and limit him. I understood how his mind worked. Not that it really mattered. I could eliminate this insect faster than I could swat a fruit fly. However, I didn't particularly like this guy, and it had been a while since I had the opportunity to toy with someone. Muscular's voice faltered as I tightened my grip, causing him to feel the intense pressure in his arm. The sound of his pain was oddly satisfying. Hearing the cries of someone you despise echoing in your ears was a thrill in itself. Mercy was a foolish concept. What was the fun in showing mercy? The pleasure, the rush, the thrill? None of those came from sparing someone you hated. There was a more interesting outcome in seeing a plan through rather than yielding to pleas for mercy. I stared at Muscular with a sinister grin as he writhed in pain. I began to taunt him, asking if he really thought he could defeat me. He didn't respond as I bent his arm in an unnatural way, causing a clean break. Not that it mattered. He would not survive this encounter, so breaking his bones in a way that could be easily fixed was pointless. The enjoyment was all that mattered. I released his fist, watching as his arm fell limply. His cries of agony filled me with a sense of pleasure as his body collapsed to the ground, surrounded by the evidence of his pain. I crouched down to his level and spoke firmly, explaining what happens when one defies me. With that, a glowing green light emerged from my hands. My energy whips instilled fear in my opponents. I lifted my whip and brought it down, severing his connection to his body. He screamed for salvation, but it was too late. I could have said something more profound, but I felt no need. This was simply the consequence of defiance. I watched as blood spilled from his neck. A part of me wanted to take his head home as a warning to anyone who dared to disobey me in the future, and for my own amusement. Tamura decorated his room with the dismembered hands of his victims. I could take that idea one step further. I turned to glance at the child who was sitting on the floor, shaking as he watched Muscular's blood pool beneath him. I approached the child, deactivating my energy whips. As I drew closer, he shifted his gaze to me and began to scream. As I neared the child, I suddenly collapsed, rolling onto my back and sighing loudly. I had almost forgotten how much energy it took to wield those whips. This was why Kurogiri fed me so much. I wouldn't have been this exhausted if I had used my shock absorption quirk. It could have gone quicker and cleaner, conserving my energy. I could have absorbed the raw power from Muscular's punch and used it against him, but I had to be extra and destroy his arm completely. Now, I lacked the strength to finish him off and had to rely on my energy whips. It would take me at least 10 minutes to recover enough to stand, and it didn't help that I hadn't eaten lunch today. I sighed again, trying to break the tension between the frightened child and myself. I asked him if he liked Pokemon, my voice soft and humorous in an attempt to lighten the mood. He sat silently, and I turned my head to look at him. His face was a mix of disgust, relief, and worry. It was honestly impressive how he could wear so many contrasting expressions at once. A genuine smile spread across my face as I watched him gulp, his expression shifting to one of confusion. The fear was evident in his voice as he struggled to find the right words, and I could see the terror behind his eyes. It made sense. I had just confronted a man in a way that would leave anyone shaken. The thought crossed my mind to sway this kid towards the side of villainy, just to spite the heroes. It would certainly be interesting. He mentioned that his favorite Pokemon was Charizard, and I responded with enthusiasm, noting how Charizard was tough and didn't take nonsense from anyone. I reflected on how people often chose their favorite characters based on shared traits or experiences. However, children typically gravitated towards the coolest or strongest characters, which meant Charizard wouldn't help me understand this kid better. I introduced myself as Agony, and he hesitated before revealing his name as Izumi Koda. I noted the coincidence that his last name was the same as my sister's first name but kept my emotions in check to avoid frightening him further. I asked if anyone else knew about this place or that he would be here, and he shook his head. I sighed in relief, appreciating the solitude. When he questioned why I wouldn't want the heroes to find me, I chuckled, realizing he didn't yet see me as a villain. I explained that if they found me, I would likely be arrested. His confusion deepened as he asked why I was a villain. It was unusual for someone to inquire about a villain's motivations. Most would simply flee or call for help. I took a moment to gather my thoughts before responding. I wanted to show everyone my strength after being pushed down too many times, and I sought revenge against the corrupt heroes I believed plagued the world. Kota shared that someone named Mandalay had told him he would one day understand the hero's actions and that he would meet his hero. He had thought I might be that hero, but now he realized I was a villain. His words were filled with anger and resentment, yet he declared that I was his hero, regardless of my title. Hearing him say that brought a smile to my face. No one had ever called me their hero before. Perhaps he was right, maybe I was a hero in my own way. As we sat together, Kota and I began discussing poetry. He found beauty in the ashes that filled the sky, likening them to black snow on a cold night. I explained my poem about anger and vengeance, how it was often hidden behind blind eyes, waiting for the right moment to strike. I had been planning for over a year, waiting for the perfect time to reveal myself and enact my revenge. Yet, every time an opportunity arose, I hesitated, telling myself it wasn't the right moment. The truth was that I had been the one unprepared all along. Kota listened with awe as I spoke, his eyes brightening in the moonlight. He seemed inspired and eager to try his hand at poetry, and I couldn't help but smile at his enthusiasm. Just as he was about to share his idea, my phone rang, interrupting the moment. I checked the caller ID and answered, recognizing the voice on the other end. Shoto Todoroki felt a dryness in his mouth and heaviness in his eyelids. His arms ached and his legs felt weak. The foul odor surrounding him was unbearable, reminiscent of burnt flesh and metal. He attempted to lift his arms to cover his nose, but found himself restrained. Struggling to move any part of his body, he finally opened his eyes to find himself bound to a large metal chair, bolted to the floor. Panic surged within him as he realized he was trapped. A door creaked open, and in walked the person he had hoped to see. Izuku Yagi stood before him, a twisted smile on his face. He remarked on the irony of their encounter, seemingly pleased with Shoto's distressed expression. Shoto knew he must look a mess, sweat plastering his hair to his forehead, fear evident in his eyes, and his shirt stained with blood. He was hyperventilating, overwhelmed by the situation. Izuku began to reminisce about a painful memory, one that had left Shoto feeling regretful and ashamed. Shoto's eyes fell to the floor, guilt washing over him as he recalled the day he and his friends had pushed Izuku to the brink. Though Shoto was aware of his strength, he also understood that everyone had their breaking point. Izuku lifted his foot and kicked Shoto in the stomach, knocking the breath from his lungs. Shoto gasped for air but remained silent, his resolve unbroken. Izuku feigned disappointment at Shoto's silence, questioning why he was suddenly unwilling to engage. Shoto acknowledged his guilt, admitting that he felt he deserved the punishment he was receiving. Izuku found satisfaction in this admission, recognizing that Shoto was not trying to shift the blame onto others. As Izuku crouched down to Shoto's eye level, he gripped Shoto's hair, forcing him to meet his gaze. He declared that while Shoto deserved to suffer for his past actions, he was feeling merciful. The smirk on Izuku's face instilled fear in Shoto, who felt the weight of his past mistakes. Izuku offered Shoto a chance at redemption, but there was a condition: he must join the League of Villains and obey Izuku's commands. Shoto's heart raced as he processed this proposition. The thought of Izuku forgiving him was tantalizing, and he realized that this might be his only chance to make amends. After Izuku left, Shoto found himself enveloped in darkness, the sound of the door closing echoing in his mind. Desperate to be heard, he shouted that he would do it, wanting nothing more than to prove himself to Izuku. Tears streamed down his face as he cried out, but there was no response. Shoto understood that this was a significant decision, and he needed to take his time. He sensed that Izuku's options for him were limited to either recruitment or punishment, and it was clear that Izuku would accept either outcome. All Shoto desired was to know that Izuku was okay, that he was happy, and that he could regain his friendship. Meanwhile, Izuku found himself lost in a sea of metal, overwhelmed by memories. He gasped for air, floating atop a crimson ocean. As he calmed himself, he began to count the silhouettes surrounding him, their laughter echoing in his ears. He felt vulnerable, as if he were back at the beginning of his struggles. Desperate for silence, he shouted for them to stop, but their laughter only grew louder. Eventually, the noise faded, and he was left alone with the sound of dripping water. As he opened his eyes, he realized he was trapped in a glass box, rapidly filling with water. Outside, he could see figures watching him, their faces obscured. They were watching, whispering as the water rose around me. Bakugo, Izumi, Todoroki, Inko, Toshinori, and everyone else who had ever hurt me. They were all there, observing my struggle. The water was about to reach the top of the box, filling my only source of oxygen, until I woke up, gasping for air. I shot up from my bed, shaken by the vividness of the dream. It felt so real, as if I were truly drowning, as if those people were genuinely watching me die. I understood what it represented. Standing up, I walked to my bathroom, my mind consumed by the dream. The glass box symbolized my hesitance, while the water represented my anger and resentment. I felt trapped by the remnants of who I once was, drowning in my own rage. The longer I waited to enact my revenge, the more I suffocated under the weight of those pent-up feelings locked inside my heart. I needed to end this. After finishing my shower, I dressed in a black hoodie over a white t-shirt and a pair of ripped black jeans. I was drawn to the gray scale. Leaving my room, I entered the bar and greeted my friends before sitting down to eat Kurogiri's yakizakana and steamed rice. Tamura initiated a conversation, asking about my progress. I responded with a smile, confident that I was close to breaking through. After finishing my meal, I excused myself, needing a moment alone to clear my head. I needed a smoke. It was a bright day, and I hadn't been outside in a while, especially not during daylight hours. The brightness was almost blinding. I found refuge in the shadows of an alleyway and took out a pack. Lighting a cigarette, I inhaled deeply, letting the smoke fill my lungs as I sorted through my thoughts. After finishing, I returned to the room where I had been keeping Todoroki. He looked up at me with desperation in his eyes, a hint of crazed determination shining through. 4 days, 9 hours, 37 minutes, that's how long he had been there, and how long it took for him to snap. He declared his willingness to join my cause, and a grin spread across my face as I saw the flicker of lunacy in his eyes. I was ready to begin. It had been 9 hours since Todoroki had officially pledged his allegiance, and during that time, I had been working to alter his mindset, ensuring he wouldn't betray me. The League had recently discovered a drag called scopolamine, which could make a person more susceptible to suggestion for a short PRD. However, too much of it could be fatal. This fact complicated matters. There was no way to predict how long the drag would last, and if we exceeded the proper dosage, Todoroki could die. So, we sent the drag to the doctor, all for one's physician. Though I had never met him, he agreed to assist us with our biomechanical issue. He modified the original substance, creating a new version, scopolamine X. This new drag was more concentrated, allowing us to maintain control over Todoroki for a longer duration. We would have approximately 3 weeks before the effects wore off, and once that happened, he would remember everything he had done. That was another flaw of the original drag. What was the point of using Todoroki if he couldn't recall anything? The frontal cortex, responsible for decision-making, was our target for the injection, which took considerable time and precision. Any behavioral changes could easily be attributed to his captivity and the psychological strain of his situation. As I prepared to wake him up, a loud crashing noise erupted from the bar. I rushed to see what was happening, only to find my comrades restrained by wooden branches. A voice rang out, igniting a fire of anger and vengeance within me. It was time to stop holding back and procrastinating my revenge. This was the moment of revelation. Izuku had arrived.